Chapter 1, Itching for Attention. Zhao Dayang is known as the village idiot in Shiqiao village. Everyone in the village makes fun of him, except for the widow Tian Yuru, who is kind to him. So, Dayang does whatever Tian Yuru tells him to do. One day, after working in the fields, Tian Yuru is bitten by insects and her whole body is itching. She takes the opportunity to call Dayang over to scratch her back. Dayang, no, a little lower. What? Sister-in-law, if I go any lower, it won't be the back anymore. Zhao Dayang may seem silly, but he knows which parts of a woman he shouldn't touch. It's fine. Go ahead and scratch, I don't mind. Hearing this, Zhao Dayang nodded, grinned, and got straight to work, even applying a little more pressure. Tian Yuru was enjoying herself, and from time to time she let out a muffled groan. Her graceful figure kept writhing with Zhao Dayang's movements, and she was already soaked through. She panted heavily and her voice was hoarse. After a long time, Tian Yuru let out a long breath, and her tense body instantly became limp, with an indescribable sense of pleasure and comfort. Zhao Dayang saw that Yuru was smiling, and he was also happy, so he followed suit and laughed foolishly. Hey, Yuru, in the future, if you have any other itches, I'll scratch them for you. Tian Yuru was famous in the surrounding villages as a pretty widow. The day she first married here, her husband died from drinking too much, and she became a widow that night. So she is both a widow and a virgin. Usually, she is harassed and molested by the old lechers in the village. In the entire Shiqiao village, only Zhao Dayang, the idiot, would not look at her with lecherous eyes. Tian Yuru therefore has a double favor for him. Today, she tricked the idiot into coming home again, asking him to scratch her itch. But when the itch on her back was scratched, she felt even more itchy inside. Dayang, tell me. Are you still willing to scratch my itch? Zhao Dayang is an idiot. 3 years ago, when he was still a freshman in college, he was beaten up and carried home, and he became an idiot. Since then, the villagers have not stopped teasing him in every way. Only Sister Yuru is kind to him. She often lets him eat her below. Of course. Sister Tian Yuru, you are so kind to me, I'll scratch you anywhere you want. Tian Yuru suddenly licked Zhao Dayang's tongue in a seductive manner, then took Zhao Dayang's hand and walked towards the room. Dayang, come with me to the room, I want to tell you a secret. Okay. Zhao Dayang obediently stood up and followed Tian Yuru into the room without saying a word. Once inside, Tian Yuru locked the door. She took a deep breath, then turned around and threw herself into Zhao Dayang's arms. Dayang. Sister-in-law has been holding back for 3 years. Today, please let your sister-in-law have a good time. After saying that, Tian Yuru embraced the foolish Dayang like a wolf and kissed him. Zhao Dayang felt his head buzzing for a moment, and he was a little overwhelmed. Sister Yuru, I. Panicked, Zhao Dayang didn't understand what was going on before Tian Yuru's mouth sealed his lips. Dayang, don't speak, kiss me. Zhao Dayang's hands were held by Tian Yuru, and his whole body followed Tian Yuru's movements like a walking corpse. Knock, knock, knock. However, just as the two were about to study how to write the character koan, they were interrupted by a rude knock on the door. Tian Yuru, it's your brother Sun Hu. Open the door. Tian Yuru on the bed was startled. She rolled off the bed in an instant and accidentally kicked her foot against the bench. Sun Hu, who was outside the door, heard the commotion and became furious. Yuru? You're here, why don't you open the door? Open the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of the knocking seemed to be pounding on Tian Yuru's chest. She calmed down a bit and panted, saying, Brother Sun Hu, I have a fever and it's inconvenient to see people. Sun Hu laughed sinisterly. Yuru, are you feverish or horny? Let me go in and take a look, okay? Maybe I can do some calisthenics for you and you'll sweat it out. Tian Yuru bit her lip and glared at him viciously. This lecher. He's been eyeing her for 3 years and now he dares to knock on her door in broad daylight. At the moment, Zhao Dayang was sitting by the bed, panting and looking at Tian Yuru. Sister Yuru, are we still scratching? Ouch. You idiot. Don't speak. Tian Yuru quickly reached out to cover Zhao Dayang's mouth, but it was too late. Sun Hu, who was outside, heard everything the two of them said, and he immediately understood what was going on inside. Damn it. You stupid bitch. You've been fucking behind my back in broad daylight. You've been fucking that idiot from the Zhao family? Open the door for me. I'll break that kid's third leg today. With that, he kicked the door of Tian Yuru's house hard. Tian Yuru was so scared that tears were rolling down her face, but Zhao Dayang was still asking stupidly. Sister Yuru, what's the third leg? Oh dear. You idiot. I really don't know what to do with you. Come with me. Tian Yuru took Zhao Dayang's hand and led him to the courtyard, where she leaned the ladder against the wall. Dayang, hurry. Climb the ladder and climb over the wall. Zhao Dayang was at a loss. Yuru, if you let me go, are you planning to let brother Sun Hu tickle you? Tian Yuru was so angry at Zhao Dayang's words that her chest heaved, and she slapped Zhao Dayang on the butt. What are you talking about? I'll let you be the only one to tickle me. You go back first. Someday I'll let you tickle me properly. Oh, okay then. Zhao Dayang scratched his head and climbed up the ladder. Open the door. Open the door. Boom. However, at this moment, Sun Hu actually kicked the door open with one kick. When he looked up, he saw Zhao Dayang trying to escape, and his anger instantly flared. You little brat. You really did do something shameful behind my back. Don't even think about running away. I'm going to break your third leg today. Tian Yuru saw what was going on and hurriedly protected Zhao Dayang. Sun Hu, don't even think about it. What do you mean, doing something shameful behind my back? I can love whoever I want. Sun Hu was even more angry when he saw that Tian Yuru was rare and fierce, and she was still protecting Zhao Dayang. Bitch! How dare you protect your son? You are the woman I like, and no one is allowed to lay a finger on you. I will ruin that kid today. I will educate you, you stinking bitch. After saying that, Sun Hu directly picked up the pole by the wall and fiercely hit Zhao Dayang on the ladder. Ah! Dayang! Run! Tian Yuru rushed up recklessly and held Sun Hu back with both hands. Zhao Dayang was also terrified. Whoa! I want to go home. He immediately climbed down the ladder and tried to climb over the wall. Seeing his nimble movements, Tian Yuru's eyes became a little moist. This idiot, he really can run fast. However, just as Zhao Dayang was about to climb over. Crash! His previously unfastened trousers suddenly fell down and got caught on the rough wooden ladder. Ouch! He instantly fell off the ladder. This made Sun Hu very happy. Ha ha! You idiot, it seems that even God is not helping you. Don't hurt Dayang. Tian Yuru hurriedly came to protect him again. But this time, Sun Hu showed no mercy and kicked Tian Yuru away with one kick. Get out of the way. I'll deal with you later. After saying this, Sun Hu rushed to Zhao Dayang's front and raised his pole to beat him up. Ah! Zhao Dayang only knew to hug his head and hide, and for a while, he was beaten until his head was bleeding. Suddenly, the jade pendant on his chest, which had been stained with blood, glowed. Then, he fell into a state of chaos. Before he fainted, he saw Sun Hu scold him for not being able to help but hit him, and then carried his sister, Yuru, who had messy clothes, into the house. Chapter 2, The Ancestor Appears. When Zhao Dayang woke up again, there were 2 books and a white jade bottle in his head. They were the Chaos Heart Sutra and Linglong Medical Sutra, as well as a jade bottle that gathered spirits. In the chaos just now, he saw his ancestor from billions of years ago. The ancestor told Zhao Dayang that it was his blood that awakened him. The ancestor was a big shot billions of years ago, but unfortunately he died in an accident and his body was hidden in this jade pendant for thousands of years. Now that he has been awakened, he only has a little bit of energy left, so he gave him all these things and told him to practice hard and not tarnish his reputation. Zhao Dayang couldn't believe it and tapped his head. His mind moved, and the book in his head instantly turned to the first page. The words on it floated and jumped up one by one, directly blending into his mind. However, after turning a page, Zhao Dayang was unable to turn anymore. Sighing, he rubbed his aching head and felt a sense of enlightenment. It seems that only when one has reached a certain level of strength can one continue reading. Ah! No! Animal! You animal! At this time, Yuru's voice for help came from the room again. Zhao Dayang then remembered that Yuru was still in the room. Damn you, Sun Hu, you bastard! Don't touch Ru! Zhao Dayang clenched his fists. At this moment, he felt that his physical capabilities had taken a huge leap forward. He was full of strength. He took a step of 3 or 4 meters and instantly arrived at the door of the room. At this moment, Sun Hu had already stripped Tian Yuru almost completely. Bitch! Today, I'll kill you. Tian Yuru's pretty face was covered in bloodstains from the beating, and Sun Hu's body was covered in bite marks. It was clear that if Tian Yuru hadn't fought back so hard, Sun Hu would have already broken her in. Sun Hu, let go of Yuru. Stupid idiot, don't interrupt me. You'll get it later. Without looking back, Sun Hu continued to pound Tian Yuru's body. Damn it, Sun Hu, I'll cripple your third leg today. See how you play with women in the future. Zhao Dayang didn't expect Sun Hu to dare to ignore him. He stepped forward, grabbed Sun Hu by the shoulders, and lifted him right up. Slap. He immediately slapped Sun Hu 3 times in the face. Ah! You little brat! How dare you hit me? Sun Hu didn't expect this idiot to have such strength. He weighed 180 pounds, but Zhao Dayang easily lifted him up. And he actually dared to slap himself? You have to know that in the entire Shiqiao village, no one has ever dared to touch him, the village bully. Not only do I dare to hit you, I also said it, I'm going to ruin you today. After saying that, Zhao Dayang directly carried Sun Hu towards the bedside table. He saw that there were scissors on the bedside table that Sister Yuru used to press her shoes. Sun Hu panicked the moment he saw the scissors. Damn it! Stupid idiot! You're not thinking of. You got it. Zhao Dayang snarled, grabbed the scissors and was about to cut off Sun Hu's manhood. No! No! At this moment, 2 voices sounded at the same time. Tian Yuru said in a fearful tone of voice, discourage him. Dayang, don't be impulsive. Sun Hu is someone you can't mess with, so let him go. Sun Hu shouted even more crazily towards Zhao Dayang. Zhao Dayang. Let go of me. If you dare to harm a hair on my head today, do you believe I will get you killed? Ha? Get me killed? Now that you can't even protect your younger brother, you want to get me killed? Sun Hu, even if the King of Heaven himself came today, I will cut off your third leg. Zhao Dayang finished speaking and without hesitation, the scissors came down. Ah! Accompanied by a squeal like a pig from Sun Hu. A slimy piece of flesh fell, instantly staining the concrete floor red. Oh my god! Tian Yuru was also terrified, covering her eyes and shrinking next to the bed, too afraid to look. Sun Hu never imagined that Zhao Dayang would actually dare to do it to him. Looking at the root of his progeny on the ground, he was disheartened. Big brother Dayang, I was wrong, I was wrong. Please let me go. I'll never do it again. I'll be your slave from now on. He looked at the ruthless look in Zhao Dayang's eyes and finally caved in. Thinking that Zhao Dayang was an idiot, and that it was not illegal for an idiot to kill, why did he have to fight to the death with an idiot? Tian Yuru also dissuaded him from the side. Dayang. Don't make a big deal out of this. Zhao Dayang didn't want Sun Hu's life either, although it would be a pity if Sun Hu died 1,000 times. But now that he has just recovered, he doesn't want to get himself into too much trouble. Get lost. Zhao Dayang let go of Sun Hu. Sun Hu immediately picked up the Zunggringen on the ground, hugged his clothes, and ran away. Dayang. I was almost scared to death just now. Suddenly, Tian Yuru buried her head in Zhao Dayang's arms. Zhao Dayang didn't have time to feel the warmth of someone's soft jade at this moment, and just patted her back to comfort her. Sister Yuru, don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one will dare bully you. I'll protect you from now on. Ha? Dayang, you're making sense now, you're not stupid anymore? Tian Yuru looked up in confusion and asked. Zhao Dayang didn't intend to hide anything from Tian Yuru. He said with a laugh, Sister Yuru, I won't lie to you. Just now, that guy Sun Hu hit me a few times in the head, but it actually made me better. I'm not stupid anymore. Really? That's amazing. Then you've got a blessing in disguise, Dayang. Tian Yuru's face was full of surprise, and she even trembled with joy. However, the happiness on her face didn't last for 3 seconds, and she asked with a hint of sadness. Dayang, now that you're not stupid anymore, will you still come and help me scratch my itch? Swish. Zhao Dayang's face flushed. He never expected that at such a time, Sister Ru would still ask such a provocative question. He scratched his head in embarrassment, not knowing how to answer Tian Yuru for a moment. Ha, silly Dayang. What were you thinking when I said something about scratching an itch in all seriousness? Tian Yuru poked Zhao Dayang's chest with her jade finger and said coyly. Zhao Dayan let out a sigh of relief. However, he noticed a quick flash of loneliness in Yuru's eyes. Yuru, since you're fine, then. It's getting late, I'm going home. Zhao Dayan didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly fled in all directions. He was afraid that if he stayed and looked at Yuru's disheveled appearance, either Yuru would turn into an animal, or he would turn into an animal. Now that she has recovered, he must first go home and tell his family the good news. Dad! I'm home. Zhao Dayan ran excitedly back home. However, before he could put one foot through the door, he heard his sister's cries from inside. Let go of me. Let go of me. I'm not going to the karaoke bar to be a princess. Chapter 3, Mortgaging the Old House. Zhao Dayang heard his sister's voice and his heart ached. He rushed in. At that moment, two thugs with a green dragon on the left and a white tiger on the right grabbed his sister's hair and dragged her out. Son of a bitch. Let go of my sister. Zhao Dayan looked like a mad bull and charged at the two men, pushing them away. He pulled his sister over and protected her behind his back. The other party sneered. Let your sister go? Then what do I have to pay off the debt with? Either this bitch comes with me, or I'll mortgage your house today. Zhao Dayang's father, Zhao Xinghua, was sitting in a wheelchair, his eyes streaming with tears. Don't you dare touch my daughter. She's only 16. I'll find a way to pay you back what I owe you. And my wife. Where the hell have you hidden her? Please let her go. Damn it. Zhao Dayang's eyes widened when he heard that his mother had also disappeared. Dad. Where's my mom? Zhao Xinghua said with tears in his eyes. Hey, Dayang, you don't understand, so just leave it alone. At that moment, in Zhao Xinghua's eyes, his own son was still a fool. Talking to a fool about this, he won't understand. As soon as the two rascals heard that this was the Zhao family fool, they looked at him with contempt. Oh, so you're the Zhao family idiot? Tisk, it's a pity that you're a man, otherwise, I'd sell you too. Ridiculous. Before the man could finish speaking, Zhao Dayang's iron fists had already come flying towards the man's face. How dare he even think about it? You want to die. The man didn't expect this idiot to be so fast. He was caught off guard. Ouch. He was punched directly in the chest by Zhao Dayang, and his entire body flew more than 3 meters, crashing heavily into the wall before falling. My ribs. After falling to the ground, the man covered his chest, looking like he was dying and wouldn't get up. Xian Song saw his subordinate get beaten up and roared with a hideous face. Damn it! How dare you beat my man? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. You came to my house to cause trouble today, and if we don't sort this out, I'll kill you. Zhao Dayang picked up the hoe by the wall and walked menacingly towards the man. Brother Song was stunned. He suddenly laughed. Oh? Kill me? Boy, in the entire Shiqiao village, oh no. In the entire Chuanha town, no one has ever dared to say they will kill me. Really? As soon as Zhao Dayang finished speaking, a hoe was swung directly at the man's instep. Ouch. My dear mother. My foot. Brother Song immediately crouched down in pain, gritting his teeth from the pain. Looking at Zhao Dayang's fierce eyes, he realized that the idiot was not joking with him. Zhao Dayang was also giving full play to his identity as an idiot at this moment. Now do you dare me to kill you? You'd better think about it. I'm an idiot, and an idiot killing someone is not illegal. Facing Zhao Dayang's threat, Sangha, who had been so aggressive, immediately caved in. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Brother Dayang. I was rude, I don't know how to speak. I offended you just now, please forgive me this time, you are a magnanimous person, let me off this time. Zhao Dayang snorted. Ha? Now you know how to speak? Hurry up and tell me. What are you really doing here today? The man crawled on the ground, his face full of snot and tears. It's like this, Big Yang, your mother. Oh no. Your mother. Auntie May was pouring water in the restaurant today when she accidentally knocked over a customer's 300,000 yuan blue and white porcelain bowl. So our boss took her into custody first and told us to come and ask for the money, but your father, oh no, your father, Uncle Zhao. He said he has no money. So I thought of a way to help you. I know a karaoke bar manager in the county town, and they are currently short of 2 hostesses. I saw that your sister is pretty, so I thought of introducing her there. With your sister's looks, 300,000 yuan will definitely be paid off in less than 3 years. After hearing the cause and effect, Zhao Dayang was even more enraged. Pop! A slap was fiercely thrown in the man's face again. Instantly, the man's face was knocked askew. Bullshit! 300,000 yuan. What blue and white porcelain bowl is 300,000 yuan? Besides, my mom washes dishes at a restaurant. Why would the customer bring his own bowl? Did the customer say 300,000 yuan before the bowl broke, or after it broke? Could it be that you and the customer are conniving to rip off my mom? Qian Song was stunned. This doesn't make sense. Is this guy still an idiot? This kid is no idiot. This. As soon as Zhao Dayang saw the way this guy was stammering, he knew that his guess was correct. Damn it! How dare the restaurant rip off my family like this? Let's go! Take me to the restaurant right now. Zhao Dayang grabbed Qian Song by the collar and was about to take him to the restaurant to sort things out. Qian Song was dragged along and cried out. Brother Dayang, I know you're very angry right now, but you have to think about it, your mother is still in the hands of our boss. This comment temporarily calmed Zhao Dayang down. They still have my mother. Qian Song observed Zhao Dayang's expression, seeing his troubled face, which was exactly what he wanted. He carefully took out a contract and asked tentatively. Brother Dayang, in fact, our boss is also related to your family, of course he doesn't want to make things difficult for you. Our boss has also left you a way out. If you really can't come up with 300,000 yuan for the time being, you can consider mortgaging the house first? The boss of Xiangshan Hotel is Zhao Xinggua's eldest brother, Zhao Shichuan. Zhao Xinghua, who was standing next to him, saw the contract and immediately stopped him. Dayang! You can't mortgage it. The house is the ancestral home of the Zhao family. It's the foundation of our family. If we mortgage it, where will we live in the future? Zhao Xiaodai was also anxiously pulling Zhao Dayang's sleeve at the moment. Brother! We can't mortgage the house. Otherwise, are we going to sleep on the street? Zhao Dayang waved his hand. Dad! Little sister! Stop it! We can find another house if we lose this one, but mom's safety comes first. Zhao Xiaodai and Zhao Xinghua looked at each other. Although they were heartbroken, they felt that Dayang was right. In the end, Zhao Xinghua nodded with gritted teeth. Yes. No matter how hard life is. As long as we are together. Home is where we are. Son. Sign the mortgage contract. Zhao Xiaodai also instantly threw herself into Zhao Xinggua's arms and cried silently. After hearing Zhao Dayang's reply, Chen Song quickly cheerfully took the pen and offered to help Zhao Dayang sign the contract. However, when Zhao Dayang saw the contract, his face changed. Why does it only say 80,000 yuan? Qian Song and Xiaodi exchanged glances and sneered. Brother Dayang, your family. This house is so poor, it's just an old house in the countryside, and 80,000 yuan is already a favor from our boss on account of our family relationship. Fuck you. Boom. Zhao Dayang was furious, and punched Qian Song hard in the face. He immediately knocked the other person's front teeth out with blood. Qian Song was covered in blood from the beating, and at this moment he was also scared out of his wits. He swallowed a mouthful of blood and begged Zhao Dayang for mercy. Big brother Dayang, let's talk about this. I'm just a runaway, please don't make things difficult for your younger brother. Zhao Dayang was furious. Zhao Xingchuan is really pushing it. Not only has he detained my mother, but he's also got his eye on our ancestral home? Today, I'm going to go and ask him nicely. I'll see if his conscience has been eaten by a dog. After saying this, Zhao Dayang dragged Qian Song towards the door. Another younger brother also hurriedly stumbled after them. Zhao Xinghua was panicking and shouted, slapping his wheelchair. Dayang, you can't go. Come back. Come back quickly. Zhao Xiaodai also shouted from behind. Brother! It's dangerous. Zhao Dayang, however, paid no heed to the warnings, leaving the two with only his back and a single sentence. Dad! Sister! If Zhao Xingchuan doesn't let my mom go, I'll turn against my own family tonight. Chapter 4, Tear Up the IOUs. Xiangshan Hotel. Second floor office. Brother Xingchuan. I was wrong. I really did break the blue and white bowl accidentally. I will find a way to pay you back, so please let me go. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, in front of Zhao Xingchuan at the Xiangshan Hotel, there was a tearful woman kneeling, and it was Zhao Dayang's mother, Wang Mei. She kept kowtowing to Zhao Xingchuan. However, even if she now knocks her head until it bleeds, Zhao Xingchuan, who is sitting on the sofa polishing the glass ashtray, is not moved at all. Sister-in-law, it's not that I don't care about family ties, but just look at how much I have helped your family over the years. You had no job, so I immediately arranged for you to work in my restaurant. Xingbei is crippled and has no labor to work the farm, so I immediately took over your family's orchard. When your son was beaten silly and couldn't afford treatment, I personally contacted lenders to get you the money. Have I not helped your family a lot over the years? Wang Mei's expression was mixed as she listened to Zhao Xingchuan's account of the kindnesses he had shown them. She choked up, but said, Brother Xingchuan, I know that you have really helped our family a lot over the years, but now, we really can't come up with 300,000 yuan. If not, I'll wash your family's dishes for the rest of my life to pay you back. Zhao Xingchuan said coldly. Ha? Wash your family's dishes for the rest of your life? Wang Mei, you know that we have enough dishwashers in the restaurant. It's only because of my brother that I let you in. To be honest, the 3,000 yuan a month is considered a free gift from me. Otherwise, where would you find the money to pay the loan shark's 2,000 yuan a month interest? So what you're saying is that I should pay back the 300,000 yuan out of my own pocket, right? Wang Mei listened to Zhao Xingchuan's words and cried with grievance, her eyes red. Xingchuan, how can you say that? I wash more than half of the dishes at the Xiangshan restaurant by myself. My hands are worth 2 or 3 pairs of others. How can what I do with my own labor be considered free labor for you? As soon as Zhao Xingchuan heard this, his face immediately changed. Damn you, you bitch. How dare you talk back to me? Zhao Xingchuan was furious. Suddenly, he threw the ashtray in his hand at Wang Mei's head. Ah! Wang Mei let out a cry of pain, and a large amount of blood instantly flowed from her forehead. Zhao Xingchuan stood up even more proudly, and stamped on Wang Mei's stomach with one foot. You bitch. I'll tell you the truth. I've already told someone to go to your house and force that cripple to sell the house as collateral. In the past, my father didn't leave me the ancestral home. Now I'll take it back on my own. Ha 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 ha. What? Wang Mei heard this and her vision went dark, and she fainted directly. At this time, Zhao Dayang also arrived at the door of the Xiangshan Hotel with Qian Song in a rage. Boom! The office door was kicked open by Zhao Dayang's foot. As soon as he entered, he saw his mother, covered in blood, collapsed on the ground. Next to her was a blood-stained ashtray, and Zhao Xingchuan was standing nearby, smoking condescendingly. Mom! Zhao Dayang rushed over immediately. He helped his mother up. At that moment, Wang Mei was in a deep coma, her forehead bleeding profusely. Zhao Dayang didn't care about anything else, and quickly used the acupuncture point method from the Linglong Medical Classic to block several of Wang Mei's major acupuncture points and help stop the bleeding. Zhao Xingchuan looked at Zhao Dayang and said with amusement, So you've actually come? Ha? Isn't this my idiot nephew? You good for nothing. Why have you come? Oh? Did you come in person to deliver the contract for the mortgage on the house? Zhao Dayang was furious at this moment. After helping his mother stop the bleeding, he suddenly stood up and punched Zhao Xingchuan in the nose. You son of a bitch! Boom! The blow directly broke Zhao Xingchuan's nose bone. Ah! Zhao Xingchuan was caught off guard and instantly took 3 steps back, falling onto the sofa. You! You idiot! How dare you hit me? Zhao Dayang's teeth gnashed. Boom! He gave another kick, directly sending Zhao Xingchuan 2 or 3 meters away. Zhao Xingchuan panicked. He never imagined that the idiot who used to kowtow before him would dare to hit him with his fists and feet. He quickly shouted to Qian Song. What are you still standing there for? Call someone. Hurry up and call someone to drag this idiot away. Oh! Qian Song hurriedly ran out of the door, holding it open. Soon Qian Song rushed in with 4 of his henchmen. Zhao Xingchuan, seeing this, shouted to the 4 men, overcome with glee. Go on. Kill the kid. How dare you hit me? Today I'll teach you a lesson for your parents' sake, you idiot. The 4 men, employees of the store, immediately charged up, fists raised. Zhao Xingchuan had originally thought that Zhao Dayang was just a fool with brute strength. No matter how powerful he was, 2 hands could not defeat 4 fists. However, bang 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 bang. Zhao Dayang's speed was astonishing. Before anyone could see how he had done it, the 4 of them had been dealt with in no time at all. Zhao Xingchuan was terrified when he saw his men lying on the ground in all directions. He watched as Zhao Dayang walked dangerously closer and closer. Then he turned his eyes and said with a stiff smile, "Ha, ha, nephew, it's all a misunderstanding." Zhao Dayang's eyes were like fire, and he picked Zhao Xingchuan up by the scruff of the neck. "A misunderstanding? You locked my mother up in the Shangshan Hotel and beat her up like this, and now you're telling me it's a misunderstanding?" Zhao Xingchuan was talking nonsense with his eyes wide open. "My dear nephew, it's your mother who's being unreasonable. She doesn't want to return the 300,000 yuan to me, and she's using family ties to morally blackmail me, even threatening to die. She's the one who hit herself in the head with an ashtray. You're full of shit. Do you think I can't even tell if my mother was beaten up or if she killed herself?" Zhao Dayang could not believe that Zhao Xingchuan would say such shameless things. He immediately punched Zhao Xingchuan in the stomach again. Ouch! Now that Zhao Dayang had cultivated the Chaos Heart Sutra, his strength was extraordinary. Zhao Xingchuan could hardly straighten up after taking his punch. Big nephew. This is really just a misunderstanding. If you don't believe me, wait until your mother wakes up and you can ask her yourself. Zhao Xingchuan was convinced that Wang Mei was a weak character. Ever since Zhao Dayang had made her work at the Shangshan Hotel, she had been almost completely obedient to him. Especially now that she owed him 300,000 yuan, she still accepted her fate without complaint. Cut the crap. Bring me the pieces of the broken blue and white porcelain bowl. Zhao Xingchuan was taken aback. What do you want the pieces for? Bang! Zhao Dayang slammed his fist into Zhao Xingchuan's stomach again. Do it! Ouch! Zhao Xingchuan screamed in pain, but he didn't care at the moment, and shouted at Qian Song. What are you still doing here? Go find me those pieces. In no time, Qian Song returned with a bag of pieces in a plastic bag. Zhao Dayang took out the pieces of the blue and white porcelain bowl and looked at them carefully. Zhao Xingchuan laughed disdainfully on the side. Dayang, can you even tell antiques? This is a blue and white porcelain bowl from Jingdezhen in the Yuan dynasty. Forget it, you're just a fool, you wouldn't understand. Zhao Dayang put the pieces together and suddenly noticed the 3 characters Jingdezhen on the bottom of the bowl. However, below these 3 characters, there were a few familiar Arabic numerals. 2023. Zhao Dayang angrily read out these numbers. He turned his head and slammed these characters in Zhao Xingchuan's face. Zhao Xingchuan. Is this what you call an antique blue and white porcelain bowl? Produced in 2023? Boom! Zhao Xingchuan's heart trembled. He didn't think that this kid really saw through it. This blue and white porcelain bowl was simply a craft item that he bought at a stall in the market for just 5 yuan. At the moment, seeing Zhao Dayang's murderous expression, Zhao Xingchuan's heart also began to doubt, and he immediately threw the pot at the guest. Ouch! Big nephew. Look at my eyes. When the customer told me it was an antique, why didn't I take a closer look? Your uncle just realized that I've been taken advantage of too. But I really did pay 300,000 yuan for your mother. How about this? Why don't I pay 300,000 yuan, and your mother and I each pay half? How about 150,000 yuan each? As soon as Zhao Xingchuan asked this question, Zhao Dayang's fist arrived as promised. I'll go to hell if I have to. Boom! This punch directly made Zhao Xingchuan spit out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Dayang grabbed him by the collar and pressed him to the ground, threatening him. Take out that IOU and tear it up right now. Zhao Xingchuan's plan was revealed, and now he was being pressed to the ground like a dead dog by Zhao Dayang, so he could only point shakily to the drawer in the office. Second layer, the innermost file is in the folder. Zhao Dayang quickly found the IOU. SSSHH. In front of Zhao Xingchuan's face, he instantly tore the IOU into pieces. Zhao Xingchuan. Starting today, my mother no longer works at the Shangshan Hotel, and we will keep our distance. If you dare to harass our family again, don't blame me for not respecting the relationship between relatives. Leaving these words behind, Zhao Dayang left with Wang Mei on his back. When Zhao Dayang was long gone, Zhao Xingchuan, who was still on the ground, slowly took out his phone and made a call. Hello, Brother Bin? Do you have time to come to the restaurant for dinner? I have a little matter that I need to trouble Brother Bin. Chapter 5, The Woman Who Steals Vegetables. It was already midnight when Zhao Dayang returned home, carrying Wang Mei on his back. After returning home, Zhao Dayang only lightly told his father and younger sister that the incident with the blue and white porcelain bowl was a misunderstanding and the 300,000 yuan was written off. However, Zhao Xinghua and Zhao Xiaodai were not fools. They saw the bloodstains on Wang Mei's body and Zhao Dayang's bloody fist. They immediately understood everything. Zhao Dayang looked at his father, who had gray hair at the temples, and his sister, who was skinny from chronic malnutrition. A strong sense of self-blame welled up in his heart. Dad. Sister. Don't worry, from now on, as long as I'm here, nothing like this will ever happen again in our family. At this point, Zhao Xinghua looked at his son hesitantly. Xiang, are you not stupid anymore? In fact, ever since he started beating up those two rascals, Zhao Xinghua had sensed that his son was different, but at the time, the situation was urgent and Zhao Xinghua didn't have time to think about it. But now, looking at his son with tears in his eyes and speaking so coherently, he felt that he was a different person. Zhao Xiaodai also reacted to her brother's change at this moment. Yes, brother, you don't look like a fool anymore. Zhao Dayang said with a sigh, turning to the two of them. Dad, little sister, when I went to the field in the morning, I fell and had a bad fall. But it was a blessing in disguise, because I've now come to my senses. I'm no longer the idiot who knows nothing. And I won't have to take those expensive pills anymore. The two were shocked and overjoyed to hear that Zhao Dayang was no longer an idiot. That's great. Xiaoyang, Dad's legs aren't working anymore. If you'd stayed stupid for the rest of your life, I'd have worried about how to take care of you in my old age. Now that you're not stupid anymore, I can let go of this weight on my heart. Zhao Xiaodai was even more excited and threw herself into Zhao Dayang's arms. Oh brother, that's great. After you went stupid, I often hid in the middle of the night and cried, afraid that my parents would see me. I dreamed of you getting back to your old self. Suddenly, Zhao Dayang looked down at his father's legs again. Dad, pull up your pant leg, let me take a look at your leg, maybe I can cure it. Zhao Xinghua shook his head and laughed. Dayang, Dad's leg has been disabled for 3 years, and the doctors at the hospital are at their wits' end. What can you, a nerd who has never studied medicine, possibly see? Go to bed after washing up. Dad, actually, when I fell, a flash of white light suddenly appeared in my head. Then for some inexplicable reason, I suddenly had some knowledge of medicine in my head. I think I can cure your legs. Just let me try. Zhao Xinghua was shocked after hearing this. He didn't immediately suspect his son, because he knew Zhao Dayang's character, and the boy had never been able to lie since he was a child. After a while, he suddenly seemed to make up his mind and said to Zhao Dayang. Good. Son. Dad will trust you for once. Before, some old people in the village also said that some fools, once they weren't stupid anymore, it was like they had a new soul, and they could become extremely smart. After a pause, Zhao Xinghua, fearing that his son was under too much pressure, hastily added. Don't be nervous, it's okay if you can't cure it. Anyway, the doctor said that Dad's legs are already dead, so just give it a try. It's better than doing nothing. Zhao Dayang moodily nodded towards Zhao Xinghua. Dad, I will do my best. Zhao Dayang's eyes were like lightning, staring fixedly at Zhao Xinghua's knees, as if he was considering how to get started. Suddenly, his hand shot up and quickly tapped a dozen acupuncture points. Zhao Xinghua didn't even have time to blink before Zhao Dayang had finished the series of manipulations. Ah! My leg! Abruptly, Zhao Xinghua's knee bounced forward sharply, like a nervous reflex. My leg actually moved? Zhao Xinghua looked at his leg in disbelief. For 3 years, he has had no feeling in his legs, and no matter how hard he beats them, he feels nothing. But just now? With Dayang's final movement, his leg actually bent and shot up a little. Yes, Dad, your leg is not actually incurable. I just opened up your nerves today, but you still can't stand up for the time being. But don't worry, tomorrow at noon, after the Chinese medicine shop in the next village opens, I'll go buy some Chinese medicine. If you take the medicine, in half a month your legs will be able to stand up again. Hearing Zhao Dayang's words, Zhao Xinghua's eyes filled with tears, and he took his son's hand. Dayang, you not only cured my legs, you also gave the Zhao family hope and a reason to cheer up again. After a few more heartfelt words, Zhao Dayang told his father and sister to go rest. He himself went to the family fields. He had just observed the spirit bottle in his mind. Although there was only a solitary drop of spirit liquid inside, there was another drop at the mouth of the bottle that was about to fall but had not yet done so. He guessed that the spirit bottle would naturally produce a drop of spirit liquid every day. So he thought, since this spirit essence has the effect of nourishing all things, he will give it a try. Ancestor, you can't be cheating me, can you? With that, Zhao Dayang took out the spirit essence and dropped it into the bucket of water next to him. After mixing it well, he sprinkled the water evenly over his leek field. His family's land is not large, and it used to be mainly an orchard, but since the orchard was sold to Zhao Xingchuan for 20,000 yuan, the family only has this little land left. Usually, they grow small farm vegetables such as chili peppers, leeks, bok choy, and pea tips in separate areas. They can only be eaten by their family. Ah! A snake! Suddenly, a figure suddenly jumped up from his family's vegetable garden. Judging from the back, it seemed to be a woman. At the moment, she was still holding a plastic bag in her hand. Zhao Dayang only then noticed that a large piece of cabbage had been cut from the far corner of his vegetable garden. Damn it! Someone came to steal vegetables from my garden in the middle of the night? Who is this inconsiderate person? He immediately chased after the woman. Zhao Dayang was young and strong, and he grabbed the woman by the collar in a few movements. Zishua! Unexpectedly, the woman's clothes were of such poor quality? Zhao Dayang just gave a gentle tug and ripped the woman's clothes to shreds? Ah! You scoundrel! Without saying a word, the woman suddenly turned around and slapped Zhao Dayang directly in the face. Pop! Zhao Dayang was stunned by the slap. What's going on? This woman stole his vegetables and then slapped him? Is there no justice in the world? He immediately grabbed the woman's hand and told her not to move. You little brat! You stole my vegetables and you dare to hit me? Ah! Let go of me! The woman struggled desperately, jumping up and down like a madwoman. Since Zhao Dayang had torn her clothes apart earlier, her breasts were now exposed, and her clothes hung in two halves on her two white arms in a disheveled manner. Combined with her jumping movements, Zhao Dayang felt dizzy as he looked at the white flashing in front of his eyes. That's enough! Stop jumping around! Zhao Dayang really couldn't stand it anymore. If the girl kept jumping like that, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to keep his hands off her. So, he tried to reach out and grab the woman's shoulders. However, he accidentally pressed his hands on the woman's chest. For a moment, his palms felt an indescribable softness and warmth, and he froze in place. The woman also seemed to have turned to stone and couldn't move. The two of them locked eyes. Zhao Dayang then took advantage of the moonlight to see the woman's face clearly. Shan Yu? Although the girl in front of him was disheveled and her hair was a mess, Zhao Dayang still recognized her at first glance. Shin Yu was the child of a crazy woman from Shichao village. The woman died when Shin Yu was very young, and no one knew who the father of the child was. The poor Shin Yu could only rely on her grandmother for support. Just a few years ago, her grandmother died, and Shin Yu also became confused. At night, she often goes out to steal chickens and pigs. Thinking that Shin Yu is also a poor person, Zhao Dayang let her go. Take it. Zhao Dayang picked up the Chinese cabbage on the ground and handed it to Shin Yu. Shin Yu looked at Zhao Dayang with a puzzled face and suddenly laughed. Hey, Zhao's idiot, you really are an idiot. I stole your vegetables, and you actually gave them to me? You're the idiot. Zhao Dayang tapped Shin Yu on the head with his hand. If you want to eat cabbage in the future, you don't have to come out in the middle of the night to steal it. You can just come to my field and pull it out in an open and aboveboard manner. But I can remind you that you are only allowed to pull out those that are ripe, and you are not allowed to move the seedlings around anymore. Shin Yu was suddenly moved when he heard Zhao Dayang's words, and asked with some emotion. Zhao's idiot, why are you giving me free food? Zhao Dayang looked at Shin Yu, who was a head shorter than him, and couldn't help feeling a sense of mutual admiration. He had been the village idiot for 3 years and knew how bad it felt to be bullied and teased. The vegetables in his field were worthless, so it didn't matter if he gave her some. Zhao Dayang couldn't say that he pitied her, so he just made something up. I think you look like my ex-girlfriend. Shin Yu's face suddenly turned red. It doesn't matter if you look like her or not, anyway, you can tell me. I can come to your house and take vegetables, right? Zhao Dayang nodded. I always keep my word. Shin Yu smiled and took the cabbage from Zhao Dayang's hand. Silly Dayang, let me tell you first, you're giving me vegetables for free, and I won't repay you. After saying that, Shin Yu suddenly jumped up and kissed Zhao Dayang on the cheek. Chapter 6, White Tiger Gang. Zhao Dayang returned home and was unable to sleep all night. His mind kept replaying the images of bathing with sister Yuru and accidentally touching Xinyu's breasts. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Zhao Dayang fell asleep with 2 dark circles under his eyes. However, before he could sleep for long, there was suddenly a loud noise of smashing outside. "Oh no, stop smashing. This is all the stuff we have in our house. If you smash it all up, how will we live?" "Humph. How will we live? If you don't pay us back the money, my brothers and I don't know how we will live either." Then came the voice of his sister Zhao Shaodai crying, "Brothers, we borrowed 30,000 yuan from you before, and we have already paid you back twice. Why isn't that enough?" "Ha? Little sister, this borrowing of money doesn't involve interest, does it? The 20,000 yuan has already grown to 100,000 yuan with compound interest. You have paid it back twice, but there is still 80,000 yuan left. If you don't pay up today, I'm not only going to trash your house, I'm going to set it on fire." The other party looked fierce and didn't want to joke around at all. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shaodai cried even louder. Zhao Dayang was instantly wide awake upon hearing this. He sat up and jumped up, took a big step and rushed out. There were actually more than 10 fierce-looking men standing in the courtyard, all of them wearing identical suits and shiny leather shoes. They looked like respectable people, but their tattoos on their wrists revealed their identity. White Tigers. These are actually the White Tiger Gang? Zhao Dayang couldn't understand why his family had offended the most fierce gang in Xuanhe town. "What are you doing?" A bearded man looked over at Zhao Dayang upon hearing this. "You must be Zhao's idiot son, right?" Zhao Dayang frowned. "Did the other party come prepared?" "My name is Zhao Dayang. Say what you have to say and get it over with." The other party snorted, stepped forward, and lightly poked Zhao Dayang in the chest, saying provocatively, "Borrow money?" Zhao Dayang remembered that over the years, his family had tried every means to cure him, but they couldn't make ends meet and soon they were destitute. In the end, they had no choice but to ask their uncle, who hadn't spoken to them in years, for a loan, but he claimed to have no money and could only introduce them to a loan shark. In fact, Zhao Dayang had always known over the years that his family had borrowed from loan sharks and had to pay a high interest rate of 2,000 yuan per month. But what he didn't know was that the person his family had borrowed money from was the Baihu gang, the most arrogant gang in Xuanhe town. Humph. This detestable uncle. It's fine that he says he doesn't have any money to lend, but he actually introduced our family to the shady loan sharks. Zhao Dayang clenched his fists in anger. He knew deep down that this was definitely his uncle's trick. The unshaven man seemed to enjoy Zhao Dayang's fiery look and sneered. "Ha? You're already complaining? If your uncle hadn't introduced you to the loan sharks to raise the money for your treatment, you wouldn't even be alive today." Zhao Dayang knew that at that time, his parents must have had no other choice but to listen to his uncle's nonsense and get into debt with loan sharks. Thinking about this, he felt even more remorseful. Just then, Wang Mei, who had gone to the fields in the morning to pick vegetables, returned. Seeing the mess in the house and the leader of the loan sharks, she immediately understood what was going on. She dropped the vegetables and hurried over, grabbed the man with the beard by the arm and begged him in a low voice. "Brother Yao Bin, it's not even the end of the month yet. I'll pay the interest on the 2,000 yuan by the end of the month. Don't make things difficult for my family." The man with the beard named Yao Bin snorted in derision. "The end of the month? Ha ha. I already know that you've been fired from the Xiangxiang Hotel. In that case, you have no income, so how are you going to pay me back?" As soon as the bearded man said this, Zhao Dayang immediately understood. It was his uncle who had done it again. Otherwise, how could the other party know that his mother had quit working at the Xiangxiang Hotel just in one night? It must be what that Zhao Xingchuan guy said. Moreover, the fact that the White Tiger gang came looking for him so quickly was obviously at Zhao Xingchuan's behest, and perhaps he even gave the other party some kind of benefit. Isn't it still not time to pay back the debt? What gives you the right to come to our house and trash it? Just now, through his mother's words, Zhao Dayang caught a key piece of information, which was that it wasn't yet time to pay back the interest today. The other party sneered and said to Zhao Dayang provocatively, "It's true that the day to pay back the interest isn't until 3 days from now, but your mother doesn't even have a job right now, so how can she pay back our interest?" Zhao Dayang gritted his teeth and said, "This is our home, how could we possibly run away? Don't worry, in 3 days, I will find a way to come up with 2,000 yuan. Zhao Dayang knew that his family was already at its wit's end, and now, not to mention 2,000 yuan, even 200 yuan could not be found. However, if he had 3 days, he could still think of a way. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the other person burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. You idiot, are you very naive? You think I brought dozens of men to your house for the measly 2,000 yuan? Do I look like a crazy person? I'm here to collect the principal and interest, and I want your entire family to pay 100,000 yuan, plus 2,000 yuan in interest. Wang Mei cried out. Brother Yao Bin, you're killing us. How can our family come up with 100,000 yuan all at once? Yao Bin kicked Wang Mei away impatiently. Cut the crap. If you don't have the money, I'll burn your house down today. Boom. As the bearded man finished speaking, a punch came flying at him. It knocked him 2 meters back and sent stars flying before his eyes. How dare you touch my mother? I'll kill you first. Zhao Dayang clenched his fists. If anyone dares to touch his family, he'll fight to the death with them. Damn it. Brothers. Attack. Kill this kid. Yao Bin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and immediately ordered a dozen of his men to charge up. Ah. Zhao Xiaodai let out a low cry and covered her eyes, afraid to look. Zhao Xinghua also clenched his fists and nervously watched his son. If he could stand up now, he would also go up and fight these bastards. Although Wang Mei was just a woman, she was a strong mother. She got back up and grabbed the flat bar in the yard and hit the group of people hard. Zhao Dayang punched one after the other. Although the opponent was a highly trained professional fighter from the White Tiger Gang, he had inherited the Chaos Heart Sutra from his ancestors, and coupled with years of farming, his physical fitness was far superior to ordinary people. Bang 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 bang. After a few punches, he actually defeated their subordinates. At this time, Yao Bin, who had been knocked to the ground, also wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up. He didn't expect that this kid could actually fight quite well. The other party had more than 10 professional thugs, and in theory, even if Zhao Dayang had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would inevitably be defeated. However, at the moment, he looked like an Iron Man. No matter how many punches the other party landed, it was as if they were hitting a steel plate. Not only did Zhao Dayang not move an inch, but he was also able to punch quickly. Bang 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 bang. Zhao Dayang's strikes became faster and faster, and his power became more and more ferocious. Aha! He went crazy and pounded at the dozen people. In just a few short seconds, the dozen or so White Tiger Gang disciples, who had been so menacing, were all knocked to the ground, one after the other. Zhao Dayang also locked the leader Yao Bin's throat with one foot. Yao Bin was so scared that he immediately shouted to stop. Big brother, spare my life. He was terrified by Zhao Dayang's unstoppable momentum. He knew that if the other person kicked him, he would probably die instantly. Zhao Dayang looked like a mad lion at that moment, his bloodthirsty eyes fixed on Yao Bin on the ground. Touch me? You can. But touch my family? No way. Yao Bin looked at the terrifying eyes in front of him. He was familiar with those eyes. Having been on the streets for a long time, he knew very well that if he dared to disobey Zhao Dayang at this moment, the kid would really kill him. Brother Dayang, I know I was wrong. I don't want the money. Just let me go. Although 100,000 yuan was also a small fortune for Yao Bin, it was nothing compared to his life. At the moment, he didn't want money at all. He just wanted to save his life and escape. However, Wang Mei stood up at this time and said, Brother Yao Bin, it is only natural to repay debts. We will definitely repay the money we owe you. But, now you have also broken a lot of things in our house. How about this? The interest on the 2,000 yuan will be offset. As for the principal of the 20,000 yuan, we will definitely find a way to repay you by this time next month. Zhao Dayang was very confused by this. Mom! Dayang! Listen to your mom. Wang Mei winked at Zhao Dayang to stop him. She knew that it was good that the money would not be returned, but who were the White Tiger Gang? Now that her son had beaten someone from the White Tiger Gang, the other party would definitely not let it go. Offsetting the interest and then paying back the principal might make the other party less angry. But what if she doesn't even pay the principal? What if Yao Bin calls someone else to come back? I heard that the White Tiger Gang has guns. Even if her son is good at fighting, he won't be able to fight off a bullet. Brother Yao Bin, do you think that's a good idea? Wang Mei looked at Yao Bin earnestly. How dare Yao Bin say no at this point? He quickly nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Whatever you say, Auntie Wang. Wang Mei let out a sigh of relief and said to her son. Dayang, quickly release brother Yao Bin. Zhao Dayang still felt uneasy, so he suddenly reached out and gave Yao Bin's chest 2 taps. Ouch. These 2 taps seemed to be very light, but in fact, when they landed on Yao Bin, they made him feel worse than death. Ah. My chest hurts so much. What did you do to me? Zhao Dayang just used the acupressure technique from the exquisite medical classics to make Yao Bin's qi and blood flow disordered. Whenever he exerts himself or speaks, he will feel a sharp pain in his chest, and the more he exerts himself, the more painful it becomes. In order to prevent you from bringing anyone else here to make trouble, I have to give you a little warning first. Only I can release this acupressure point, and it will be useless for you to go to the hospital. If you don't stir up trouble behind my back for a month, I'll naturally help you relieve it. Otherwise, when your blood and qi blockage reaches its limit, you can go back to your Tai Nai. Get out. After saying this, Zhao Dayang gave him a hard kick. Brothers, let's go. Zhao Bin didn't dare to stay any longer and led his brothers, who were all bruised and battered, away in a flurry. Chapter 7, I'll leave the door open for you tonight. After Zhao Dayang had driven everyone away, he looked at the mess on the floor. He thought to himself that the reason his family had become like this was because of him. He swore that he would find a way to make his family live a good life. Brother, you were simply so cool just now. A dozen people weren't your match. When did you become so awesome? Zhao Xiaodai looked at Zhao Dayang with admiration. Wang Mei, however, said to Zhao Dayang with worry in her heart. Dayang, we only have 1 month. I'll try to find the money as soon as possible. If that doesn't work, we still have 2 mu of vegetable garden at home. Zhao Dayang knew that his mother was planning to sell the family's vegetable garden. But there was only so little vegetable garden left at home now, and if it was sold, there would be no vegetables to eat in the future. He quickly interrupted Wang Mei. Mom, don't worry, I'll find a way to get the money. I'm not stupid anymore, I'll take care of the family from now on. Zhao Dayang looked at Wang Mei with a determined expression. Zhao Xinghua spoke in a deep voice. Son, I believe in you. If there's anything we can do to help, just let us know. And I'll think about it, see if there are any relatives or friends we can borrow from. We can also ask the neighbors, let's try to scrape together some money. Zhao Dayang looked at his father with emotion. Dad, don't worry, for the next month, you can just go about your usual business, don't worry about anything else. He knew that in the situation his family was in, they had borrowed everything they could over the years, and there was simply no way they could borrow any more money. After saying this, Zhao Dayang picked up the bucket and continued walking towards the fields. He couldn't wait to see how the leeks were doing that he had watered with the spirit liquid last night. According to the words of the ancestors, the spirit liquid in the spirit gathering bottle can nourish all things. I wonder how the leeks are doing now. Dayang. As he walked quickly forward, a familiar voice called out to him. Zhao Dayang turned around and saw a beautiful woman with a plump figure and a smile like a flower walking towards him. Sister Yuru. When he saw Tian Yuru, Zhao Dayang couldn't help but think of the time they took a bath together, and his face immediately turned red. Tian Yuru saw Zhao Dayang's shy expression and a trace of smugness flashed across her face. The swaying of her hips became even more exaggerated. Before Zhao Dayang was a fool, and he didn't understand anything. Although she often teased him, he would just laugh foolishly, without any meaning. But now, seeing this boy's blushing face, he is much cuter. Dayang. Going to the fields? Tian Yuru came forward and took Zhao Dayang's hand, as if they were familiar with each other. Zhao Dayang subconsciously let go and laughed awkwardly. Yes, Yuru, where are you going? Tian Yuru pointed to the lunchbox she was carrying. I know you'll be going to the fields at this time, and I was just about to go find you. Here, I made egg noodles again today, and I want to give them to you. I know you have a big appetite, but you're usually afraid to eat much at home, so you're always hungry. I needed this dough fresh today, so you should try it. No rush, let's eat after we're done working. Zhao Dayang was in a hurry to go to the field to check on the leeks he had watered the night before, and turned to go. Tian Yuru didn't expect that after this idiot had stopped being an idiot, he seemed to have grown distant from her. Dayang, wait up. She immediately followed him. When the two arrived at the field, the sight of the half-meter-tall, lush leeks in front of them instantly made Zhao Dayang dumbfounded. Oh my god! They're so tall. Tian Yuru was also shocked by the sight in front of her, and she covered her mouth in amazement. Wow! They're so long and thick. She had never seen leeks this long and this thick before. Dayang, did you plant these? These leeks are so fat. She said. Tian Yuru couldn't help herself, and directly plucked a stalk and put it in her mouth to chew. It's delicious. Dayang, this leek has a lot of juice. Zhao Dayang didn't expect that Yuru would actually eat raw leeks. Yuru, this leek will give you a stomachache if you eat it raw. Ouch. Unexpectedly, as soon as Zhao Dayang finished speaking, Tian Yuru covered her stomach and her face turned red. Sister, you? What's wrong with you? Zhao Dayang quickly helped Tian Yuru up and said, See, sister, I told you it would upset your stomach. No. Not. Unexpectedly, Tian Yuru looked at Zhao Dayang with a troubled expression on her face, and her body leaned softly towards Zhao Dayang's chest. Dayang, that place is uncomfortable again. This scared Zhao Dayang. He had already tried his best to warn himself not to think about that day, but he never expected that Tian Yuru would say this in broad daylight. Itchy? That place is itchy? In the past, when Zhao Dayang was still a fool, he could remain indifferent to what Tian Yuru said, but now that he was no longer a fool, he knew very well what Tian Yuru was implying. Tian Yuru, I'm no longer a fool, so please don't tease me anymore. Tian Yuru was also anxious. At the moment, she was sweating all over. Dayang, I'm not joking with you, Dayang. Why don't you help me just this once? Zhao Dayang hurriedly refused. No way, Sister Yuru. Suddenly, his eyes flickered and he saw the leeks he had planted next to him. Just now, Sister Yuru was fine, but as soon as she ate his leeks, she immediately couldn't stop itching? Could it be the effect of his leeks? Zhao Dayang thought that leeks have had an aphrodisiac effect since ancient times, and last night he had watered the leek field with the elixir, so could it be that the elixir had enhanced this function of the leeks? Upon thinking of this, he immediately plucked a leek and swallowed it. Almost as soon as he had swallowed the leek, Zhao Dayang felt a warmth in his lower abdomen. It seemed as if something wanted to gush out. And his brother was also ready to go at once. He quickly squatted down and pretended to weed the leeks to hide some of his features. But he couldn't stop his heart from rejoicing. Great! The leeks he had watered with the spirit liquid were indeed different. With such remarkable functions, the price of his leeks would certainly rise accordingly. Tian Yuru saw that Zhao Dayang was unwilling to agree with her, so she pouted a little angry. Dayang, didn't you say before that if I still itched, I could come to you for scratching? You heartless man. You can't go back on your word. Although Zhao Dayang really liked his sister Yuru, he had more important things to do right now. He was in a hurry to cut the leeks and sell them for money. After all, he urgently needed to earn 20,000 yuan. If he sold the leeks today, he could water them with the magic liquid tonight, and they would grow back in the morning. Therefore, Zhao Dayang dared not waste any time. Sister, I promised you that I would scratch your back properly, but I am in a hurry to go to the market now. If I'm late, I won't be able to catch the morning market, so let's do it some other day. After saying this, Zhao Dayang quickly picked up the sickle and, in no time at all, cut all the leeks in the field and put them in a bucket. Tian Yuru saw that Zhao Dayang didn't have the heart to do it, and looked at her own weapon with some inferiority complex. Could it be that her figure is not attractive enough? Before she could think much more, Zhao Dayang had already finished cutting the leeks and was planning to leave with the load. Hey! Wait! Tian Yuru finally stuffed the lunchbox into Zhao Dayang's bucket. If you're not going to help me, just take the noodles with you and eat them on the way. Remember not to let them sit for too long, or they'll get mushy. Hearing this, Zhao Dayang felt a surge of emotion in his heart, and at the same time, he felt a little guilty. Sister Yuru has always been so good to him? And now he is actually not even willing to help her with such a small favor as scratching her itch? Looking at the lunchbox in the bucket, he felt a little remorseful for a while. Sister! You leave the door open for me tonight. I'll come over as soon as I'm done. Daring to say this, Zhao Dayang picked up the leeks and ran like he was escaping. Chapter 8, Leeks Sell Like Hotcakes. Zhao Dayang walked for more than an hour and finally arrived at the entrance to the vegetable market in Xuanhe town. It was the time of the day when the crowds were at their peak. There were no vacant spaces inside the market, so Zhao Dayang had to sell at the entrance. He spread out a rectangular piece of snakeskin leather that he had previously cut up and sewn together. This was better than a plastic bag for keeping the leeks from rotting, as it allowed the water to drain. Soon, people were attracted to Zhao Dayang's long, thick leeks. "Hey, young man, how come your leeks are so fat? How much are they?" 10 yuan per caddy. What? 10 yuan per caddy. This is just leek. Anyone who doesn't know would think it's meat. The woman who asked about the price immediately showed a disgusted expression. The old man selling vegetables nearby also looked over with contempt. "Young man, my leeks are only 2 yuan per caddy. Although they are not as fat as yours, it's too exaggerated for you to sell them for 10 yuan per caddy." A young woman next to him spoke up at this time. "Will you sell them for 3 yuan per caddy? If you do, I'll buy 2 caddies." "No. 10 yuan. No bargaining." Zhao Dayang had cut almost 100 caddies of leeks today. He had calculated that if he sold all of them, at 10 yuan per caddy, he would make a net profit of 1,000 yuan. That would be enough to make 20,000 yuan in just 20 days. "Forget it, if you're not selling, you're not selling. Young man, you really don't know how to be flexible. These aren't high-end vegetables from an imported supermarket, and you dare to sell them so expensively? You think you know it all." Zhao Dayang explained. "My leeks have a very good aphrodisiac effect, and selling them for 10 yuan is actually quite cheap. If you've bought them before, you'll know that they're excellent value for money." "What? Aphrodisiac effect? Ah, young man, you're so naive. Although it has been said since ancient times that leeks have an aphrodisiac effect, that stuff has minimal effect. And can't ordinary leeks also have an aphrodisiac effect?" "Exactly. My $2 leeks are just a little skinnier, but they have the same effect. Why should your leeks cost $10? Zhao Dayang laughed at the old man. "Old man, I'm not joking. I believe that only by trying can you find out whether my leeks are effective. May I ask how old you are?" The old man looked at Zhao Dayang with a sneer, wondering what he was up to. "I'm 69. What's wrong?" Zhao Dayang handed over a leek from in front of his stall. "Grandpa, do you believe that eating my leeks can make your dick instantly 20 years younger?" The old man's face turned red from Zhao Dayang's teasing. "Damn you, you little brat. I'm already an old man, and you're still teasing me? No way." The noisy voices here, especially the keyword potent, quickly attracted a large number of people who came to watch the fun. Although they were not buying groceries, they suddenly became very curious to see the old man's reaction after taking the so-called aphrodisiac leeks. So they all started to make noise around him. "Old man, it's just a leek. Just try it." "Yes. Let's see if it works after you eat it." "It definitely won't work." "Old man, why don't you try it and slap the kid in the face?" Even the young woman who was just here shyly said to the old man. "Old man, I'll give you 10 yuan, just pretend to try it on my husband for me. If it really works, I'll buy 10 caddies of it for my husband, or no, for my friend's husband." With so many people encouraging him, and the young woman willing to pay 10 yuan for him to try it, the old man finally gave in. He took the leek from Zhao Dayang's hand. "Okay, brat, I won't hold back from exposing your lie." After saying this, he directly ate the leek on the spot. After all, he was already almost 70 years old, and even if this thing really had an aphrodisiac effect, an old man like him would not react at all. After the old man finished eating, everyone looked curiously towards the old man's key area. Suddenly, the old man had a shock. He suddenly used the plastic bag from the vegetable seller to cover his key area. Then he ran towards the market toilet as if he was escaping. "No way. I suddenly have to pee." As he left, a sharp-eyed customer saw him and immediately shouted, his eyes sparkling. "Ha ha! It works! It really works! I saw it just now. I saw it too. Young man, give me 3 caddies right now. I want to show that cold-hearted woman at home tonight that I'm awesome." The young woman who had originally claimed that if it worked, she would buy 10 caddies also immediately pushed her way in. "No way. I was here first. Get out of the way, all of you. I want to buy 10 caddies first." When the people around saw this, even those who hadn't seen the effect scrambled to get close. "I want some too. Give me a caddy too." Zhao Dayang didn't expect his leeks to sell so well. He happily weighed, bagged, collected money, and gave change, busily going about his work. Many people passing by wondered what the commotion was about. They started buying indiscriminately too. After all, in their opinion, something that everyone is scrambling for must be good. In just 10 minutes, Zhao Dayang had sold most of his leeks. Just as he was about to close up shop and go home with a good profit, suddenly a menacing voice rang out. Then several people shoved and jostled their way rudely over. Leading the way was a young man in his 20s with inverted triangular eyes, accompanied by 2 helpers. "You're selling vegetables on my turf and you're not paying the stall fee? 50 yuan. Give it to me." The man directly held out his hand towards Zhao Dayang. Zhao Dayang stopped moving and asked in confusion, "Are you the market administrator? I remember that the stall fees in the market are only 15 yuan for the bigger ones and 5 yuan for the smaller ones. Why should I charge 50 yuan? Ha? Where did you come from, kid? 5 yuan and 15 yuan? Those are the fees charged by knowledgeable and experienced people. For new people like you who don't know any better, 50 yuan is considered a bargain." The other person looked at Zhao Dayang with contempt, as if he were looking at a fool. Zhao Dayang was furious. He never imagined that the management here would be such a rogue scoundrel. Everyone earns hard-earned money, so what gives you the right to charge such a high fee? Besides, I don't have a stall in the market, I'm outside. You can't control me outside, can you? The other person laughed even harder when he heard this. Ha ha ha. You little brat. That's a new one. If there wasn't this market, could you come here to set up a stall? You obviously like the popularity of our market. Don't say you're going to set up a stall at the entrance to the market. Even if you set up a stall across the street, it's still under my control. Cut the crap. I've changed my mind. Your stall fee has gone up from 50 yuan to 100 yuan. If you don't pay, get the hell out of here. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 people next to him immediately stood out menacingly. It was as if Zhao Dayang was going to get a beating if he didn't pay. At this time, the old man who had gone to the toilet returned. As soon as he saw the market management staff, he immediately understood what was going on. After eating Zhao Dayang's leeks, he had changed his opinion of Zhao Dayang and quickly pulled his sleeve and whispered, "Young man, it's better to avoid trouble than to stir it up. These people are not to be trifled with. Just quickly take out the money and let them go. You still have to continue selling vegetables." Chapter 9, Beating Up the Manager. The other people selling vegetables nearby also persuaded Zhao Dayang. "Yes, young man, this person is a relative of the market owner's family, Goping. He has been in charge for generations. In the past, a few people who didn't listen to him have been driven away. If you obediently pay the money, you can continue to sell vegetables here in the future. Pay 100 yuan quickly, and give Goodigu 2 bundles of leeks as a gift, and let's settle this matter." Most of the people selling vegetables are ordinary people who can't afford to provoke someone like this. But Zhao Dayang has always been stubborn since he was a child, and he never gives in when he encounters injustice. He said firmly, "If he had spoken nicely and charged me the standard 5 yuan, I might have obediently handed it over to him. But as soon as he came, he asked for 50 yuan, which was obviously bullying. Now he's even more bullying and wants to charge me 100 yuan? No way." Zhao Dayang's stubborn attitude made everyone around him sigh and shake their heads. Those who were buying groceries also helplessly persuaded him. "Hey, young man, don't be stubborn, just pay and let's get on with selling the groceries. Otherwise, we'll all be delayed." "Yes. Hurry up and pay me and I'll weigh your vegetables, I'm in a hurry to go home and cook." "How can your elbow twist around your thigh? Accept your fate." The voices around him made Guping's face even more complacent. He crossed his arms over his chest and looked down at Zhao Dayang, as if waiting for him to kneel down and pay him. Unexpectedly, Zhao Dayang stubbornly said, "Guping, right? If you're not buying vegetables, get out of my way and don't stop me from doing business. You're not going to take the punishment, are you?" Guping was really angry. He didn't expect a little stinky peasant to actually dare to argue with him. He immediately shouted at the 2 men behind him, "You too! Go! Teach this arrogant brat a lesson." One of them immediately kicked the leeks in front of Zhao Dayang away with 1 foot. He stepped forward and grabbed him by the collar. Seeing how things had developed, the people around couldn't bear to watch anymore, thinking that Zhao Dayang was a dead man. However, just as the man was about to punch Zhao Dayang in the face, bang! Zhao Dayang struck back. He directly lifted his knee and slammed it hard on the other person's stomach. Ouch! The other person let out a cry of pain, feeling like this blow had knocked all of his internal organs out. He fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Seeing this, the other person immediately flew forward and kicked Zhao Dayang in the head with a front kick. However, before his leg reached midair, Zhao Dayang grabbed it with one hand. Following the direction of his kick, he used the force of the kick to pull upwards. With a crisp sound. Ah! My crotch! The opponent let out a pig-slaughtering cry and immediately collapsed on the ground like a broken doll, with his legs in a twisted position. It all happened so fast. In just 3 seconds, Gu Ping's 2 men had been disabled by Zhao Dayang. Gu Ping didn't expect the person in front of him to be such a tough nut, and for a moment, he knew he wasn't his match. You. Pointing at Zhao Dayang, he trembled with fear. You little brat, you've got some nerve. Alright, I'll let you off today. Just you wait. If you dare come back tomorrow, I'll make sure you die. After saying this, Gu Ping planned to make a run for it. However, before he could turn around and run out. Try to run? Zhao Dayang, however, flashed into action. He rushed directly behind him and kicked him in the butt. Ouch! Gu Ping was kicked directly across the street. He crashed right into a telephone pole. When he got up again and tried to make a run for it, there was a trail of cat urine on the ground. Zhao Dayang still cursed at the back of his head. I'll be back tomorrow. If you have the guts, you can kill me tomorrow. If you can't kill me, you'll kneel down and call me grandpa 3 times. The other person didn't even think about arguing back, and he quickened his pace even more, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. The other 2 also supported each other and fled like defeated roosters. After everyone had left, the people around them finally reacted. In particular, the old man who had been worried about Zhao Dayang immediately applauded. Ha ha ha! That's great! Young man, you've helped us get some revenge today. Gu Ping has been a bully in this generation for many years, relying on people in the market bureau. We've suffered a lot from him. I'm so happy to see him get embarrassed today. Yes. Well done. Tomorrow, this son of a bitch will definitely not dare to come again. Most people felt that it was gratifying, but there were also timid vegetable aunties who warned. Young man, it's great to stand out for a while, but this guy is said to know people on the street. You'd better not come tomorrow, otherwise, if you run into those ruthless characters in the underworld, you'll be in trouble. People on the street? Zhao Dayang thought that there were only 2 gangs in this Chuanha town, the Green Dragons and the White Tigers. Earlier, a dozen people from the White Tigers gang went to their house to cause trouble, but he beat them all up. What's the harm in a few more? Anyway, he is selling vegetables here in an open and above-board manner, not doing anything illegal or criminal, so why run? No. I'll come back tomorrow. Zhao Dayang's voice was full of momentum. I've done nothing to steal or rob, so why should I be afraid to come? And I believe everyone saw what happened today. It was clearly Gu Ping's gang who started it. If we talk about justice, I was just defending myself. Can someone with a little power in this world really use it as a club? Just because you manage a market, does that give you the right to look down on us farmers? Just because we have no money and no power, do we deserve to be bullied? If it weren't for us farmers working the land and growing vegetables, what would these people who think they are so high and mighty eat? Eat the wind and the rain? When he said this, the farmers selling vegetables around him straightened up a little. They applauded. Yes. You're right, young man. Why should we farmers be bullied? Damn it. I'm not going to be a wimp anymore. From now on, I'll only pay 5 yuan too. Whatever. Yes. Usually, we're all too weak, that's why we get bullied. If we all stand up for ourselves, the fists of dozens of us are no weaker than Gu Ping and the other 3, right? For a moment, Zhao Dayang's words stirred the blood of many men. They all thought back to the days of being bullied and hated their own cowardice. Zhao Dayang also didn't expect that his words would actually motivate so many people. He immediately spoke passionately to everyone. Don't worry. Whether it's tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, I, Zhao Dayang, will continue to sell here. If these bastards still dare to bully everyone, my fists won't let them. Add me. I won't let them off either. For a moment, several vegetable sellers, all of whom had looked to Zhao Dayang for leadership, rallied behind him. Only the woman who had just warned Zhao Dayang about Guping's bad temper was seen sadly shaking her head and muttering to herself. Young people, after all, are still too young. Zhao Dayang's hearing was now amazing, and of course he heard what the woman said, but he didn't say anything more. After all, when he could go all the way, he would naturally be able to shut these people up. Next, Zhao Dayang even managed to sell all the leeks. He felt his worn-out belt pouch, which was bulging. He was overjoyed. Just as he was about to close up shop and go home, a figure stood in front of him. Ha! Isn't that the Zhao family idiot? Zhao Dayang looked up at the sound. He saw a middle-aged woman with a small wire-curled explosion hairstyle, wearing a leopard print low-neck top and a small black leather skirt, walking up to him. As soon as he saw this person, the smile on Zhao Dayang's face immediately disappeared. It's you? The person in front of him was none other than Zhao Dayang's most hated great-aunt, Feng Yan, the wife of Zhao Xingxuan. Feng Yan knew that her husband had sent someone to get rid of Zhao Dayang, but now she saw that Zhao Dayang was selling vegetables at the market entrance in one piece. She knew that her husband's men had messed up. But when she thought that her husband was planning to give the other party 20,000 yuan as a reward, she felt a pang of pain in her heart. What the hell? You don't even know to greet your auntie, you good-for-nothing brat. Pop. Zhao Dayang stood up and slapped Feng Yan in the face immediately. Chapter 10, Throwing a Stone to Hit One's Own Foot. Feng Yan was slapped to the ground by Zhao Dayang. Her little leather skirt had a tear in it, and her hair was also scattered, looking extremely disheveled. Ouch! You little brat! How dare you hit me? Feng Yan said as she stood up and pointed at Zhao Dayang's head and cursed. No one has ever hit me in the face before. Pop! As soon as the words fell, Zhao Dayang quickly struck again. He slapped Feng Yan's face again. Is that enough? His movements were astonishingly fast, and Feng Yan had no time to react. 2 consecutive slaps had stunned Feng Yan. You. Zhao Dayang smirked. What? Not enough? Feng Yan was immediately scared and took a step back. Her face was still burning with pain. At this time, people gathered around to watch. Hey, isn't this the boss lady of Shangxiang restaurant? Gee, she usually looks so arrogant, but now her face is swollen up like a hill. The women who spoke were all from the market. Feng Yan was a feisty person, and she had offended many people in the market. Now, a few people who usually didn't like her saw her get beaten up, and they couldn't help but sneer and mock her. Feng Yan had never been treated like this before. She was also a person who loved face, and at the moment, she just wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. She glared at Zhao Dayang in anger. You brat, just you wait. With these words, she covered her face and ran away like she was escaping. Xiangxiang Hotel. Zhao Xingxuan was sitting in his office on the second floor, crossing his legs and relaxing. He was holding a stack of bills and a calculator in his hands, happily calculating this month's turnover. His restaurant is the biggest in the entire town of Shuana, and the people in town, whether for weddings or funerals, like to book at his restaurant. On average, he makes about 100,000 yuan a month, which is almost the ceiling for restaurants in the entire town. And this month, his business has been exceptionally good, and when he pressed the final button on the calculator, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. 120,000 yuan. Ha ha! I actually made 120,000 yuan this month. However, when he thought about the fact that 20,000 of the 120,000 yuan had to be given to those people from the White Tiger Gang, Yaobin, he felt a pang of pain. Humph. It's all that senseless son of a bitch's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have to waste 20,000 yuan. I hope Brother Bin breaks both of his legs and leaves him in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. I'll see how cocky he is then. As soon as he finished speaking, bang! The office door was suddenly kicked open. Zhao Xingchuan winced. When he saw who it was, he let out a sigh of relief and impatiently said, You stupid woman, you never knock when you come to my office. After glancing at his wife, Zhao Xingchuan lowered his head and continued to obsessively press the calculator. What? In my own home, in my own husband's office, do I need to knock when I come in? What are you panicking about? Could it be that you're in there with a girl? Feng Yan said, and sat on Zhao Xingchuan's lap. Zhao Xingchuan was not in the mood at the moment and slapped Feng Yan's butt. Okay, it's broad daylight, and if someone sees us, it will affect my reputation. Get off now. Make some good dishes this afternoon. I plan to invite Bin and the others over for another meal. Yao Bin and the others have not sent a definite message yet, but I dare not call to hurry them up, so I have to invite them over for dinner and ask nicely. As soon as Yao Bin was mentioned, Feng Yan's face changed. Eat, eat, eat. Invite them over for dinner, my ass. I say, you better call him right now and get our 20,000 yuan back. Zhao Xingchuan scolded, you stupid woman. Do you know what you're saying? Brother Bin is a big shot in the White Tiger gang. How dare you ask him for money? You want to die. Feng Yan became even more anxious. He didn't get the job done, so why should he get paid? Ha? Zhao Xingchuan looked puzzled. Feng Yan then took Zhao Xingchuan's hand and placed it on her face. You deadbeat. Since I came in just now, haven't you noticed any changes in me? Zhao Xingchuan felt Feng Yan's hand and exclaimed, wow, what a big bruise. He then asked Feng Yan in confusion. My dearest baby. What happened to your face? Feng Yan said with gritted teeth. It's all your good nephew's fault. Just now, at the entrance to the market. In front of so many people. And gave me 2 slaps. How am I supposed to live in the market after this? Zhao Xingchuan was shocked to hear this. What? You saw that kid in the market? What was he doing there? Logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to take care of himself after being beaten by my brother-in-law, let alone come to the market, let alone go out of bed. Feng Yan's chest rose and fell with anger as she mentioned this. You're right. I'd say your brother-in-law just took the money and didn't do anything. How can that kid even walk? He's full of energy. He's obviously not hurt at all. Zhao Xingchuan's face grew serious. Are you sure you didn't misread it? You can't just make things up. Zhao Xingchuan didn't dare to call Yao Bin lightly, he had to verify it. Feng Yan was so angry that she pinched his thigh. If I'm making this up, do you think I slapped myself in the face twice? Zhao Xingchuan took a deep breath and said, fine, you wait, I'll call Yao Bin. I'll ask him what the hell he's been doing. Just as he picked up the phone and was about to call Yao Bin. Bang! The office door was kicked open again. Along with it came a familiar voice. No need to call. I'm coming myself. Yao Bin was in a wheelchair, surrounded by 4 minions, and moved towards Zhao Xingchuan. Zhao Xingchuan was so scared that he jumped up from his boss chair when he saw Yao Bin. Bin, 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 bin. Hearing Yao Bin's inexplicable words, Zhao Xingchuan's heart became even more panicked. Bin Gu, I don't understand what you mean by that. Feng Yan was in a rage at the moment, and when she heard Yao Bin say that her husband had tricked him, she was unhappy immediately. Yao Bin, big brother. It should be you who has tricked people. You took 20,000 yuan from my husband and said that you would cripple Zhao Dayang, that idiot. But in reality? The kid is perfectly fine. Don't say anything else. Pay back the money. Zhao Xingchuan was shocked. This stupid woman. How dare she ask Brother Bin for money? He quickly pulled her back. Apologize to Brother Bin. Feng Yan pushed Zhao Xingchuan away and said relentlessly. Apologize for what? Wasn't what I asked wrong? Yao Bin. Did you go to Shiqiao village to find Zhao Dayang after you took the money? Facing Feng Yan's questioning, Yao Bin was amused. How dare you mention Zhao Dayang in the 20,000 yuan? Zhao Xingchuan, do you remember what you told me at the time? You said that guy was a fool, and I could take care of it casually. Is that what you said? Zhao Xingchuan was at a loss for words in the face of Yao Bin's questioning. Yes, Bin, that guy was a complete fool. If you had stepped in, you could have subdued him with one move. You're full of shit. Yao Bin let out a shout, and he suddenly covered his chest in pain. Ouch. My chest. When he left the Zhao family, Zhao Dayang used an evil acupressure technique to press on his chest twice, causing his qi and blood to become blocked. Whenever he moved or exerted himself, it hurt as if it was going to tear open. This is also the reason why he is in a wheelchair, because even walking hurts like hell now. The idiot you're talking about is not only not stupid at all, he's also a top-notch master. There are more than 10 of us, and we're not even good enough for him to bother with. What are you doing to me? What? Zhao Xingchuan's face instantly turned pale, and he shook his head in disbelief. No way, that guy is an idiot. And how could he be a top-notch master? I've watched him grow up since he was a kid, and all he's ever done is farm and go to school, so how could he possibly be your match, Brother Bin? Thinking about this, Zhao Xingchuan's heart turned a little, and suddenly he boldly and suspiciously asked Yao Bin. Brother Bin, you don't want to take the 20,000 yuan for nothing, do you? You're just making up this story to trick me, right? Yao Bin's face changed. He was stunned for 2 seconds, and suddenly he laughed. He muttered and repeated to the surrounding brothers. I'm going to trick him? I'm going to trick him for 20,000 yuan? Fuck him. This is the funniest joke I've heard this year. Zhao Xingchuan saw Yao Bin's face turn pale like this. The more Yao Bin laughed, the more scared he felt in his heart. Just as he regained his senses and understood that a character like Yao Bin would not ruin his reputation for his 20,000 yuan, he was about to apologize. Brother Bin, I'm wrong. Beat him. Suddenly, Yao Bin gave the order. Beat the shit out of him. Chapter 11, An Old Acquaintance in the Small Clinic. Zhao Dayang felt a sweet sensation in his heart as he felt the 1,000 yuan in his pocket. This was the first time he had earned money in the past 20-odd years since he was a child. And he had earned 1,000 yuan in just one day. This was something he had never dared to think possible before. Dad. Mom. Sister. I'm home. Zhao Xingguo was weaving a bamboo basket in the courtyard. Since his leg was disabled, he would let Zhao Dayang go to the mountains to cut bamboo first, and then he would slowly make bamboo strips and weave baskets at home, in order to supplement the family income. This way, he could also share the family expenses. Son. So happy? I heard from Yuru this morning that you went to the market to sell leeks. How was it? Zhao Dayang put down the bucket, weighed the heavy money bag in his hands, and swung it around in front of Zhao Xingguo like a showman. Dad, guess how much money my son made? Zhao Xiaodai heard her brother's voice and hurried out of the house. She was still holding a half-finished handkerchief in her hand. As a girl, she could only embroider things to sell at home. Let me guess, big brother, there's not a single leek left in the bucket. You must have sold them all. Did you sell them for 200 yuan? As soon as Zhao Xiaodai finished speaking, Zhao Xingguo couldn't help but pat her head, laughing and crying at the same time. Silly girl, there's not even 20 caddies of leeks in our family, and even if your brother is lucky and manages to sell them for an average of 2 yuan per caddy, it would only be 40 yuan at most. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Dayang excitedly threw the money bag into Zhao Xingguo's arms. Hey! Dad! You underestimate your son too much. Here, count it for yourself and you'll see. Zhao Xingguo's eyes lit up when he saw the thick stack of money. I want to count it too. Zhao Xiaodai also clamored to come and count the money. After the two had finished counting, they both had an incredulous expression on their faces. Son, how is this possible? Brother! This is 1,000 yuan. When did our family ever earn that much money in a day? Zhao Dayang pointed proudly at himself and said with a swagger. Starting today, I declare, our family will earn an average of 1,000 yuan every day. Dad. Sister. You can rest assured. After I pay off Yao Bin's loan shark debt, I will save up to buy a car. Then we can go from the village to the town without having to walk for hours and work so hard. Upon hearing that they were going to buy a car, Zhao Xiaodai jumped up with excitement. Wow, brother! Our family can actually buy a car? Are you serious? Zhao Xingguo wasn't thinking about that for the time being, but he asked Zhao Dayang seriously. Dayang, be honest with your father, where did you get the money? He still didn't believe that the family's leeks could sell for 1,000 yuan. So, Zhao Dayang told Zhao Xingguo and Zhao Xiaodai about his experience selling leeks. Of course, he didn't say anything about the elixir, only that the family's land had suddenly become a treasure trove. It had become fertile. The leeks that grew there were not only fat and thick, but also had an aphrodisiac effect. Zhao Xingguo looked confused, while Zhao Xiaodai had already embraced Zhao Dayang and started celebrating. "Come in and eat." At this moment, Wang Mei, who had finished cooking, suddenly poked her head out of the kitchen and shouted, "Coming!" Zhao Dayang ignored his shocked father and sister and immediately ran into the kitchen. Smelling the delicious food, his appetite was whetted. Since their mother went to work in the Shangxiang restaurant, they had never eaten any of her cooking at home again. Their sister's cooking was simple and bland. Zhao Dayang had been starved for good food for the past 3 years. Now that their mother was no longer working, they would be able to eat delicious food again. Zhao Xiaodai is a show-off, and now, holding the 1,000 yuan, she happily came up to Wang Mei. "Mom, look. My brother has earned 1,000 yuan this morning." After Zhao Xiaodai told Wang Mei what had happened, Wang Mei was also overjoyed. "This is great. It seems that heaven is looking after our family and has blessed us with a piece of good fortune in our time of greatest need. In this way, we don't have to worry about the money we owe." Thinking that there is finally hope for the future, Wang Mei immediately went back inside the house. She took the ham hanging from the beam and stir-fried it for a dish. This gave the whole family a delicious smell. On average, everyone ate 3 bowls of rice before they stopped. After eating, Zhao Dayang was full of energy. Now that he has money, he can also go to the Chinese medicine shop to get medicine for his father's leg. Although the family members all said that there was no rush to treat the leg, they had to save up the 20,000 yuan first before they could pay it back. But Zhao Dayang doesn't think so, because his previous leak experiment was just that, an experiment. After selling 1,000 yuan today, he plans to expand the area. Tomorrow will definitely be more than 1,000 yuan. So, there is absolutely no delay in treating his father's leg. The small medical clinic in Shiqiao village. In the poor and remote Shiqiao village, there are no facilities such as a health center, and there is only a small, dilapidated medical clinic. Almost the entire population of Shiqiao village, for 3 generations, has come to the small medical clinic to see Dr. Sun for medical treatment. Almost all the medicine sold here is traditional Chinese medicine. Zhao Dayang had prepared 30 yuan and planned to come here to buy some traditional Chinese medicine for his father's leg. Dr. Sun is a very conscientious person and sells traditional Chinese medicine at a very low price. With 30 yuan, you can buy almost all the traditional Chinese medicine in the store, so Zhao Dayang has enough money for the medicine. However, as soon as he entered, he heard a woman complaining. "What kind of medicine is this? How dare you ask for 88 yuan? When your grandfather was alive, he wasn't as heartless as you. What are you talking about? If you can afford it, buy it, if not, get out." A young man with dyed yellow hair directly pushed the auntie who came to buy medicine out of the way. "Ouch, what kind of person is this? If Master Sun were still alive, he would be so angry that he would die again." Leaving those words, the auntie angrily left. Huang Mao glanced at Zhao Dayang standing in the doorway, looked him up and down, and impatiently asked, "What? Are you here to buy medicine or to see a doctor? Have you brought enough money? Don't waste my breath again." Zhao Dayang frowned, wondering when Sun Changming had become the boss of the clinic. This little yellow-haired brat never learned anything since childhood. He grew up with the eldest grandson of the old Dr. Sun, and it never occurred to him that the old Dr. Sun would die of illness after so long without him coming to visit. Could it be that the medical hall has fallen into the hands of this uneducated Sun Changming? Sun Changming, don't you dare be condescending in front of me. Whether I'm here for medicine or a consultation, do you understand? I remember that you can't even read, so how can you diagnose illnesses? Zhao Dayang sighed inwardly, thinking that the old man's medical skills would probably be lost to this boy. "Sun Changming, are you selling medicine indiscriminately again? Get lost and go home and cook." Suddenly, a sonorous girl's voice came in. Sun Changming was immediately scared and flustered when he heard the voice. "Sister, you're back? I was just joking with this brother," he said, and immediately went outside, pushing his bicycle, and said as he got on, "I'll go back and cook." Zhao Dayang then turned around to look at the person approaching. "Sun Niumyo? Zhao Dayang?" The two smiled at each other, and suddenly there was an inexplicable feeling in the air. Chapter 12, Going Through the Back Door. Sun Niumyo and Zhao Dayang were classmates in elementary school. Back when they were in school, the two were the model students in their class. Zhao Dayang was the class monitor, and Sun Niumyo was his deputy. The two often went to and from school together, and usually communicated a lot, so they could be said to be inseparable good friends. In theory, most children their age would just play in the fields and make mud pies. However, Sun Miaomiao's family runs a medical clinic and has a bit of money, so she has been able to buy colored pencils and learn to draw since she was young. She is considered a smart and beautiful little talent. Children nowadays are relatively mature, and many male classmates are interested in Sun Miaomiao. However, Sun Miaomiao almost only plays with Zhao Dayang. Because she has been strong-willed since childhood, she has never liked the weak, and Zhao Dayang is the only one in the class whose grades exceed hers. Dayang. I heard that you've gone crazy? These words instantly pulled Zhao Dayang's thoughts back. Zhao Dayang awkwardly scratched his head and laughed. That was all in the past, I'm fine now, and you? Miao Miao, when did you come back? In Zhao Dayang's memory, Sun Miaomiao was in a different class from him after junior high school. Although the two had kept in touch, it had become less frequent. In high school, Sun Miaomiao's grades plummeted for some reason, and her family sent her to a better high school in the city. After that, the two had lost contact. He had only heard that Sun Miaomiao had later been admitted to a very good medical university, even better than the one he attended. Why was she now in the village? Sun Miaomiao said with a downcast expression when he mentioned this. Grandpa, didn't you just leave? There's no one to take care of the family's medical clinic, so I took some time off to come here and take care of it for a while until I find someone suitable to take care of it, which is also a way to remember Grandpa. Zhao Dayang nodded knowingly. The deceased is gone, Miao Miao, I hope you can get over it as soon as possible. Zhao Dayang originally wanted to show more concern. Sun Miaomiao raised her wrist and looked at her expensive watch. Okay, Dayang, I still have some things to do. I came here because I wanted to close the hospital. Are you here to pick up medicine? Just tell me what medicine you need, and I'll give you a prescription. In just 2 sentences, Zhao Dayang sensed a hint of coldness and distance. Especially after observing the expensive and high-end watch on Sun Miaomiao's wrist, Zhao Dayang suddenly understood. They were no longer the close classmates they once were. Even if he had only unintentionally come close, it would make the other person feel intrusive. He could only smile awkwardly. You have to pay for the medicine for my father, so please do me a favor. After saying this, Zhao Dayang handed Sun Miaomiao the prescription he had prepared beforehand. Sun Miaomiao took the prescription and looked at it, and a flash of surprise instantly shot out from the bottom of her eyes. She also studied medicine, and could tell from this that the prescription was very clever. Zhao Dayang was about to say that he had written it himself, but then he thought, I was sent back after only 1 year of university, and I was stupid. If I really say that I wrote it myself, Sun Miaomiao may not believe it. He had to make up an excuse. An older student I know wrote it. Sun Miaomiao immediately asked with interest. An older student at your school? Do you have his contact information? Can you introduce him to me? Faced with Sun Miaomiao's 3 life-threatening questions, Zhao Dayang was momentarily at a loss for words. I'm sorry, I don't have the contact information of the senior. I happened to bump into him and he gave me the medicine. Oh. I see. Sun Miaomiao pouted a little disappointedly. She had always admired the strong, and she had wanted to get to know Zhao Dayang as a senior, but it seemed that she would not get that chance. After getting the medicine, Sun Miaomiao didn't even say hello, and directly closed the door and planned to leave. In the end, Zhao Dayang couldn't help himself. Miao Miao, come back and visit sometime. Sun Miaomiao gave a non-committal response and walked straight away without even turning her head. Zhao Dayang let out a frustrated sigh and went home with the medicine. After arriving home, he didn't tell his family about what had happened today. After instructing his younger sister to prepare the medicine, he picked up the bucket and went to the field again. Unexpectedly, the field gave him another big surprise. Wow! My leeks have grown a long way. This is too fast. Not only that, but the pea shoots next to them are also unusually plump and delicious. Zhao Dayang was overjoyed. The gloom of his mood had just been swept away. He crouched down and pinched the soil on the ground. It seems that it is the effect of the spirit liquid. The spirit liquid not only nourishes the vegetables in the ground, but also directly changes the soil in the ground. Although such changes cannot last forever, if I continue to nourish the soil with the essence, I am sure that this land will be able to grow more and better vegetables in the future. By then, I won't need to use a drop of essence every day, and the soil will definitely maintain its spiritual properties for a long time. After saying this, Zhao Dayang immediately rolled up his sleeves and got to work. He pulled up some of the other vegetables and expanded the leek patch. He added another drop of elixir, watered the leeks again, and then happily picked up the bucket and went home. After lunch, of course, he did not forget his promise to Sister Yuru. After taking a shower, he lay on the bed alone until nightfall, and after everyone in the family had fallen asleep, he got up timidly and walked towards Tian Yuru's house. It was 2 o'clock at night. Zhao Dayang thought that he had only said something in jest during the day, and that Sister Yuru would definitely not have taken it to heart. And it's so late now, maybe she's already asleep. But no. There's a kerosene lamp lit in her house. And her door is ajar, just as she promised. Zhao Dayang's heart is pounding. Phew. He takes a deep breath and tiptoes to her door, whispering, "Yuru? Are you asleep?" Wow. Tian Yuru immediately pulled back the quilt and excitedly ran towards the door. She threw herself directly into Zhao Dayang's arms. Without saying a word, she first gave Zhao Dayang a dozen wild kisses on the face. Ouch. Ouch, Yuru, no, no. Zhao Dayang avoided Tian Yuru's kisses, blushing to the roots of his ears. How could this be tolerated by an inexperienced little virgin? Tian Yuru didn't stop until she had kissed Zhao Dayang all over his face, and she said excitedly, "Stinky Dayang. It's so late, I thought you weren't coming." Zhao Dayang laughed. "Yuru, when have I ever not kept my promises?" "Right, Yuru, didn't you say you didn't feel well in the vegetable field during the day? Are you feeling better now?" Chapter 13, In Demand. As soon as Tian Yuru heard Zhao Dayang's words, her heart immediately began to flutter. In Zhao Dayang's arms, she began to squirm. Ouch. Dayang, it's okay if you don't say anything, but once you do, I feel bad again. Zhao Dayang's face changed dramatically, and his breathing became rapid. Zhao Dayang gave a gentle push. "Sister Yuru, lie down first." But he didn't realize that Tian Yuru was light and limber, and he pushed her straight onto the bed. Ouch. This hit the spot for Tian Yuru, and she covered her mouth and giggled. "You idiot. You're so impatient." Zhao Dayang's face turned even redder, as if it was about to bleed. You are you sister, I didn't mean it like that." "It's okay." Tian Yuru interrupted him. "You don't need to explain, I understand what you mean." Afterwards, Tian Yuru directly and charmingly lay on her side on the bed. This posture made her already barely visible figure even more enchanting, with her breasts rising and falling. Zhao Dayang couldn't help but swallow. His appearance made Tian Yuru smile even more happily. "Dayang, don't just stand there, the night is short." Afterwards, Tian Yuru directly and enjoyably closed her eyes. Zhao Dayang also leaned forward. Just as Tian Yuru thought that tonight she would finally become a real woman. Zhao Dayang's hand slowly fell on her wrist to take her pulse. Then, Zhao Dayang's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing her passion. "Sister Yuru, you have too much internal fire. I'll go back and prescribe some medicine to reduce your internal fire, and you won't itch anymore." "What did you say?" Tian Yuru sat up suddenly in bed. She looked at Zhao Dayang with hurt eyes. "You big fool. Are you making fun of your sister?" "Sister. I didn't mean it like that." Zhao Dayang was about to explain. However, Tian Yuru didn't give him the chance. "Dayang. Do you think the same way as those people in the village who say that I, because I'm a widow, want to flirt with men everywhere? You know it. You're different from other men." Of course Zhao Dayang knew that if Tian Yuru really wanted to seduce him from the start, she would have done so 3 years ago when he had just become a fool. "Tian Yuru, don't get me wrong. I know exactly how you've treated me over the past 3 years." Tian Yuru could no longer hear anything at this moment. "Go. I don't want to see you again." With Tian Yuru's shoving, Zhao Dayang was soon pushed to the door of the room. At this moment, Zhao Dayang was also anxious, and before Tian Yuru closed the door, he hurriedly said, "Sister Yuru, I will come see you again tomorrow." Bang! Tian Yuru's door closed. The lights were also pulled down instantly. No matter how Zhao Dayang knocked on the door, the other party remained indifferent. Zhao Dayang knew that this time he had completely offended Sister Yuru. Early the next morning, Zhao Dayang cut 2 large buckets of leeks as usual. This time the pile was full. It actually reached 150 caddies. Zhao Dayang calculated that if he could sell all of it, he could make 1,500 yuan today. An hour later, Zhao Dayang arrived at the entrance to the vegetable market as usual. Unexpectedly, there were already many people waiting to buy his leeks. As soon as they saw him, they all swarmed around him. "Oh, young man, you're finally here. Yes, you made us wait a long time. My husband ate your leeks yesterday, and he couldn't stop praising them. I've been married for more than 20 years, and I've never felt like that before. I'll buy more today." Before Zhao Dayang could even unload his goods, people were already asking for bags of leeks. "Take your time. There's plenty of leeks, no rush." Zhao Dayang was beaming from ear to ear. He never imagined that his leeks would be such a hit. This scene only strengthened his confidence in the leeks that had been nourished by his spirit essence. In less than 20 minutes, the leeks he brought were almost completely sold. At this moment, in a corner he couldn't see, a man with a bandage on his head and a crutch under his armpit, limping, was glaring at Zhao Dayang with hatred in his eyes. Next to him was a woman in a leather skirt whose face was swollen like a pig's head. The way the two looked at Zhao Dayang, they both hated each other to the point of wanting to stab each other with 1,000 arrows. "Why is this kid's leek selling so well?" Zhao Xingchuan looked puzzled. Yesterday, Yao Bin from the White Tiger Gang had people come and beat him up, and even broke one of his legs. He had never suffered such a great loss in his life. And it was all because of Zhao Dayang. Feng Yan also said with clenched teeth. "Who knew? These bastards act like they've never eaten leeks before. 10 yuan a caddy for leeks, this kid really dares to sell them." Just then, a woman who had bought some leeks passed by the two of them with a happy face. Feng Yan immediately stopped her and asked with a smile. "Hey, sister, you bought these leeks for 10 yuan per caddy? They're a bit fat, but they're much more expensive than the ones next to them that cost 1 or 2 yuan. The woman gave Feng Yan a sidelong glance and said proudly. "You don't know, do you? It doesn't matter if the leeks are fat or not. What's important is the effect of the leeks." "What effect?" Feng Yan thought to herself, "It's just ordinary leeks, what effect could they have?" The woman glanced at Zhao Xingchuan next to her, then meaningfully pulled Feng Yan aside and whispered a few words in her ear. "What?" Feng Yan was shocked after hearing it. Before leaving, the woman patted Feng Yan on the shoulder. "My dear, you should try it on your husband too. I won't lie to you. 10 yuan will make you feel great all night long." Feng Yan was completely stunned, and Zhao Xingchuan also asked her curiously. "What did that woman just say? Why did she say it behind my back?" Feng Yan blushed and said embarrassedly. "She said that the leeks sold by that boy Zhao Dayang have an aphrodisiac effect. She said that after she let her husband eat them last night, he was busy all night." Zhao Xingchuan felt a little embarrassed when he heard this, but in the end, he still didn't believe that Zhao Dayang's leeks could have this effect. Humph. Could it be that this kid is looking for a patsy? Aren't leeks just vegetables? It's like they have a better effect than medicine? Feng Yan, however, looked at Zhao Xingchuan's dick and swallowed, suggesting, "Why not? I'll go buy some too. Whether it works or not, we'll know for sure if we try it tonight, right?" Zhao Xingchuan blushed. "Nonsense." He pointed at his leg and said, "I'm already like this, and you're still thinking about that shit? You don't want me to live, do you?" Feng Yan pouted. "Don't be so aggressive. Don't you know that women are like wolves and tigers after the age of 30? You should reflect on yourself even more." While the two were chatting, there was actually a scramble in front of Zhao Dayang's stall. "I was here first. I want 10 caddies." "No way. We're almost sold out, and you want 10 caddies. What about the people behind us?" "Exactly. You're greedy. You want 10 caddies, but you don't leave any for the rest of us. Why should I leave any for you? I'll buy as much as I want." "None of your business." Chapter 14, The Beautiful Boss. Zhao Dayang was at a loss for words at this scene. He had not expected that he had prepared 150 caddies of leeks, but in half an hour or so, they were almost all sold, and now there was even a scene of snatching. "Everyone, stop arguing. I'll bring more over tomorrow to sell. This young lady, you should also leave some for those behind you, so I'll sell you 5 caddies, okay?" Just as Zhao Dayang was discussing with the group, suddenly, a sweet perfume drifted over from afar. He couldn't help but be attracted to the smell, and looked up. He saw a woman with designer clothes and long, straight black hair walking over. Zhao Dayang forgot to collect the money for a moment. The woman was so beautiful. It could be said that she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. What are you daydreaming about, young man? Collect the money quickly. A woman patted Zhao Dayang on the shoulder, and he came back to his senses like a person who has just woken up from a dream. He hurriedly collected the money and change. When Zhao Dayang only had 1 or 2 caddies of leeks left, those long legs stopped in front of him. How much are your leeks? The beautiful woman had actually walked up to Zhao Dayang's stall and asked. Zhao Dayang was so excited that he was about to speak to the beautiful woman when the person next to him directly interrupted her. Don't ask. We've already bought all the leeks, there's none left for you. That's right. What are you doing buying vegetables, a woman like you who doesn't even know how to use your fingers? Hey, you don't understand, maybe her man can't do it either. The pretty woman frowned, ignoring the gossipmongers, and looked at Zhao Dayang fixedly, asking again. Boss, how much do you sell the leeks for? Zhao Dayang quickly answered. Beauty, my leeks are 10 yuan per caddy, but unfortunately I've already sold out for the day. If you need them, you can come back first thing in the morning. The woman frowned. 10 yuan per caddy, how is that so expensive? Zhao Dayang hurriedly explained. My leeks must be extraordinary, if you try them once, you'll see. In front of the beautiful woman, Zhao Dayang couldn't directly say that the leeks were aphrodisiacs, so he had to hint at it. The other person became even more curious, so he said to the person next to him who wanted to buy leeks. I'll give you 100 yuan, you let me buy the leeks. The man immediately beamed with joy when he heard this. No problem. I can come back tomorrow to buy it, hee hee. I've come to buy groceries today and somehow made an extra 100 yuan. After receiving the money, the man directly gave up his opportunity to buy groceries to this beautiful woman. Zhao Dayang also took the opportunity to sell the last caddy of leeks to this beautiful woman. But just as he handed the bag to the beautiful woman, he heard the chubby girl next to her complain. Boss, what do you need so much leeks for? Our restaurant doesn't need them either. Zhao Dayang then realized that the little beauty in front of him actually owned a restaurant. He then asked curiously. Beauty, what's the name of the restaurant you own? Before the beauty could speak, the little fat girl next to her spoke first. What's the point of asking the name of the restaurant? What? Do you want to eat at our restaurant? I can warn you, our restaurant is the most high-class restaurant in the entire Chuanha town, and a little farmer like you selling vegetables? You may not be willing to eat there. These words made Zhao Dayang's face turn pale. The beautiful woman also shouted. No, how can you speak like that? Zhao Dayang said with a white face, unconvinced. How can I not afford to eat? Don't look down on people like a dog. Nyo was rebuked, but she couldn't help but say. We are the only Western restaurant in Chuanha town, with a minimum charge of 488. A steak is at least 1600. Can you afford it? How much do you make selling leeks a day? This really made Zhao Dayang choke. The prices the other person mentioned were indeed beyond his means. Not to mention the small county, even when he was studying in the provincial capital, he rarely went to such expensive Western restaurants. Nyo saw that Zhao Dayang was silent, and her smugness deepened. Little peasant, you're scared, aren't you? Next time, remember not to brag, or it'll be embarrassing when you get slapped in the face. The beautiful woman was completely angry. Nyo, just because you're not speaking doesn't mean people won't treat you like a mute. Then she turned her head and apologized to Zhao Dayang. I'm sorry, my friend didn't mean any harm, she just speaks without thinking. I apologize to you on her behalf. Also, I'll give you a voucher with a value of 2,000 yuan. Next time you can bring your relatives and friends here for a free meal as a way for me to make amends. Zhao Dayang was surprised. He didn't expect this beauty to be so considerate, and his anger dissipated for a moment. However, he did not take the beauty's voucher. No need. I admit that I don't have much money right now, but that doesn't mean I can't afford to eat at your restaurant. Just you wait. In a little while, I'll come and taste it for myself. But... After a pause, Zhao Dayang continued. Our town of Chuanha is just a small town, and with your restaurant's high prices, I'm afraid it won't survive here. Although we don't lack wealthy people in town, there aren't many. And most people, the common folk, can't stand foreign food. I advise you to change your thinking sooner rather than later, or else you'll go out of business sooner or later. Nyo was unhappy to hear this and pointed her finger at Zhao Dayang's nose and scolded him. You damned peasant! You're cursing our restaurant to close? Zhao Dayang gave her a dirty look. I'm not cursing. I'm telling the truth. You're probably a new restaurant, right? If you keep doing things like this, you'll most likely go out of business. Nyo wanted to say something more, but the long-legged beauty, who could no longer bear it, covered her mouth with one hand and apologetically said to Zhao Dayang. Sorry, I will talk to my friend when I go back. By the way, thank you for your advice. But I am also very confident in the food in my restaurant. Although business is indeed not good now, I, Bai Fei, will never give up halfway through doing something. After saying this, the beautiful woman named Bai Fei left with a bunch of leeks in her hand. Zhao Dayang helplessly pursed his lips, and he didn't intend to meddle in other people's business. After all, he had given his opinion, and whether the other person listened to it was her own business. He counted the money in his pocket, 1,400 yuan. The leeks had lost some moisture during the picking process, so there was 100 yuan less than he had expected, which was within Zhao Dayang's acceptable range. He took the money and looked across the street at the shopping mall. I offended Sister Yuru last night, so if I buy her a small gift today, she should forgive me, right? Thinking this, Zhao Dayang packed his things and went to the shopping mall across the street. He bought Tian Yuru an 8-track music box. He also bought his sister a bottle of cherry blossom scented shower gel, a few pairs of socks for his father, and a new dress for his mother. In total, he spent 400 yuan. He happily took the things home. After arriving home, Zhao Dayang first handed over the 1,000 yuan to his mother for safekeeping. Then he took out the gifts he had prepared. After looking at them, the two elderly parents were very satisfied and praised Zhao Dayang for growing up and buying things for his family. His younger sister Zhao Xiaodai was so happy that she couldn't sleep. It was so late, but she still had to boil water to take a special bath with the shower gel that Zhao Dayang bought for her. Zhao Dayang couldn't help but grumble when he saw his sister busily gathering firewood. Hey, when can I earn enough money to properly renovate the bathroom at home and install a water heater? That way, the family won't have to go through the trouble of boiling water every time they want to take a bath. In the middle of the night, Zhao Dayang took the music box he had prepared for Yuru and climbed over the wall to Tian Yuru's courtyard. Yuru, are you asleep? Zhao Dayang found that the light in Tian Yuru's room was still on, so he plucked up the courage to ask. A clatter. Someone inside seemed to have been excited and knocked something over. Zhao Dayang, don't come to our house again. Then came the impatient voice of Sister Yuru. Zhao Dayang knew that Sister Yuru was still angry, so he didn't care much about it and reached in through the open window next to him and opened the door inside all of a sudden. Zhao Dayang, you. Chapter 15, The Pervert from the Massage Parlor. Tian Yuru was both ashamed and angry. She never imagined that the always honest Zhao Dayang would use such a method to enter her bedroom. Zhao Dayang, what are you still doing here? Zhao Dayang quickly sat next to Tian Yuru with a smirk on his face. Sister Yuru, don't be angry. Last time you really misunderstood me. Today, I came here especially to apologize to you. Look, what did I buy for you? Zhao Dayang quickly took out the music box he had been hiding behind his back. Although Tian Yuru had already married and had been a widow for 3 years, she was only 22 years old this year. Moreover, her husband had died after drinking on the night of their wedding, so she was still a young and attractive young lady who could easily attract a husband. She had no resistance at all to things like music boxes. As soon as she saw it, she couldn't help but take it with both hands. Wow, it's a music box. Big Young, we don't have anything like this in our village. Did you buy it in town? Seeing that Yuru had finally smiled, Zhao Dayang took her hand and gently twisted the music box's knob. A beautiful melody began to play. In the silence of the night, the music flowed slowly around the two of them. Everything was tinged with a pale yellow glow under the dim lantern light, and there was also the unique fragrance of Tian Yuru. Zhao Dayang felt an unprecedented sense of peace and beauty. For some reason, being next to Tian Yuru always made him feel secure and at ease. Tian Yuru, do you like it? Tian Yuru nodded happily. I love it. I love it so much. Ever since I was little, I've wanted an 8-track music box, except that I was adopted and raised by my foster parents. After they adopted me, they soon had a younger sister, and I was no longer their favorite. Plus, my foster parents were very poor, so I didn't dare to ask for too much. When it came to her past, the light in Tian Yuru's eyes dimmed again. Zhao Dayang didn't know about her past, and he never imagined that she was adopted? At the moment, looking at her despondent expression and thinking about the days after she married into the Shurqiao village, Zhao Dayang suddenly felt a strong desire to protect her inside. Sister Yuru, don't worry, I can earn money now. If you like anything in the future, just let me know, I'll buy it for you. Tian Yuru looked at the handsome Zhao Dayang in front of her, with determined eyes, and laughed, covering her mouth. Silly Dayang, what would you buy me? You're not my husband. After saying this, Tian Yuru felt that the atmosphere between the two of them was a bit awkward. She quickly smiled and said, Silly Dayang, what are you buying me? You're not my husband. Okay, Dayang, I was just joking with you. I'm already very happy to be able to get this music box today. Now that you've given me my present, it's getting late. You have to get up early to sell vegetables tomorrow, so go back and get some rest. Hearing Tian Yuru tell him to go back, Zhao Dayang couldn't help feeling a bit lost. For some reason, every time he saw Sister Yuru, she was a bit unkempt, but this time she was suddenly serious? Why did he feel so empty inside, a little uncomfortable? Oh, that's fine. Just as he stood up to leave, he suddenly saw a handful of coins scattered on the floor. That's when he remembered the sound of clanking. It must have been Sister Yuru counting money, startled by his voice, and then knocking over the piggy bank. Sister Yuru, are you planning to buy something by counting money in the middle of the night? Zhao Dayang looked at the 50-cent and 10-cent coins with sadness. Although their family was poor, after all, if several people worked hard together, they would be able to fill their stomachs without issues. However, Sister Yuru was alone, and she couldn't work the family land. Usually, she went to the neighboring village of Weio to do odd jobs. She hadn't been seen for a long time, so presumably she had nothing to harvest during this period of time and was short of money. Tian Yuru quickly and nervously picked up the coins. It's nothing, I was just going to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some salt. Zhao Dayang had been friends with Tian Yuru for a long time, and he could tell when she was lying. And at the moment, he could see that her eyes were red, so she must have encountered some kind of difficulty. He quickly took Tian Yuru's hand and said earnestly, Yuru, if you've encountered any difficulties, just tell me. I'll definitely help you. Tian Yuru looked at Zhao Dayang's sincere eyes. She was a woman with no one to depend on, and her mental defenses finally collapsed at this moment. Wah! She threw herself into Zhao Dayang's arms and cried. Dayang! My sister offended someone at the massage parlor and was beaten up, she is now too swollen to get out of bed. I plan to buy some nutritious food and go see her tomorrow. What? Zhao Dayang was shocked. Your sister works in a massage parlor, so why was she beaten up? Is it a legitimate massage parlor? Although there are not many legitimate massage parlors, Zhao Dayang still believes that there are a few legitimate massage parlors in the world. For a family like Sister Yuru's, I guess her sister only went to a massage parlor because she had no other choice. But it's really outrageous that this massage parlor actually beat someone up. My sister wrote to me that during the massage, the boss asked her to touch his whole body and offered her a tip of 10,000 yuan. My sister refused and was beaten. The boss was extremely ruthless, and my sister is unable to get out of bed now. The boss's wife in the shop is also deducting her wages for not working. She didn't have much money to begin with, and now she's lying in bed. I guess she doesn't even have a hot meal. I plan to go there with money and nutritious food to take care of her for a few days. After hearing the whole story, Zhao Dayang cursed. Damn it! That guy is a pervert. Touching him all over? Such a disgusting idea. And your sister's boss is also too inhumane. Logically speaking, she was beaten while at work, so it should be considered a work-related injury. It's fine if she doesn't care, but she actually deducted her salary. Sister Yuru, don't cry. Tomorrow morning you come with me to the market to sell vegetables. After that, we'll go see your sister together. Tian Yuru wiped away her tears. It was reassuring to have someone to go with her. Okay. Early the next morning, Zhao Dayang was carrying 2 large buckets of leeks to sell, and Tian Yuru was following behind him. Originally, he could have walked up the mountain path by himself in an hour. But now, with Tian Yuru following behind him, the two of them had walked for 2 full hours. This made Zhao Dayang realize that he needed a means of transportation. He thought of the shop in town that sold used bicycles, where a bicycle cost only 200 or 300 yuan. He thought that after selling the leeks today, he would take out some money to buy a second-hand bicycle. That way, it would be more convenient for him to go sell vegetables or to give a ride to his sister-in-law. Today, he arrived late. As usual, people were waiting to buy his leeks. And they were already impatient. Oh dear, why hasn't that boy Dayang come to sell leeks today? Yes, I've been standing here for 2 hours. Do you think he's not coming? If he doesn't come, I'm leaving. My husband has ordered me to buy some, or else I'll have to kneel on the washing board when I get home. Just as everyone was arguing. Here he comes. Those with sharp eyesight immediately saw Zhao Dayang carrying 2 large buckets. The people on the scene immediately swarmed excitedly. I'll go first. Let me go first. This scene scared Tian Yuru to death. She only knew that in the past 2 days, Dayang had gone to the town to sell vegetables, and that he had sold quite well, but she had never imagined that it had reached such a fever pitch. Are these people here to buy vegetables? Are they lining up to give their money away? Swish. At this time, a black Porsche Cayenne stopped in front of the vegetable stand. Then, a black-clad man with an umbrella got out of the back seat, followed by a man almost 2 meters tall with a muscular build and a commanding presence. Although the man was wearing a mask and a black cap, and his face was covered, you could still tell that he was a handsome and imposing middle-aged man from his gray-blue eyes and high, straight nose. I'll buy all your leeks. 100 yuan per caddy. I believe that no one here can offer a higher price than me, right? Chapter 16, First Regular Transaction. 100 yuan per caddy. Everyone present was shocked. They looked at the tall man in black in shock. Tian Yuru let out a gasp. 100 yuan per caddy. It's not worth that much even if you sell me. As soon as she finished speaking, the tall man's mouth curled up imperceptibly. Madam, don't say that about yourself, everyone is priceless and unique. Tian Yuru didn't expect this man to reply to her, and for a moment she nervously hid behind Zhao Dayang. Don't look at her usual cheerful and domineering appearance, in fact, she has never seen much of the world since she was young, and the person in front of her has a very strong aura, she doesn't even have the courage to strike up a conversation. When the people around her learned that this person had bought all the leeks, most of them didn't dare say much. After all, the price was indeed high enough, and no one else in this small town would spend more money on such expensive leeks. However, there were also some people who were more stubborn and really needed the function of this item. No way. Why should you get it all? It's only 100 yuan per caddy. I can afford it too. Yes. I'll buy a caddy even if it costs 100. I drove more than 10 kilometers to buy it, and if I can't take it home, my husband will definitely be angry with me. The middle-aged man frowned, did not answer those people's words, but asked Zhao Dayang again. Young man, what do you think? If you agree to sell it to me for 100 a caddy, you can finish selling it and go home in 3 minutes. Zhao Dayang's mind was racing at this moment. 100 yuan per caddy. Who wouldn't be tempted? He did some calculations. This morning, he had prepared a total of 160 caddies of leeks. If one caddy was 100 yuan, that would be 16,000 yuan. Plus the money he had sold the day before, he could almost pay off the family's external debts. But he looked around at the people waiting in line for him for several hours, waiting to buy their groceries. If he really sold everything to this rich man who cut in line today, wouldn't that break everyone's hearts? Zhao Dayang had already decided last night that he could not sell vegetables for the rest of his life. If he became rich, he planned to open a restaurant in the town and sell his own homegrown vegetables. He believed that with his magical vegetables and a good chef, he could definitely surpass his uncle's Xiangxiang restaurant. But if he offended the people in the town now, he was afraid that he would not be able to open his restaurant in the future. Therefore, for the long-term plan, Zhao Dayang only pondered for a few seconds before resolutely rejecting the middle-aged man's offer. I'm not selling. What? The man next to the middle-aged man with an umbrella was stunned and pointed at Zhao Dayang's head and scolded. You little brat. Don't be so ungrateful. Our boss is buying your vegetables at 100 yuan per caddy, which is a favor to you. Zhao Dayang was even less happy when he heard this. The vegetables are mine. I'll sell them to whoever I like. After saying this, Zhao Dayang directly greeted the people waiting in line to buy vegetables. Everyone, don't be impatient, line up, I will start loading the vegetables for everyone immediately, it's still 10 yuan per caddy. As soon as these words came out, the people around immediately praised him. A conscientious seller. A conscientious seller. What's the saying? Poverty and humiliation cannot be moved. Ha ha. Young man. Just for the sentence, I will introduce more people to you later. Great. I can finally go home and hand in the groceries, and it's still 10 yuan a caddy. For a moment, Zhao Dayang began to weigh and collect money nimbly again, while Tian Yuru happily helped with the bags. The black-clad bodyguard angrily said to the middle-aged man, "Boss? This kid is clearly provoking you. He must not know your identity. Shall I teach him a lesson?" Pop. The middle-aged man slapped the bodyguard hard on the head and scolded him. "How many times have I told you? We are not a gang. You must win people over with virtue." "Yes, yes, yes." The bodyguard nodded repeatedly in fear after being slapped. "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and get in line. You'll miss out on the food." The middle-aged man snapped again. "Yes, yes, yes." The bodyguard dared not say anything more and quickly pushed his way through the crowd to go shopping. It was only when Zhao Dayang's vegetables were almost sold out that the bodyguard finally managed to buy a caddy. The middle-aged man looked at Zhao Dayang as he counted the money contentedly and prepared to close up shop, and sincerely asked him a question. "Young man, you are unmoved by the temptation of money and still maintain your initial heart. Nowadays, there are not many young people like you." Zhao Dayang glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently and thought to himself, "I'm doing this to have students when I open a restaurant in town in the future. Otherwise, with a family that is as poor as hell and still owes a large sum of money, what face would I have to keep?" However, although Zhao Dayang thought this, he could not say it out loud. There was no way, having been upright since childhood, that he could do such a mean thing. The other person felt ashamed and looked even more highly of Zhao Dayang. He nodded to Zhao Dayang in appreciation and then planned to bend down and get into the car. However, just as he was about to go in, Zhao Dayang suddenly called out to him, "Uncle! Wait!" "Ha?" The middle-aged man stopped what he was doing and looked back at him. "Uncle, I want to ask what you need so much leeks for." The middle-aged man thought about it for a moment and didn't say anything, as if he was a little embarrassed to talk about it. Zhao Dayang also understood the efficacy of his leeks and knew that it was normal to be embarrassed to talk about it, so he spoke again. "Why don't you do this? I can see that you need a lot, and it would be more troublesome to come and queue up, and there is a risk that you might not be able to get any. I'll give you an address, you can come directly to my house to get it. Leave a message on how much you need, and I'll prepare it for you in advance." "Ha?" The middle-aged man's expression on his face became even more surprised. He had just thought that this kid hadn't forgotten his original intentions and was very simple, but he never expected that he was actually a little slicker with business acumen. He had just acted like he wouldn't budge for poverty and destitution, and then turned around and took the initiative to do business with him? "Then the price?" the middle-aged man hesitantly asked. Zhao Dayang laughed. "It has to be 100 yuan per caddy." "What?" The middle-aged man felt unbalanced. He had only wanted to jump the queue and show off at the market by raising the price. But he never expected the young man to beg to cooperate with him and secretly sell him so much money. "You're really calculating, aren't you? Are you trying to fool me? Do you know who I am? Do you know what happens if you offend me?" Zhao Dayang said with a raised eyebrow, without any scruples. "I'm just a farmer, my life is worthless, I'm not afraid of offending people. The poor are only afraid of starving to death, and the rich are just assholes for not taking the money. Anyway, if you need that much leek, I'll have to increase production, and I'll be even more tired. And I'm not just going to work twice as hard. I'm going to need more money, right?" "But..." Zhao Dayang's tone changed again, as he said nonchalantly, "It's fine if you don't want it, I've earned enough of it, and I don't need to work so hard to increase production." After saying this, Zhao Dayang was about to pack up and leave. "Wait!" The middle-aged man immediately stopped him again. Zhao Dayang's ears twitched, and he was mentally anticipating it, but his face remained expressionless. The middle-aged man stared at Zhao Dayang for 3 seconds. "I want 200 caddies at a time. Tell me your address and the delivery time." Chapter 17, The Unfortunate Yuzhen. "Okay. Then come to Shichao village to find me in 3 days. My name is Zhao Dayang. At that time, we will hand over the money and the goods at the same time." The other party also agreed very quickly. After the middle-aged man left, Tian Yuru jumped up excitedly, hugged Zhao Dayang, and kissed him hard on the cheek. Great, Dayang. You're going to make a lot of money this time. Zhao Dayang was embarrassed by Tian Yuru's kiss and rubbed his face, but his face also carried an excited look. Ha, Yuru. It must be because you came with me today that you've brought me good luck. Tian Yuru couldn't stop smiling when she heard Zhao Dayang's words. You're so smooth-talking. Zhao Dayang quickly counted on his fingers. 100 yuan per caddy, 200 caddies. That's 20,000 yuan. Sister Yuru, I can make 20,000 yuan at once. Tian Yuru was also happy. Yes, Dayang, making 20,000 yuan at once is something that you can't even dream of. A farmer who works on the farm for a year can be thankful if they can save 10,000 yuan. You, Sister Yuru, I have never seen what 20,000 yuan looks like in my entire life. Zhao Dayang suddenly thought of something and said to Tian Yuru. Sister Yuru. When the 20,000 yuan comes, I'll give you half. What? Tian Yuru was shocked, and for a long time she could only close her mouth and say to Zhao Dayang. Dayang, you. I'm very touched that you think of me like this, but I absolutely can't accept this money from you. Although I like you, I'm not your wife, and it's inappropriate for you to give me so much money. Zhao Dayang laughed. Sister, you've misunderstood me. You deserve this money. As you know, our family only has 2 mu of land, and most of it is currently planted with other vegetables. How can I sell vegetables at the market without delaying and provide 200 caddies of leeks to the boss at the same time? The size of our vegetable garden simply doesn't allow it. And your vegetable garden is not idle all year round, right? I want to borrow your vegetable garden to grow leeks. By then, I will give you half of the money from the vegetables grown. Isn't that just normal? Tian Yuru nodded thoughtfully after hearing Zhao Dayang's words. So that's how it is. My vegetable garden is idle anyway, Dayang. If you want to use it, just go ahead and use it. I don't want your money. Zhao Dayang didn't realize that Sister Yuru was really a wonderful woman. Even though her family was also so short of money, she was still unmoved in the face of the huge sum of 10,000 yuan. It was clear that Sister Yuru was genuinely kind and selflessly devoted to him. For such a good woman, Zhao Dayang could not let her down even more. Zhao Dayang took hold of Tian Yuru's hand and said earnestly, Sister, you don't need to say anything more. If you don't want money, then I don't need your land either. Tian Yuru saw that Zhao Dayang was so insistent, so she had to bite her lower lip and nod. Okay, Dayang, I promise. But I'll tell you in advance, you can plant the vegetable garden, I'm just lending it to you, I can't charge half as much as that, I only want 30%. If you don't agree, then borrow the land from someone else. I'd rather not make any money than take so much from you. Zhao Dayang was very moved. He had to nod and agree. Okay. Then give me 30%. Looking at the time, Zhao Dayang patted the money bag in his pocket and said, Sister Yuru. Let's go. We're done selling vegetables now, let's go buy some nutrition products for your sister first, and then go see her. The two of them held hands, bought some melatonin and milk and fruit, and then followed the address to a small row of small, messy bungalows. When they saw the bungalows, a flash of surprise crossed both of their faces. They had thought that Tian Yuzhen might not be living in a good place, but they had never imagined that it was this bad. Xuanhe town was at least a town, but where Tian Yuzhen lived was actually worse than the countryside? Although Shiqiao village is backward, every household has a large courtyard, and the living area is large and clean. But this street of small houses? Rubbish is piled up everywhere, and there are unpleasant smells everywhere. Occasionally, a few stray dogs run out and urinate everywhere. Tian Yuru followed the room number given by her sister and arrived at the innermost room on the second floor of a small house. Knock, knock, knock. Yuzhen? It's me, your sister. Are you home? Since Tian Yuru did not have a mobile phone, and Tian Yuzhen usually contacted her by letter, Tian Yuru did not tell Tian Yuzhen before coming, and was not sure whether her sister was home or not. Tian Yuru knocked for a long time, and then an impatient voice came from inside. I'm coming. Who is it? It's early in the morning, what's with the shouting? Zhao Dayang frowned. The other person's voice was full of energy, and did not sound like that of a sick person who could not get out of bed. Creak. The door opened. An even more unpleasant smell came from inside. Zhao Dayang glanced through the crack in the door and saw piles of takeaway rubbish inside, which seemed to be moldy and smelly. This was not at all like the environment in which a girl lived. In Zhao Dayang's heart, the environment in which a girl lives should be like Yuru's sister's room, fragrant and very clean. Who are you? The other person let out an exclamation of doubt when they saw Tian Yuru. Zhao Dayang then realized that the person in front of him was not Tian Yuzhen. I am Tian Yuru, Yuzhen's sister. Does Yuzhen live here? The other person glanced around Tian Yuru, and finally her gaze settled on the gift she was carrying. Yes, Yuzhen has gone out for some reason, you two come in first. Saying this, she directly took the gift from Tian Yuru's hands and warmly welcomed the two of them in. However, after entering, Tian Yuru and Zhao Dayang discovered that there was not even a chair in the room. Where were they supposed to sit? The other party also smiled awkwardly and pointed to one of the two beds. Our place is small, there is no seating, that is Yuzhen's bed, you can just sit on Yuzhen's bed and wait for her. After saying that, she couldn't wait to unwrap the gift the two had brought, and immediately gobbled it up. Zhao Dayang frowned slightly. These town girls, how is it that they seem to have never eaten in their lives, more so than the girls in the countryside? What was Yuzhen doing out? Didn't she write to tell me that she wasn't feeling well and couldn't even get out of bed? The woman's eyes quickly flashed with guilt. Yuzhen, she's actually feeling much better, and she went back to work today. What? Tian Yuru was shocked to hear this. She's actually back at the massage parlor? She's still not feeling well, so why is she going back to the massage parlor? The girl gave Tian Yuru a look of contempt and said, Big sister, you're so funny. Do you just sit at home all day and drink the wind? Of course Yuzhen went to the massage parlor to make money. I heard that the boss she offended came back last night and asked for her by name. He couldn't find Yuzhen yesterday, so he caused a scene at the store. In the middle of the night, the boss's wife called and told Yuzhen that she must come to the store this morning, because the boss is still looking for her. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dayang immediately took Tian Yuru's hand. Let's go. Go to the massage parlor to find Yuzhen. Chapter 18, Perverted Demands. Chiang Mai Massage Parlor. Tian Yuzhen, with a large piece of white gauze wrapped around her forehead, was kneeling on the massage table, laboriously massaging a middle-aged man in his late 40s. The man was lying on his stomach, enjoying the massage, and his face showed an expression of uncontrollable excitement. Yes, that's it, downwards, further down. When Tian Yuzhen's hand touched the other person's buttocks, the other person was even more impatient, signaling Tian Yuzhen to go lower. Tian Yuzhen's face was a little embarrassed. If she went any lower, she would touch the middle-aged man's indescribable part. Her hand stopped there, a little hesitant. If it were a few days ago, she might have just refused. But at that time, when she refused this customer, she was beaten up. Today, he came back and made the same request, obviously to make her give in. I'll go get some essential oil. Tian Yuzhen stammered, hesitating to get up. You stay right there. The man suddenly sat up and grabbed Tian Yuzhen by the arm. His face instantly turned crazed, and he yelled while holding Tian Yuzhen by the collar. I paid money for a massage. You massage me wherever I tell you to. Didn't you learn your lesson last time? I told you, if you're willing to do what I want, I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Bitch, don't be a bitch. Tian Yuzhen was young and had been beaten up by this man before, so when she looked at his fierce face, she was scared and started crying again. Boss, please find someone else. I can't earn 10,000 yuan. The man's eyes were bulging with anger. Damn it. I'm not asking you to become a prostitute. I'm just asking you to touch every part of my body. It's not like I'm the one who wants to touch every part of your body. Is that so difficult? If you refuse to do it my way, then don't blame me. The man went completely crazy. He flung Tian Yuzhen onto the massage table, then lifted up her skirt and tried to force himself on her. Asterisk. Meanwhile, Zhao Dayang and Tian Yuru also hurriedly arrived at the door of the Chiang Mai massage parlor. However, just as he was about to enter the massage parlor, he was stopped by the security guard at the door. What do you want? Stop. The other party looked at Zhao Dayang up and down several times, especially when he saw that he was still carrying 2 buckets of mud in a funny way. The way he looked at him became even more contemptuous. Zhao Dayang didn't have time to explain, and he just said anxiously, Cut the crap. I came to the massage parlor, of course I came for a massage. The security guard sneered with disdain on his face. Piss off. You? A stinking peasant like you has money to come here for a massage? Get lost. Get lost. Don't get in the way of our business. Bang! Zhao Dayang immediately punched the security guard in the face. At the moment, he didn't know how Tian Yuzhen was doing inside, and he didn't have time to mess around with this security guard. Damn it! How dare you hit me? Someone come! The security guard immediately used his pager to call over a dozen security guards. Where had Tian Yuru seen such a scene before? She was terrified for a moment and hid behind Zhao Dayang, trembling. Dayang, what should we do now? Zhao Dayang clenched his fists. Ever since he had absorbed the first level of the ancestors' Chaos Heart Sutra, it seemed as if there was endless power in his body. If he didn't squander it in a day, it would be hard to contain it. Moreover, he discovered that since he had taught Yao Bin and the others a lesson, his fists and feet had become even more agile. Sister Yuru, don't worry, these losers are no match for me. The beaten security guard stood up and heard Zhao Dayang's words, and mocked him ruthlessly. Ha! You stupid peasant, all you have is brute strength, right? I wasn't paying attention just now, and you attack me by surprise. Now that my brothers are here, even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you'll have to kneel down and call me grandpa. After saying this, he waved his hand at the security guards behind him. Attack! Kill this kid! In an instant, a dozen people swarmed up, surrounding Zhao Dayang completely. Tian Yuru was so scared that she covered her eyes and dared not look again. Bang 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 bang! Fists rained down in rapid succession. Zhao Dayang's figure was quickly overwhelmed by the dozen people. Just when Tian Yuru thought Zhao Dayang was about to be beaten to death by them. Ouch! Ouch! Many security guards shot out from the crowd. In just 2 minutes, Zhao Dayang had taken care of more than 10 security guards. Sister Yuru, let's go! Zhao Dayang took Tian Yuru's hand and walked towards the inside. Tian Yuru looked at the security guards lying all over the place in a state of shock. Dayang, you? When did you become so strong? Tian Yuru looked at Zhao Dayang in admiration. Previously, when he had beaten Sun Hu in the village, it had already made Tian Yuru feel incredible. Now she saw Zhao Dayang knock out so many security guards in just a few minutes. Tian Yuru's eyes on Zhao Dayang became more and more adoring and fervent. Zhao Dayang laughed. Sister Yuru, these are just trifles. Let's go in. Since the security guard had called all the security guards over, there was a clear path to the massage parlor. Zhao Dayang asked a massage girl and accurately found where Tian Yuzhen was. As the two of them arrived at the door, they heard a man and a woman fighting inside. Help! Help! Stupid bitch! Do you want more money? Is 20,000 yuan enough for you to spread your legs? Tian Yuru's heart sank. It was Yuzhen's voice. Zhao Dayang was furious, and he kicked directly. Bang! This kick directly kicked open the locked door. Who? The person inside angrily turned his head when he saw someone trying to ruin his good deed. However, before he had a chance to see the person's face, a fist the size of a sandbag came straight at him. Zhao Dayang knocked the middle-aged man to the ground with a few punches. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Hero, there's no need for violence, let's talk. He didn't understand, he was just having a massage and for no reason at all, he was suddenly being punched. At this moment, Tian Yuzhen had already run to Tian Yuru's arms with tearful eyes, and the two sisters hugged each other tightly. Sister, are you okay? Sister, fortunately you came in time, otherwise. As soon as the middle-aged man saw the situation, he immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that Tian Yuzhen's family had come looking for her. As soon as he saw the woman hugging with Tian Yuzhen, he suddenly brightened up. Although the woman in front of him was simply dressed and not wearing any makeup, her pretty little face and fair, delicate skin were like those of a celebrity on the calendar. He couldn't help but swallow. He thought to himself, what's so interesting about Tian Yuzhen's little bean sprout? If I could eat her sister's big juicy peach one day, that would be something. With great difficulty, he suppressed the lewd thoughts in his heart and said to Zhao Dayang with a stifled voice. Little brother, I'm giving a good massage, why did you come in and hit me? Pop. Zhao Dayang slapped him in the face. I know you did. Knowing that this guy doesn't take no for an answer, he gritted his teeth and said viciously to Zhao Dayang. You little brat. Do you know who I am? I'm from the Lu family in Jiangcheng County, you. Bang. Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Dayang's fist came down again. I don't care who you are. If you don't kneel down and apologize to Yuzhen today, I'll beat you to death. The other person didn't expect this person to be so stubborn. Now that he was under the same roof, he had to bow his head. After hesitating for a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and knelt down towards Tian Yuzhen with a thud. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Yuzhen. I was too impulsive just now. I apologize to you. Zhao Dayang stamped on his back and said viciously. Now how dare that person say no? Kneeling on the ground, he nodded as if he were mashing garlic. I know I won't dare to do it again. Get out. Zhao Dayang kicked the person out of the room, and the person, not daring to delay, ran away rolling and crawling. But unexpectedly, the person didn't run a few steps before several plainclothes officers rushed in and directly pressed him to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a beautiful policewoman walked out of the crowd. Those involved, no one is allowed to leave. Chapter 19, The Beautiful Policewoman. Zhao Dayang looked at the approaching person with his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. She was a tall woman. She was so tall that she was actually comparable to his 1.8 meters in height. And she was extremely pretty. The hawk-like eyes under her arched eyebrows lightly scanned the crowd, and her high nose bridge added a touch of mixed race feeling. Her sexy lips were like withered rose petals. The whole person stands there with a fierce beauty that is not inferior to men. The proprietress timidly stepped out from behind the policewoman at this time. She seemed to have mustered up her courage and pointed towards the middle-aged man. Officer Lu, it's him. He came here to cause trouble. Lu Changyuan thought he had already escaped, but he was unexpectedly caught by the police again. He hurriedly said apologetically to Officer Lu. Comrade policeman, I'm innocent. I just came here for a massage, and I didn't expect to get beaten up by that kid. You should arrest him, he's the one who did it. Lu Shui's sharp eyes swept over him. Did I ask you a question? The other person was shocked by her imposing manner and quickly lowered his head in fear. Afterwards, Lu Shui resolutely retrieved the surveillance video and interrogated everyone present one by one. Eventually, she determined that Zhao Dayang was acting heroically and spoke to him. You can go. Tian Yuru heard this and her heart finally dropped. She embraced Zhao Dayang and said excitedly, Great, Dayang. We're fine. We're fine. Tian Yuzhen looked at the massage parlor owner with mixed emotions, but ultimately said, Thank you. Although this owner was not nice to her and was usually very harsh, she never expected that at a critical moment, the owner would actually choose to call the police. The owner gave her a cold stare, as if she was not grateful. Tian Yuzhen pleaded. Boss, I know I've caused you trouble this time. Can I still work at the massage parlor? The boss coldly scolded her. You plague. If I keep you at my massage parlor, will I still be able to do business? You can pack up and leave tonight. After she finished speaking, she glanced at the female police officer next to her with trepidation, and added. I'll give you your salary for this month, including the money deducted for insufficient attendance. Lu Shui glared at the boss at this time and said sternly. This is not an issue with your employees. If you really want to fire her, do it according to the requirements of labor law. I don't need to tell you about labor law, do I? Facing Officer Lu's eyes full of righteousness and aura, the boss was scared and cold with sweat. Massage parlors in small places like theirs don't have any labor contracts. She just made up the contracts herself. If she dares to say no? I'm afraid Officer Lu will investigate thoroughly. So, she had to apologize and smile at Tian Yuzhen. Yuzhen, you've been with us for 2 years, and now I'm firing you for personal reasons, so I'll compensate you with 2 months' salary. After she finished speaking, the bosses looked at Lu Shui with trepidation. Lu Shui nodded in satisfaction, and the bosses let out a sigh of relief. Tian Yuzhen was completely ignorant of the law, and she had no idea that she would be able to get 2 months' salary. For a moment, she was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. She even bowed to the bosses. Thank you, boss. The boss was so embarrassed that she couldn't look away. Lu Chang was wretchedly trying to pick up the phone. Click. However, the moment he picked up the phone, he was handcuffed by Lu Shui with lightning speed. Officer Lu, I have people above me. I need to make a phone call. Officer Lu Shui had a righteous look on her face and was not at all afraid of what Lu Chang said about having people above him. Shut up. No matter who you have, you must also accept the punishment of the law. Lu Chang was so furious that he could only turn his head and glare at the culprit, Zhao Dayang. You little brat. We'll see about this. I won't let you off the hook. Pang. Lu Shui slapped Lu Chang on the head. Shut up. After that, she had Lu Chang taken away in the police car. Just as Lu Shui was about to leave. Wait. Suddenly Zhao Dayang shouted at her. Lu Shui turned around. Comrade, is there anything else? Zhao Dayang kindly reminded her. Officer Lu, I can see from your face that you have been smoking for a long time. If I am not wrong, you should already be in the middle stages of lung cancer. If you don't get treatment in time, it could become terminal and be life-threatening. Zhao Dayang spoke from the bottom of his heart, hoping that this righteous female police officer would go to the hospital for treatment as soon as possible. But unexpectedly, Lu Shui gave him a sinister look. Then she took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and then coughed all over his face. Cough, 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 cough. Cough, 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 cough. After saying that, Lu Shui jumped into the car and drove off. Obviously, she didn't believe a word Zhao Dayang had said, and instead thought he was just hitting on her. Zhao Dayang looked at the car as it drove away, helplessly sweeping away the lingering smell of smoke. Hey, being too narcissistic is a disease that needs to be cured. At this time, Tian Yuru asked Zhao Dayang with full of jealousy. Dayang, is it true that Officer Lu has tuberculosis? Zhao Dayang shook his head, unable to laugh or cry. Sister Yuru, Officer Lu doesn't believe me, so you don't believe me either? Hey, it's hard to be a good person in this world who tells the truth. Tian Yuru got her cue and immediately hit Zhao Dayang's arm flirtatiously, laughing. Okay, I was just teasing you. Tian Yuzhen still saw Zhao Dayang for the first time, and at this moment, she observed her sister's intimate manner with Zhao Dayang, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Sister? Is this your new brother-in-law? Swish. Tian Yuru's face flushed, and she hurriedly said to Tian Yuzhen. Yuzhen. Don't talk nonsense. This is my sister's neighbor, Zhao Dayang. Say hello to brother Dayang. Oh, Tian Yuzhen shyly stuck out her tongue, and then sweetly shouted at Zhao Dayang, hello, brother Dayang. Zhao Dayang laughed. You're about the same age as my sister, and now you're out of work and injured. Don't look for work for a while, come back to Shichao village with us and rest for a while. Tian Yuzhen also felt physically and mentally exhausted, and nodded. When they were leaving, Zhao Dayang bought a used bicycle for 200 yuan. After buying it, he handed the bicycle directly to Tian Yuru. Sister Yuru, you take Yuzhen and go back first, I'll walk back slowly. The bicycle can only seat 2 people, so it definitely won't work for the 3 of them. Unexpectedly, Tian Yuru shook her head in difficulty. Dayang, I can't ride a bicycle. What? Zhao Dayang scratched his head, not expecting that Sister Yuru couldn't even ride a bicycle. He looked over at Tian Yuzhen again. Yuzhen, what about you? Can you ride it? But Tian Yuzhen also shook her head. I'm sorry, Dayang, I can't ride a bike either. This really put Zhao Dayang in a difficult position. None of you can ride a bike? Then, how are the 3 of us going to get back? Tian Yuru's charming eyes suddenly twinkled, and she meaningfully squeezed Zhao Dayang's arm. Dayang, who said that the 3 of us can't ride? I have an idea. Chapter 20, There's always trouble at a widow's door. The mountain road in Shichao village was rugged and uneven. Zhao Dayang, with a red face, held the handlebars of the bicycle. In front of him sat the plump Tian Yuru, and with the swaying and bumping of the bicycle, Yuru's figure was also displayed vividly. For a moment, Zhao Dayang didn't know whether to look at the road or at Yuru. And around his waist, there were also a pair of slender arms wrapped around him. Tian Yuzhen was sitting on the back seat. As it was also her first time riding a bicycle, she was so nervous that she held Zhao Dayang's waist with both arms. This made Zhao Dayang afraid to breathe. Finally, they arrived at the village entrance. Zhao Dayang let out a sigh of relief. Phew! He quickly stopped the bike. Yuru's sister, Yuzhen's sister, we're here. You can walk the rest of the way. It's getting late, I have to hurry home for dinner. Tian Yuru looked at Zhao Dayang, who was blushing, and smiled even more enchantingly. Dayang, thanks to you for everything today, I really must thank you properly. Tomorrow I'll go to the supply and marketing cooperative and buy 2 caddies of pork, and I'll cook you some braised pork. Just thinking about the braised pork that Yuru would cook, Zhao Dayang's mouth watered. Great, sister. Tian Yuzhen also beamed and said to Zhao Dayang. Brother Dayang, I also want to thank you. If it weren't for you today, I might have been bullied by that bastard. I don't know anything else. How about this, if you're ever free, I'll give you a massage. Hearing the word massage, Zhao Dayang's face turned even redder. Of course he knew that Tian Yuzhen was talking about a proper massage. But he had grown up in a poor family and had never been to a massage parlor to enjoy such treatment. Now he was even more embarrassed to let Tian Yuzhen give him a massage. Yuzhen, I don't need a massage, I'll just have the braised pork. You take a good rest for now. With that, Zhao Dayang got on his bike and left as if he was running away. After he got home, Zhao Dayang leaned his bike against the wall and took off the 2 buckets from the back seat. Zhao Xiaodai came over excitedly when she saw the bike. Wow, brother, where did you get a bike? Zhao Dayang proudly showed off to his younger sister. Of course I bought it. Wang Mei also came out heartbroken at the sound. Dayang, this bike is quite expensive, right? Our family still hasn't paid off the debt, there's no rush to buy a bike, you can return it tomorrow. Zhao Dayang explained with a smile. Mom. With your son's current earning power, buying a bicycle is a breeze, right? Besides, this bicycle is actually old. It's not expensive, only 200 yuan. Wang Mei's face finally eased a little when she heard this, but she still said with a heavy heart. Mom knows you're capable now, but we still have to save. You have a heavy burden on your shoulders, not only do you have to pay off the debt, but your younger sister also needs money for school. Zhao Dayang said smugly. Hey, Mom. You don't have to worry about that. When I went to the market to sell leeks today, I met a big boss. He wants to buy 200 caddies of my leeks at 100 yuan per caddy. Then I'll make 20,000 yuan in one go. Really? Wang Mei was so excited that she almost jumped up when she heard this, but after a moment's thought, she asked again. But our family doesn't have that much land to grow leeks, does it? Zhao Dayang laughed again. Hey. You don't need to worry about that, Mom. I already talked to Sister Yuru. Isn't there 2 mu of land that's lying fallow in their family? I'll just rent her land. When it came to Tian Yuru, Wang Mei's face changed. Dayang. Widows have a lot of trouble, you and that Tian Yuru, you'd better stay away from each other. Zhao Dayang's face changed. Mom. Why do you think like that about Sister Yuru? Me and Sister Yuru are innocent, I'm not afraid of what people say. Wang Mei snorted. Humph. You're still young. You're too simple-minded. I've seen what Tian Yuru has done to you over the past 3 years. Especially when you were still stupid, Tian Yuru often told you to go to their house. Don't think that no one in the village knows. In fact, it has been rumored for a long time. Zhao Dayang looked aggrieved. He didn't realize that there were so many gossips in the village. He was about to defend himself, but then he thought about what Yu had told him earlier. She did like him. For a moment, Zhao Dayang hung his head again, speechless. Wang Mei looked at herself. After all, she gave birth to him. With just a glance from Zhao Dayang, she could understand most of what was going on. Anyway, since the land rental has been agreed, it won't be changed, but in the future, you'd better be more open with Tian Yuru. Especially, do you know that Sun Miao Miao, the granddaughter of the old Sun family, has returned? When Sun Miao Miao was mentioned, Zhao Dayang's face looked a little bad. I know, what's the matter? When he went to get medicine for his father, he ran into her, but now that things have changed, his relationship with Sun Miao Miao is not the same as when they were children. Wang Mei's face was full of scheming. She tugged Zhao Dayang's clothes and whispered. Dayang, Miao Miao is a good girl. I heard that she even has a good job in the county. Now she's back, it's to take care of her grandfather's affairs. Mom heard that. She hasn't found anyone yet. If you have time, go and pay her a visit. You two were so close when you were little. Oh, come on, Mom. stop it. Zhao Dayang impatiently interrupted Wang Mei. Now she is a city girl, and her family is rich. How could she possibly like a poor country boy like me? This comment left Wang Mei speechless, but she still insisted. What's wrong with a city girl? My son is not bad either. He can make over 1,000 yuan a day selling leeks. Maybe she doesn't even earn as much as you. If you try hard, maybe. Mom, just stop worrying about my marriage. I'm hungry, I'm going to eat first. Zhao Dayang didn't want to hear it and slipped directly into the kitchen. While eating, a pretty figure suddenly popped into his head. That was his girlfriend from college. Hey! It's been 3 years, I'm afraid she's already had a child, right? Zhao Dayang let out a heavy sigh. His girlfriend was taken from him 3 years ago, and the person who took her was said to be a well-known presence in Jiangcheng. When he got into trouble back then, even the headmaster dared not mess with that person, and the matter was forcibly suppressed and he was expelled. Now, although he makes a living selling leeks with the help of the elixir, he is still like a mantis facing a car in the face of that person's power. Right now, he just wants to get the job done first and get through the day. As for the rich second generation who caused him harm in the first place? A gentleman's revenge is never late. Asterisk. Time flew by and 3 days passed. The day is approaching when the big boss will come to inspect the 200 caddies of leeks. It's still dark, but at 5 a.m. Zhao Dayang is already at the leek field. He plans to sell the leeks from Sister Yuru's field first, and then carry his own leeks to the city to sell. Now his leeks are already famous in Xuanhe town. He is confident that even if he scales up, he will still be able to sell them all. Chapter 21, Occupying the Vegetable Patch. Everyone in Shurqiao village knows that Zhao Dayang is not stupid. They also know that he goes to the town to sell leeks these days, and that he never returns until he has sold all of them. Now, seeing Zhao Dayang come to the field early in the morning to cut leeks, the people in the field can't help but ask. Hey, Dayang, you've only had these leeks for a few days, and you've already expanded the area? Zhao Dayang wipes the sweat from his forehead and looks up. Yes, Uncle Ming, someone is coming to the village today to buy my leeks. I've grown extra leeks for him. Zhao Ming's vegetable patch adjoins Sister Yuru's, but since Sister Yuru never works the land, Zhao Ming has effectively appropriated part of her 2 mu of land. When Zhao Dayang came to requisition the land a couple of days ago, he mentioned to Zhao Ming that if he had time, he should move his vegetables. After all, he is now renting Sister Yuru's land, and in theory, the right to use that land now belongs to Zhao Dayang. But although Zhao Ming kept saying yes, now that it's the 3rd day, he still has no intention of moving that land. So, now when Zhao Dayang speaks to him, he is smiling but not laughing. After hearing this, Zhao Ming walked over with interest, and without saying a word, he grabbed a handful of leeks from Zhao Dayang's field. What's so good about leeks? Someone actually came to collect them, and this handful is for Uncle to stir fry for lunch? After saying this, Zhao Ming also wanted to pull vegetables from Zhao Dayang's field. Zhao Dayang looked at the leeks in his field, which had been pulled and were lying all over the place. Uncle Ming, you rest. I'll cut it for you, so you don't have to bother. Zhao Dayang looked at the uneven broken ends and his OCD was about to kick in. Although he didn't want to give Zhao Ming the leeks at all, after all, they were from the same village and saw each other all the time. Even if he had a problem with Zhao Ming, he couldn't neglect the superficial niceties. Zhao Ming nodded with satisfaction when he saw this. Not bad, Dayang, you're not stupid anymore, you're more sensible. In the past, when Zhao Dayang was still a fool, everyone in the village bullied him, and Zhao Ming in particular often made him help him turn the soil. Now he even gives things away. Zhao Ming couldn't help but ask, seeing that Zhao Dayang was so generous. Xiaoyang, which fertilizer do you use for your leeks? Why is my family's not as good as yours? Zhao Dayang thought to himself, I used the elixir left behind by the immortals. Of course you can't have the fertilizer from my house. Although he thought this, he said. Ha, I just water it more often, there's no other trick. Zhao Ming pouted and gave Zhao Dayang an unhappy look. Of course he knew that the boy was hiding the secret and wouldn't tell him. Okay, then I'll water the plants more often. With that, Zhao Ming took the leeks that Zhao Dayang had handed him. Thanks, Dayang. Zhao Dayang took the opportunity to say to Zhao Ming. Hey, uncle, I have a lot of leeks in my field, so if you want some later, you can come and get them. But your field, do you think you should move it? As soon as he said this, Zhao Ming's face immediately changed. Bang! He immediately threw the leeks that Zhao Dayang had given him onto the ground, angrily saying. Here's your leeks. When did you, a little brat, dare lecture an adult? This plot of land is mine just because I occupy it. I've been using this plot of land for several years before you came along. Why should I give way to you just because you've arrived? Who do you think you are? Zhao Dayang knew that Zhao Ming was not used to reasoning, but he didn't expect him to be so bossy and arrogant. Uncle Ming, this land was originally rented to me by Sister Yuru. Before she didn't need it, so it was fine for you to take it, but now I've paid for the land. Isn't it only natural that you should give it up? Zhao Ming gave a rogue smile. Hey! If I were you, I just wouldn't let you. Zhao Dayang was also annoyed. He didn't expect Zhao Ming to be so stubborn. He looked down again at the leeks he had smashed to the ground. Uncle Ming. I'll ask you one last time. Are you not letting me? Zhao Ming was also furious, and pointed at his nose and yelled at him. Why are you being so defiant with me, kid? I'm putting my words here today. Even if your parents come, I'm not letting you have the land. Fine. Then don't regret it. After Zhao Dayang finished speaking, he directly stepped on Zhao Ming's vegetable garden, which was beyond the boundary. In a few steps, he trampled his vegetables to smithereens. This scene directly scared Zhao Ming stupid. Damn it! Zhao Dayang. What are you doing? Zhao Ming hurriedly came forward to pull Zhao Dayang. Get away! Unfortunately, Zhao Dayang just pushed him away. Zhao Dayang was so strong that Zhao Ming lost his balance and fell to the ground, with a big patch of mud on his bottom. He looked utterly miserable. You little brat, how dare you push me? I'll teach you a lesson today. After saying this, Zhao Ming was about to get into a fight with Zhao Dayang. The neighbors, hearing the noise, also gathered around. Oh no, are they fighting? Quick, let's talk this over. Yes, we are all neighbors, why fight? As soon as Zhao Ming saw people coming, he immediately accused the other first. Why? Look at this little brat. What has he done to my vegetable garden? When the crowd looked, sure enough, all the vegetables that Zhao Ming had planted had been trampled to pieces by Zhao Dayang. Yunfan's wife immediately scolded Zhao Dayang. Dayang, you are a junior, no matter what you say, you can't step on the vegetables of your elders. This is outrageous. Uncle Lu Chang also scolded. It's downright lawless. Could it be that the foolishness hasn't completely gone away? Foolishness again? Apologize. Apologize to your Uncle Ming now. Everyone indiscriminately turned on Zhao Dayang. Before Zhao Dayang could say anything, Zhao Ming angrily waved his hand and said, I don't want his apology. Even if his parents came here today, I won't forgive him. Zhao Dayang laughed. He didn't expect Zhao Ming to give him such a hard time. He would apologize to him? Dream on. Zhao Dayang said to the crowd. I believe that justice is in the hearts of the people. The land I'm standing on was rented to me by Sister Yuru. I believe everyone has heard about this in the past few days. Otherwise, I wouldn't have planted my leeks here. And 3 days ago I already told Zhao Ming that I needed this land. I asked him to move his vegetables. But 3 days have passed and Zhao Ming still hasn't moved them. Just now he wanted my leeks, so I gave them to him, and I casually asked when he was going to move them. Unexpectedly, he said that if he occupied it, it would be his. What kind of logic is that? Anyway, my patience has its limits. Since he is unwilling to move, I will not be polite. Everyone was taken aback? So that's what happened. Yunfan's wife immediately advised Zhao Ming. Oh dear, Ming, you really are something. The other guy's child paid for the land. You should have a good word with him. However, Lu Chang and the others didn't care who was right or wrong. They still pointed the finger at Zhao Dayang. Ming, what are you arguing with a child for? He's not very bright anyway. Exactly. Zhao Daxia. No matter what you say, you can't lay a hand on Brother Ming's vegetable patch. I say, we should just give this land to Brother Ming. Apologize. Hurry up and apologize to your Uncle Ming. Zhao Dayang let out a helpless sneer. Zhao Ming was an old man with some prestige in the village, and this prestige was not something that came from doing good deeds when he was young. It was simply because he had followed a few thugs and had a few green dragons and white tigers tattooed on his body. Since then, no one in the village has dared to provoke him. But nowadays, the real underworld, the White Tiger Gang, Zhao Dayang is not afraid of offending. Afraid of an old fool like Zhao Ming? Humph. I don't care how you make black seem white today. Anyway. This land is rented by me, Zhao Dayang. I must. As for trampling Zhao Ming's vegetable garden? He also broke my leeks. We're even. Zhao Ming became even more anxious and angry when he heard this, and pointed at Zhao Dayang and cursed again. You little bastard. You're full of shit. You trampled on a huge part of my vegetable patch, and how much are a few leeks worth? You want to offset it with me? Lu Chang, Zhao Ming's lackey, said disdainfully. That's right. Your leeks are probably worth $1 or $2. I say, you better give Brother Ming 100 yuan and invite him over to apologize properly, and let your mother cook a meal to make amends, and let's call it quits. Boom. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class drove over. Zhao Dayang's eyes lit up. The person who came to buy vegetables from him is here. He immediately turned his head proudly and said to everyone, You all watch carefully. When the boss comes down later, you'll know whether my leeks can really compare to the vegetables that Zhao Ming got trampled on. Chapter 22. Zhao Ming is embarrassed. Everyone was a little surprised to see the car arrive. This Shiqiao village is the poorest village in the entire Chuanhe town. Usually, not to mention cars, even tractors are only found in the village chief's house. As for the car that had just arrived, although they didn't know the model or how much it cost, they had seen Mercedes-Benz and BMW on TV. Basically, to them, these two cars were the perceived ceiling that they could reach. For a moment, everyone's attention was drawn to that car. When the car drove up, the sharp-eyed driver saw Zhao Dayang from afar. He parked the car directly on the path by the field. Long Fei got out of the back seat. The 2-meter-tall, burly middle-aged man in sunglasses instantly made the people of Shiqiao village feel an inexplicable sense of intimidation. Immediately afterwards, 2 more black-clad men in suits got out of the car. They followed the middle-aged man, walking straight towards Zhao Dayang along the small path on the ridge. Unlike the last time they met, this time the middle-aged man praised Zhao Dayang with a beaming face as soon as he saw him. Zhao Dayang, your leeks are truly amazing. I made a huge mistake last time when I only ordered 200 caddies. I have decided that after this time, when our cooperation ends, we will discuss a larger cooperation in detail. Zhao Dayang was also overjoyed to hear this. He could sell 200 caddies in one go and make 20,000 yuan in one day, something he had never dared to dream of. He immediately reached out to the middle-aged man. It's an honor. The other person also enthusiastically reached out and introduced himself. Oh yes, I forgot to introduce myself last time, my name is Long Fei. After saying this, Long Fei carefully observed Zhao Dayang and the reactions of the people around him. However, these people didn't seem to know him. There was no reaction on their faces. Zhao Dayang simply shook his hand. Long Fei had rarely encountered a scene where no one was shocked when he announced his name. He awkwardly withdrew his hand and asked Zhao Dayang. By the way, Zhao Dayang, have you prepared the 200 caddies of leeks I asked you to prepare? Zhao Dayang shook his head regretfully. Hey, it's really unfortunate. Brother Longfei, I originally got up before dawn to cut the leeks. Logically, I should have already finished cutting the 200 caddies of leeks. It's just that I had a dispute with someone from the same village, which hindered my progress. So, you may need to wait here for a while. Longfei frowned and asked subconsciously. What happened? Zhao Dayang simply explained the whole story. This time was different. During and after his speech, no one dared to interrupt him or make any comments. After listening to Zhao Dayang's words, Long Fei suddenly turned his head and glared at Zhao Ming. How dare you touch the leeks I ordered? Zhao Ming had never seen anyone with such a terrifying aura. Especially since the other person was 2 meters tall, standing in front of him at the moment, like a small mountain. Even though he had a blue dragon and white tiger tattooed on his chest, at the moment, he only dared to stammer towards Long Fei and say, It's all because this kid was too impatient. I only dropped the leeks in a panic, and then. Besides. He took a breath and pointed at Zhao Dayang and scolded. This kid also stepped on my vegetables. Logically, after deducting the 1 or 2 yuan for his leeks, he still owes me money. Upon hearing this, Long Fei immediately burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Are you really that funny? Do you know how much a caddy of leeks costs? Zhao Ming frowned. Just now, Zhao Dayang had emphasized that his caddy of leeks could offset his dish, and now this man was asking again? He was a little short of arguments. How much is a caddy? It's just a bit of leeks, how much can it be worth? 100 yuan a caddy. Once this was said, everyone at the scene instantly felt as if they had turned to stone. Zhao Ming's mouth was even wider than it could swallow an egg. Zhao Dayang asked Zhao Ming proudly at this time. Now, can my leeks match your vegetables? Zhao Ming struggled to close his jaw, still looking incredulous. Why the hell do you think your leeks are worth 100 yuan per caddy? Zhao Dayang didn't even bother to answer him. You're not worthy of knowing. Then he politely said to Longfei. Brother Longfei, please wait for a moment, I will finish cutting soon, or, why don't you go to my house and wait? After a while, when the sun comes out, the field will be dry, go to my house, if my mother is there, let her pour you some tea to drink. Longfei looked at the sun and nodded. Then the two bodyguards took him to Zhao Dayang's house with umbrellas. After the big boss left, the others in the field, all at once, excitedly asked Zhao Dayang. Dayang, what did your leeks say about selling for 100 yuan per caddy? That's right. They're more expensive than the beef and mutton in our village. I don't think that person is just rich, it seems like he's quite influential too. You can't lie to people like that, or you'll suffer. Zhao Dayang couldn't help but laugh. Uncles and aunts, don't worry, my leeks are also very popular in town, I don't have to worry about selling them, I don't need to lie. For a moment, everyone became more interested in Zhao Dayang's leeks and kept asking questions. They even started to offer to help Zhao Dayang cut the leeks themselves. Zhao Ming saw the instant change in these people's attitude towards Zhao Dayang and snorted. I think this kid is just trying to bully people. That big guy doesn't look like a pushover, so he's just waiting to be taught a lesson. Instantly, the people who had just stood on Zhao Ming's side all pointed at him with contemptuous looks and accused him. Zhao Ming, I'm saying you're just jealous. His business is booming. This little patch of land under your feet is better than your Tumuan Threefen plot. You're right. Zhao Ming, you're already an old man, but you still don't respect your elders. You've taken the land that Dayang rented, and he sells his leeks at such a high price. You're just holding up his big business. Zhao Ming didn't expect the villagers, who had just been on the same side as him, to turn around and accuse him one by one. You. He was furious, but now he also knew that he was in the wrong, and Zhao Dayang's guests, who seemed to be in a rage, were still at home. If you want to settle accounts, you can't rush it. He could only yell at Zhao Dayang. Zhao Dayang, you idiot. You just wait and see. Zhao Dayang didn't bother arguing with Zhao Ming, and he could see that the leeks were almost all cut. After getting paid later, he could pay off the 20,000 yuan that his family owed in one go. So Zhao Dayang picked up his phone and called Yao Bin. Hey, Yao Bin, in an hour, bring the IOU and come to my house to get the money. Chapter 23, Son Whose Revenge. As soon as he received Zhao Dayang's call, Yao Bin immediately sat up in bed. During this time, he was in so much pain that he could only lie in the hospital and seek psychological comfort by drinking glucose water, but even so, he was still in excruciating pain. Now that he had received Zhao Dayang's call, it was like he had grabbed a life preserver. Such a big move scared the four subordinates who had been guarding him day and night. Brother Bin? What's wrong? You woke up so suddenly, are you okay, Brother Bin? Yao Bin endured the excruciating pain in his chest as he pulled the quilt off him. His face was as excited as if he had won 5 million. Prepare the car. Prepare the car. Immediately go to Shiqiao village. Right. Bring the IOU for the 20,000 yuan. His subordinates didn't understand, but they didn't dare to disobey their boss's wishes, so they all set off to Shiqiao village. At the same time, a van carrying 17 people also sped towards Shiqiao village. In the passenger seat of the car sat Sun Hu, who had just undergone surgery at the hospital. Zhao Dayang, you son of a bitch. I won't let you off this time. I'm not called Sun Hu for nothing. He lowered his head, undid the elastic band of his trousers, and looked at his genitals, which were still wrapped in gauze. And tears almost fell out again. A few days ago, after Zhao Dayang cut off his manhood, he immediately went to the hospital with his belongings and underwent 3 hours of rescue and suturing. Although his dick was sewn back together, the doctor told him that he would no longer be able to procreate. He would not even be able to have sex with a woman. How could a man in his 20s who had not yet started a family and had no children bear this? So, he spent everything he had and hired more than 10 thugs from the White Tiger gang for 50,000 yuan. Today, he will make Zhao Dayang pay the same price. No, not only will Zhao Dayang be childless. But his two lackeys will also suffer. Drive faster. After Zhao Dayang finished cutting the leeks, the villagers were so eager to help him carry the leeks home. At this moment, Long Fei was already eating at Zhao Dayang's house. Early this morning, Tian Yuru made a big pot of braised pork and used a big soup bowl to serve a big bowl to Aunt May, planning for them to eat it for lunch. It just so happened to be seen by Long Fei. Long Fei smelled the rich aroma of the braised pork and immediately asked Wang Mei if he could try some. Facing her son's boss, Wang Mei immediately brought the whole bowl of braised pork to him. She also served him a bowl of rice and poured a pot of bitter, cool tea. The fragrant, braised pork was fat but not greasy, and with a little rice, it was so good that you could practically swallow your tongue. Then a sip of the bitter, cool tea helped to cleanse the palate, and you could eat 3 more bowls. When Zhao Dayang returned, he happened to see Long Fei's bowl of braised pork, and he gulped down the braised pork sauce at the bottom of the bowl. Not a drop was left. Zhao Dayang, who witnessed this scene, frowned. He was a big boss, so had he never eaten braised pork before? He looked like he was starving. But Long Fei was still full of praise, saying to Tian Yuru, "Sister Yuru, the braised pork you made is really delicious. It's even better than any braised pork I've had at a restaurant. I'd say you should go work as a chef at a 5-star hotel." These words made Tian Yuru blush. She gently brushed the stray hair that hung around her ears and said shyly, "You're really flattering me, brother. I'm just a country woman, and this is the best I can do with home cooking. How can I compare with the chefs in a 5-star hotel?" At this time, Zhao Dayang also put the leeks in the yard, smiling. "Sister Yuru, don't be modest. I also think your food is delicious. Even if a 5-star chef came here, I'm afraid they would have to admit defeat." Tian Yuru felt even more embarrassed after hearing this, and glared at Zhao Dayang. "Dayang, you've never been to a 5-star hotel, so how would you know? You guys, stop teasing me." Long Fei, however, did not look like he was joking at all. He looked Tian Yuru in the eye and said seriously, "But the food made by those chefs is so bland and tasteless. It's really not as delicious or flavorful as the food you make." As he said this, Long Fei couldn't help but swallow. He said quite seriously to Tian Yuru, "How about this? My daughter's restaurant is just missing a sous chef. If you're willing, I'll pay you 10,000 yuan a month to take the position." "What?" Tian Yuru's face changed drastically. She was shocked beyond words by Long Fei's words, and she froze in place, not knowing what to say for a moment. Her? An ordinary rural woman who usually couldn't even do the work in the fields well. A country woman who could only go to the neighboring village of Wayo to do some odd jobs, and now this big brother in a suit and tie in front of her actually wanted her to be the sous chef? She felt like she was dreaming. The villagers who followed and also felt stunned. 10,000 yuan a month. Tian Yuru, you should say yes quickly. Yes, we wouldn't even dare to dream of such a benefit. Faced with the urging of the crowd, Tian Yuru became even more panicked. She looked helplessly over at Zhao Dayang, as if at that moment Zhao Dayang was her mainstay. Zhao Dayang also hesitated for a moment, and asked Long Fei, "Brother Long Fei, I think Sister Yuru has the ability. She also has this idea, but your proposal is indeed a bit sudden. How about this, you give us some time to think about it, and we'll let you know what we think." Long Fei readily agreed. "No problem. Just think about it carefully. Anyway, my daughter's restaurant is barely surviving, the kitchen is not busy, etc., so it doesn't matter, and the location is reserved for you for now." Long Fei felt a sense of powerlessness when he thought about his daughter's restaurant. Zhao Dayang didn't dare to ask any more, and quickly asked Long Fei to first count his leeks. "Long Fei, big brother, now that the leeks are all ready, let me weigh the weight in front of you?" Long Fei waved his hand nonchalantly. "No need. I trust you." In his opinion, this was just a trivial matter, and there was no need to verify something worth 20,000 yuan. "Xiangzi, bring the money." Long Fei instructed his assistant. Zhao Dayang felt a little incredulous when he received the 2 bundles of sturdy 100 yuan bills. Happy cooperation. He quickly put the 20,000 yuan in his pocket. Long Fei said to his assistant again, "Xiangzi, go open the trunk of the car and load the food with Brother Dayang." At the same time, a van also quickly stopped at the entrance of Zhao Dayang's house, kicking up a cloud of dust. Bang! As soon as the door opened, 17 people actually got off the car one after the other. The leader was none other than Sun Hu, the notorious man in the village. Zhao Dayang frowned at the sight of Sun Hu. Sun Hu, what are you doing here? Tian Yuru saw that Sun Hu had brought so many people with him and knew that they were not here for good. She quickly hid behind a pillar, thinking to herself. It's over. Sun Hu has brought so many people with him, can Dayang handle it? Especially when she thought that Sun Hu's problems were all because of her, Tian Yuru felt so guilty that she almost burst into tears. Long Fei's hawk-like eyes also narrowed slightly when he saw the people coming, and a dangerous aura flashed past. Humph. Zhao Dayang. Don't you know why I'm here? You and Tian Yuru did that kind of thing to me last time, and you think I'll let you go? Chapter 24, The Widow's Helplessness. Sun Hu mentioned Tian Yuru's name without any hesitation in front of everyone. The villagers who had just helped Zhao Dayang deliver the leeks all bowed their heads and whispered at the same time. Oh, from what Sun Hu said, it sounds like Zhao Dayang and Tian Yuru are having an affair. That's right. This has been going on for more than a year. I've seen Zhao Dayang go to the widow's house alone several times. Paper can't hold back the fire after all. In the past, everyone just didn't dare to say it openly, but Sun Hu has completely pierced through this veil of shame. Humph. How old is that slutty widow? Her husband died young, so it's strange if she doesn't want a man. Tian Yuru was even more ashamed and angry this time, and she hid behind a pillar, afraid to stick her head out. Aunt May couldn't help but glare at Tian Yuru. This Tian Yuru. She has ruined her family's Taiyang. Before, the people in the village were gossiping about his son and Tian Yuru, and now Sun Hu has publicly humiliated him. How is his innocent son going to live in the village from now on? Zhao Taiyang, on the other hand, calmly asked Sun Hu. You son of a bitch. You're accusing me, but what's Tian Yuru got to do with it? Besides, you did that evil thing. I only hate that I didn't beat you to death. How dare you show your face in front of me? Sun Hu is now escorted by more than a dozen people, and his arrogant nose is almost up to the sky. He pointed at Zhao Dayang and cursed. Am I not right? If I hadn't caught you and Tian Yuru in the act, would I have been ambushed by you? As soon as Sun Hu said this, the voices of the people around him increased even more. In particular, the way they looked at Tian Yuru was full of frivolity and contempt from the men, and hatred and disgust from the women. Some even deliberately or unintentionally spat towards Tian Yuru's location. Bah! Stinking bitch! What a modern-day Pan Jinlian! Where had Tian Yuru seen such a scene before? To be honest, she was only a young girl of 22, and she never imagined that one day she would be pointed at by thousands of people in broad daylight. For a moment, she just hid behind a pillar and cried. Zhao Dayang pointed at Sun Hu's head and cursed. You son of a bitch! It was you who tried to take advantage of Sister Yuru. If I hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid Sister Yuru would have already been defiled by you. I'll cut off your dick, so as to rid the world of evil. So you won't be able to harm other people's women in the future. If you don't hide and reflect on what you've done, you're even more brazen to come before me. I don't think you want to live anymore. Zhao Dayang's words reminded Tian Yuru, who was standing nearby. Yes. When Dayang first set his sights on Sun Hu, he told her that there were only the three of them in the house. Now she and Dayang are already 2 against 1. How can she not be able to compete with Sun Hu? After all, no matter how much Sun Hu says, without evidence, it's just his word against hers. So Tian Yuru suddenly straightened her shoulders and stepped forward. Yes. Sun Hu, you are worse than an animal. Ever since my husband died, you have been hanging around my house all the time. At this, Tian Yuru looked around at the men from the same village. A few of them, when caught in her gaze, quickly lowered their heads with guilty hearts. It was obvious that these men had not been lacking in interest in Tian Yuru and had not been hanging around her house. The situation of the men was instantly noticed by the women standing next to them, and they all became angry, turning red in the face, glaring at each other and reaching for their hands to strangle each other. If they weren't still outside, I'm afraid they would have already had a fight with their men. Tian Yuru continued. That day, I did call Dayang to my house. It's just that because the stone grinding plate for grinding tofu at my house was broken and I couldn't move it alone, I asked Dayang to come over and give me a hand. But you? As soon as you came in, you injured Dayang and carried me to my room, wanting to. At this point, Tian Yuru gave free rein to her acting skills, or perhaps it was the pain of remembering that moment, as 2 clear tears flowed down her face. The rest of what she said, even if she didn't say it, the others could imagine it for themselves. Zhao Dayang also didn't expect that Yuru really understood him, and she actually knew what he wanted to say. At the moment, seeing that Tian Yuru was crying so hard that she could hardly speak, he hurriedly added, "That's right. Tian Yuru is a weak woman. If it weren't for me, after I was beaten, I forced myself to get up and save Tian Yuru. I'm afraid that by now Tian Yuru would have already been defiled by Sun Hu." Hearing that Tian Yuru's innocence was still intact, a man in his early 20s in the crowd suddenly shouted out, "Dayang, you did the right thing. Such a son of a bitch deserves a good lesson." This was Feng Ji, a classmate of Zhao Dayang from Shiqiao village who had attended primary school together, except that he had dropped out of junior high school and worked on construction sites in the city. Since Tian Yuru had become a widow, he had not stopped thinking about her. However, he was not as creepy as those married old men, and would not squat near Tian Yuru's house to peep. With Feng Ji's words, some unmarried men from the same village also breathed a sigh of relief. Tian Yuru has not yet become anyone's woman, she is still innocent, they still have a chance. They all followed Feng Ji's words and condemned Sun Hu. "Sun Hu, you son of a bitch. Tian Yuru has already lost her husband, she is a woman all alone, you usually don't help her, but you actually think about that son of a bitch, you deserve to die." "That's right. Normally it's fine for you to be a tiger's accomplice in the village, but you actually went after a woman? You're not even a man. Just now I heard Dayang say that he crippled your dick. I'd say it's for the best. You can keep that thing of yours for cooking with." For a while, Sun Hu was besieged by the crowd. He trembled with anger and his face turned pale. In particular, the fact that his manhood had been disabled was revealed in front of so many people, and he felt even more ashamed. There is no greater shame for a man than this. You're talking nonsense. It's clear that I'm the one who acted bravely. It was you and that shameless slut Tian Yuru who were committing adultery in broad daylight. Although Sun Hu really wanted to do something inappropriate with Tian Yuru that day, of course he would not say so in front of so many people. Moreover, it was that bitch Tian Yuru and Zhao Dayang who were having a romantic bath in the courtyard that day. They were the ones acting indecently in the first place. Pop. Suddenly, Tian Yuru rushed directly in front of Sun Hu and slapped him hard in the face. "You beast. You're just spreading rumors. I'll fight you to the death." Sun Hu was enraged after getting slapped and immediately raised his hand to slap Tian Yuru as well. "You bitch." Bang. However, at the moment he raised his hand, a huge pole was smashed hard onto his knee. "Ah!" Sun Hu let out a cry of pain and turned around to see Zhao Dayang. At that moment, Zhao Dayang was holding a pole and looking at him with a full face of hatred. "Son of a bitch. How dare you touch Sister Yuru, I want to beat you to death." "Ah! My leg! My leg!" Sun Hu's leg was bent at a very twisted angle. It was obvious that his leg had been broken by a single blow from Triangular Eye. "What are you all standing there for? Kill Zhao Dayang." Sun Hu went completely crazy. He shouted at the dozen or so people behind him. He thought to himself that these people were really unprofessional. They took 50,000 yuan from him, and didn't even react after he had his leg broken? Hearing Sun Hu's wailing, the men remembered that they had not come to watch a show, but to get things done. The leader with the triangle eyes slapped his own head. "Oops. I was so busy watching the show that I almost forgot the real business. Brothers, let's go together. Break Zhao Dayang's 3 legs." In an instant, a dozen men with guns and clubs rushed towards Zhao Dayang. Chapter 25, Slap in the Face. Jade Fun saw this and quickly turned and ran towards Sun Hu's house. No! Sun Hu is going to cause trouble, she has to hurry and go and tell Sun Hu's father to stop him. A dozen people charged towards Zhao Dayang. Sun Hu's face also raised a smug smile, he seemed to already see the image of Zhao Dayang being beaten up and kneeling before him, begging for mercy. However, swish! Swish! At this critical moment, an SUV sped up. A beautiful skid stopped directly in front of Zhao Dayang's house. "Stop!" The car door opened, and Yaobin rushed out with a worried look on his face. Hearing this familiar voice, the dozen people also hurriedly stopped what they were doing. After shouting, Yaobin felt a sharp pain in his chest again. The 4 subordinates behind him hurriedly came forward to support him. Sun Hu was puzzled when he saw a few people coming. After catching his breath, Yaobin walked up to him, grabbed him by the collar, and asked him fiercely, staring him in the eyes. "You little brat! What did you just say you were going to do to my brother Dayang?" Sun Hu felt a little guilty when he heard the other person's tone of voice. However, he didn't know who Yao Bin was, so he just pushed him away and said unkindly, "I'm going to get rid of Zhao Dayang." "What's the matter? It's got nothing to do with you, right? Brother Bin. Are you okay?" Yao Bin's men immediately helped Yao Bin up. They then turned around and slapped Sun Hu. "Pop! You son of a bitch! How dare you lay a hand on our brother Bin? Do you want to die?" Sun Hu was stunned by this slap. He looked at the people he had called and saw that they were indifferent to his being beaten. Coupled with their slow actions just now, it made him even more furious. He immediately pointed at the 10 or so people and cursed. "Damn it! I paid you to come here, and you can't even protect me? First, Zhao Dayang broke my leg, and now you let someone else slap me in the face? Are you all just eating up the salary for nothing? You White Tiger gang are so unprofessional." The moment they saw Yao Bin, more than 10 people were stunned. At this moment, they didn't care about Sun Hu's accusations, but instead, Triangle Eye seemed to finally realize something. "Don!" Triangle Eye immediately fell to his knees in front of Yao Bin and shouted at him. "Brother Bin! Don! Don! Don!" Immediately afterwards, the remaining 10 or so people also fell to their knees in unison towards Yao Bin. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. Sun Hu, in particular, was at a loss for words at the moment. What's going on? The people he brought here, why are they all kneeling on the ground calling that person Brother Bin? Before he could think much more, Triangle Eye then knelt down and called out frantically towards Yao Bin. Brother Bin, spare my life. I really didn't know that Zhao Dayang was your friend. Otherwise, even if Sun Hu gave us 500,000 yuan, even if Sun Hu gave us 5 million yuan, we would never dare to touch your friend." Sun Hu's face turned even paler. It turned out that these people were under the command of Yao Bin. He was shocked. He never imagined that these people in front of him were also from the White Tiger gang, and this person called Brother Bin seemed to be more powerful than the people he had hired. Oh my god! He had stepped onto a minefield. Yao Bin stepped forward and angrily kicked Triangular Eye in the face. "You bastard! The person you should be apologizing to is my brother Dayang. If he weren't feeling unwell at the moment, he would have given him a few more kicks. Now Yao Bin would rather offend the heavens and the earth than Zhao Dayang. After all, his life was now in Zhao Dayang's hands. If Zhao Dayang got upset about this and didn't release his pressure points, then he would really have to go and see his grandmother." Triangle Eye was kicked and fell to the ground, where he hit his mouth on some dog shit. But he didn't dare to waste any time wiping the shit off, and quickly knelt in the direction of Zhao Dayang. He dong started to bang his head on the ground. "Brother Dayang, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We have offended you, we have no eyes to see the mountain Tai. Please forgive us." The dozen or so people he brought with him were also discerning, and at this moment, they hurriedly knelt one after the other towards Zhao Dayang. In an instant, more than 10 people in front of Zhao Dayang bowed to him. This stunned everyone in Shiqiao village. Was this still the same idiot who had been bullied? At that moment, they exchanged glances and instantly understood one thing: this idiot from the Zhao family was no longer the same as before. And he has also met powerful people in the underworld, and is no longer a pushover for anyone. I'm afraid that in the future, they will have to think twice before speaking to him in the village. Zhao Dayang looked at the group of bastards kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, and impatiently waved his hand. "That's enough. Just get out of here." The culprit was Sun Hu, and the group of people were just doing their bidding for money. Zhao Dayang didn't want to waste time with them. The group of men quickly looked at Yao Bin. Yao Bin waved his hand, indicating that they should go down first. Only then did they walk closer to the courtyard, licking their lips and grinning as they asked Zhao Dayang. "Hey, brother Dayang, this son of a bitch is the result of my poor management, so don't be angry. Also, I brought the IOU. When is it convenient for you to release my pressure points?" Zhao Dayang didn't want to delay, he just wanted to get these debts settled so that he would never have to deal with these people again. "Here, this is 20,000 yuan, count it carefully." Zhao Dayang took the 20,000 yuan out of his pocket, which had not yet warmed up, and handed it to Yao Bin. Yao Bin had no desire to count any money at the moment. He would be happy to take the 20,000 yuan and just have Zhao Dayang release him from the pressure so that he would not have to suffer anymore. Brother Dayang, do you not trust me? I'll take the 20,000 yuan. Here, this is your IOU. He immediately took out the IOU for the 20,000 yuan. Zhao Dayang took the IOU and, in order to prevent Yao Bin from cheating, suddenly turned to Long Fei and said, Brother Long Fei, can you help me record a video of me tearing up the IOU, so that in the future the White Tiger gang won't use it to threaten me? To his shame, Zhao Dayang was so poor that he couldn't even afford a mobile phone. When he was at university, he had a second-hand pager that he bought for 50 yuan, but it disappeared on the way back when he was knocked unconscious. He doesn't know if it fell on the road or if the people from his village who carried him took it. Anyway, he doesn't even have the tools to record a video as proof. Yao Bin suddenly perked up when he heard the words Long Fei. His attention had been entirely on Zhao Dayang just now, so naturally he hadn't noticed the other people sitting in the courtyard. But when he heard the name Long Fei, his eyes suddenly locked on the man sitting in the courtyard. This glance. It almost made him unable to stand steadily. Long Fei. It really was that Long Fei. Long. Chapter 26, Expelled from the Village. Long Fei had seen Yao Bin before, and when he saw that Yao Bin seemed to be about to call out his name, he immediately raised his hand to stop him. Shut up! Nowadays, no one in Shurqiao village knows him, and it is rare to be peaceful. If Yao Bin reveals his identity, it will make him uncomfortable. At Long Fei's words, Yao Bin quickly covered his mouth. He didn't dare say more. Zhao Dayang observed this detail and guessed that this Long brother was indeed not an ordinary person. I'm afraid that apart from having a position in the business world, he also has a certain amount of power in the gray area. Long Fei took out his mobile phone and nodded towards Zhao Dayang. I'll record it for you, you tear it up. Swish. Zhao Dayang tore up the 20,000 yuan IOU with a sense of relief. Instantly, it felt like a huge stone had been lifted from his heart, and he let out a long breath. Yao Bin, from now on, the Zhao family has nothing to do with the White Tiger gang. Yao Bin knew that Zhao Dayang and Long Fei still knew each other, and his attitude towards Zhao Dayang became even more servile. Hey, Dayang, what are you talking about? Yao Bin, I call you brother, I will be your brother for life. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I will go through fire and water for you. Zhao Dayang didn't want to hear his flattery, so he gave him 2 sharp taps on the chest. Ta-ta. The 2 taps were light and seemingly careless, but they were the ones that made the excruciating pain that had been bothering Yao Bin for several days suddenly disappear. It doesn't hurt anymore. I don't hurt anymore. Hey. Big brother Dayang, you're really amazing. Yao Bin was so excited that he reached out and gave his own chest 2 hard slaps. It really doesn't hurt anymore. Ha. Thank you, brother Dayang. Zhao Dayang responded indifferently. If there's nothing else, just go. He didn't want to have anything more to do with Yao Bin. Okay. I'll leave right away. I won't keep brother Dayang from doing anything. After saying this, he waved his hand at his subordinates. The 4 of them hurriedly followed behind Yao Bin, and Triangular Eyes also pressed Sun Hu against him and walked over to Yao Bin, asking for instructions. Brother Bin, what should we do with this guy? Yao Bin glanced back at Zhao Dayang. Dayang, you just say the word, what should we do with this son of a bitch? Should we break his legs or hands? Sun Hu was so scared that his pants were wet. Zhao Dayang's eyes no longer looked as domineering as before, but instead, he pleaded with tears in his eyes. Dayang, don't do this. We're from the same village. You can't do this to me. Zhao Dayang sneered, and with his arms crossed, walked towards Sun Hu. You're only thinking about the fact that we're from the same village now? When you were telling people to beat me up, why didn't you think about the fact that we're from the same village? Other people from the same village also chimed in, all agreeing with Zhao Dayang. That's right. Sun Hu, you son of a bitch, when you were bullying Dayang, you didn't have that face on. I'll tell you what, Sun Hu has done nothing but evil in the village. Just for what he did to Tian Yuru, he deserves to go to jail for a few years. Yes. Send him to jail for a few years so he doesn't do any more evil. Many people in the village have been bullied by Sun Hu, the village bully, and now they finally have a chance to get back at him, so of course they won't let him go. When Sun Hu heard that he was going to jail, he was so scared that he couldn't even stand up straight. No. I don't want to go to jail, I don't want to go to jail. At this time, Chui Yunfen ran quickly towards them with a middle-aged man. Don't touch my son. The middle-aged man was Sun Fu's father, Sun Funian. To be honest, both father and son were tyrants who walked across Shiqiao village. Sun Funian became a well-known tyrant because his father taught him well. In the early years, Sun Funan often abused his wife, and his wife could not stand the daily beatings and ran away. As a result, Sun Funan raised Sun Hu as a single parent, which also led to Sun Hu's character of being a bully in the village. Shui Yunfen brought Sun Funan here to stop Sun Hu from harming Zhao Dayang, but when she returned to the scene again, she was stunned. Ha! What's going on? Zhao Dayang was standing fine, but Sun Hu was being held back by those people? And he looked like he was begging for mercy? Sun Funian was also very surprised when he came over and saw this scene. His son was used to bullying people in the village, and in 99% of the conflicts in the village, Sun Hu was the one bullying people. So when he heard about the commotion here just now, he didn't take it seriously, and since he was at home watching TV, he didn't bother until Chui Yunfen asked him to come over. He thought he had come here to help Zhao Dayang stop his son from beating people up. He never expected that in the end, the person being beaten would actually be his son. Sun Funan couldn't hold back anymore. Zhao Dayang. Why did your people beat my son? Damn it! How dare you do this to my son? I'll kill you. This was almost the same as Sun Hu's words, and made Yao Bin beside him immediately angry. You old piece of shit! Bang! Yao Bin immediately kicked Sun Funian with all his strength. As a man of the streets, he didn't care about respecting the elderly or loving the young. The powerful kick sent the old man flying 3 meters away. Ouch! Sun Funian then realized that he had kicked a hard bench. He immediately changed his expression and begged on his knees. Please spare my life, sir. Yao Bin stepped forward, grabbed the old man by the collar and threatened him. You're halfway into the grave, and you're still acting like an old man? What kind of person is your son Sun Hu? How dare he offend my brother Yang, he's got a death wish. Sun Funan couldn't believe it, and glanced at Zhao Dayang out of the corner of his eye. Just a few days ago, he was a fool in the village that everyone could bully, but now he has such connections? And judging by the situation, his son doesn't have an advantage at all. I'm afraid even he will get into trouble if he tries to intercede. So, he immediately said with righteous indignation. Dayang. Dayang nephew. We're from the same village, and I'm an old fool, so I can call you nephew, right? Just look at my old face. Spare my son. Zhao Dayang turned his face away, obviously not buying his face. Yao Bin looked at Zhao Dayang and could tell that he was getting impatient. So he asked Zhao Dayang for his opinion again. Brother Dayang, please tell me what to do. I will do anything for you. Zhao Dayang looked back at Sun Hu's eyes. He knew that although this guy was scared now, his hatred for him would never disappear. But if we hand him over to the police as everyone says? I'm afraid that by then, Sister Yuru will also have to go to court. Sister Yuru is already timid, and she definitely doesn't want to repeatedly relive something like that. Sun Hu has also been punished accordingly for crippling his descendants. So, he said to Sun Hu. Sun Hu, I'll give you 1 day to pack your things and get out of Shiqiao village and never come back. Otherwise, I will see you in Shiqiao village and beat you up every time. Zhao Dayang knew that killing Sun Hu was impossible. After all, murder is illegal. Cutting off his limbs? It would not deter Sun Hu's desire for revenge. Especially if Sun Hu continued to stay in Shiqiao village, everyone's taunts and curses would accompany him for the rest of his life. It would remind him of his castration at all times, fueling the hatred in his heart. For the sake of the peace of Shiqiao village and the reputation of Sister Yuru, he could only expel Sun Hu from the village. Let him live in another place. Sun Hu heard that he had to leave Shiqiao village, where he grew up, and immediately wanted to argue. However, Sun Funan rushed up and slapped Sun Hu in the face. Disobedient son. Apologize to your parents. In the end, the old man is wiser. Sun Funan knows that this is the best outcome for the situation. He can only prevent his son from saying anything more that will harm them. Sun Hu is also awakened by his father's slap. Knowing that things have already been decided, even if he doesn't want to go, he is afraid that Yao Bin and the others will send him away. He can only reluctantly nod. Thank you, Big Yang, for your forgiveness. Chapter 27, Your leeks are poisonous. Yao Bin and the others took care of the aftermath of Sun Hu's farce, and they left on their own. The rest of the people in the village were afraid to stay, and they went home to do what they had to do, trembling with fear. Long Fei was busy with work and received several phone calls during this period. Seeing that Zhao Dayang's side of things had settled down, he quickly took chives and told the driver to drive off. Now, the only people left in the courtyard were the Zhao family and Tian Yuru. Wang Mei's expression towards Tian Yuru was not like when she first came over with the braised pork, chatting and laughing. Instead, she gave a cold face and gave the order to evict the guest. Yuru, you still have things to do at home, right? I have to go back to work, so I can't entertain you. After saying this, she went back inside. Tian Yuru also pursed her lips in grievance. Of course she knew that Auntie Mei wanted to get rid of her because of Sun Hu's words. Zhao Dayang felt guilty when he saw his mother speak like this, and said to Tian Yuru apologetically, "Sister Yuru, my mother is like this, so you mustn't take her words to heart." Tian Yuru smiled awkwardly and wiped away the tears in the corner of her eyes. "Ha, silly Dayang, Auntie Mei didn't say anything either, I won't think about it, it's just that. I do remember that there's something at home, so I'll go back first." Zhao Dayang sighed helplessly as he watched his sister Yu's figure as she left. However, he had now sold the 200 caddies of leeks from his sister Yu's field, and there were still 100 caddies of leeks from his own field that he hadn't taken to the town to sell. The morning had passed in a flash, and he dared not delay. He went to cut leeks again immediately. Asterisk. Chuanhe Town Market. Zhao Dayang arrived a little late due to the morning incident, and basically everyone in the market had already dispersed. But this did not affect the hot sales of his leeks. Those who wanted to buy his leeks had been waiting for him at the market entrance for a long time. As soon as they saw Zhao Dayang coming, they immediately swarmed over and scrambled to grab the leeks in his bucket. "Don't worry. Everyone, don't worry, just line up. Take your time. There'll be enough for everyone." The people scrambled to line up, and in no time, there was a long line. "I want 5 caddies. I want 10 caddies." The shoppers were almost frantic, and the scene was even more intense than when the supermarket shoppers scramble for eggs. Zhao Dayang knew that his goods were popular, but if everyone bought as much as they could, then he would quickly sell out of the measly 100 caddies of leeks he had. That would result in a lot of people lining up for a long time or driving a long way to buy leeks, only to return empty-handed. So, he immediately shouted something out to everyone. "Sorry. Each person is limited to buying 1 caddy. If you want to buy more, please come back tomorrow." His words instantly made those who wanted to buy more feel a little let down. "Young man, I'm buying for all the neighbors in our village, not just for myself. Please let me buy a few more caddies." "Yes. I came all this way, and you're only selling me a caddy?" Some people who had planned to buy and sell, buying for 10 yuan and selling for a few tens of yuan elsewhere, were even more furious at the moment. "No way. You made this rule up now. It doesn't count. You're saying this at the last minute, and you didn't give us any psychological preparation." "Yes. Let us buy more today." The people in the front of the line, of course, wanted to buy more. But Zhao Dayang's words gave those in the back of the line hope, and they all echoed Zhao Dayang. "Young man, you're right, the output of this stuff is not high, and there should be a limit on purchases. Otherwise, we'll have made a wasted trip." Zhao Dayang looked at the current situation and knew that 100 caddies was no longer enough. It seemed that he still needed to increase production. Zhao Dayang insisted. "Everyone, please calm down. I appreciate that you buy my leeks, but I have decided to limit the purchase to 1 caddy from today onwards. Please understand, I won't sell any more than 1 caddy." It's not that Zhao Dayang doesn't want to make money, it's just that this way he can sell his leeks better. After all, when he was at school, he learned a sales technique called hunger marketing. Even if he had more leeks, he couldn't display them all at once. After hearing Zhao Dayang's insistence, everyone had to follow the rules and buy 1 caddy each. 10 minutes later, all the leeks in front of Zhao Dayang had been sold out. Even though they were sold out, there was still a large group of people waiting in line who did not get any. This made those people very anxious. Oh no! Even though there was a limit on the purchase, they are still sold out? I've made a wasted trip today. I'm so angry. If my husband finds out that I didn't get any leeks, he won't let me go to bed tonight." Zhao Dayang reassured him. "Don't worry, everyone. I'll prepare more leeks to sell in the future to try to meet everyone's needs. With Sister Yuru's 2 mu of land, plus the 1 mu in his family, Zhao Dayang can produce about 300 caddies of leeks in one night. Starting tomorrow, he can bring 300 caddies of leeks at a time to sell. Just as he was about to pack up and leave, suddenly a shadow appeared above him, blocking the light. He looked up quickly and saw a familiar fat woman blocking his view. Standing next to her was a long-legged beauty with a stunning appearance and a slender figure. As soon as Zhao Dayang saw the legs, he remembered. Isn't this the beautiful woman who came to buy leeks yesterday? At that time, because the fat woman said a few sarcastic things about him being unable to afford high-end restaurants, this beautiful woman even wanted to give him a 2,000 yuan coupon. But he didn't want it. What are they doing here again today? Stinking peasant. Is the leek you sold poisoned? The fat woman's words were a critical strike. Zhao Dayang quickly looked around. Fortunately, everyone had already left after buying their vegetables, so no one heard what the fat woman said. If someone else had heard it, just the rumor alone could have ruined his business. What did you say, you fat cow? You slandered me out of the blue? The fat woman crossed her arms, looking like she was not someone to mess with. Slander? Look at my face. It's all because I ate your leeks. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dayang looked at the fat girl's face and noticed that it was even bigger than yesterday. It was swollen like it had been stung by a bee. What? It's only been a day, and you've gained weight again? Fat girl, I advise you to eat less, you're too fat and I'm worried about your health. Facing the fat girl, Zhao Dayang naturally responded with harsh words, without any courtesy. You. The fat girl was so angry at Zhao Dayang's words that her chest rose and fell violently. Even such a small movement caused Zhao Dayang to feel the storm in front of him. Stinking peasant. What do you care if I'm fat or not? Besides, my face is like this because I ate your leeks. You pay for it. Zhao Dayang laughed coldly. Want his life? Okay, but want his money? No way. Chapter 28, Harming others will eventually harm yourself. Fat woman, I'm warning you, if you continue to slander me, watch out, I'll sue you for defamation. The fat woman refused to relent. There is an issue with your leeks, why won't you admit it? Zhao Dayang laughed. Come on, lady. If there really was an issue with my leeks, I would have sold them every day, so why is it that everyone else is fine but you? The fat girl seemed to be feeling guilty, covering her face as if she had something to hide. Zhao Dayang then noticed that not only was the fat girl's face swollen, but there were also signs of a tear at the corner of her mouth. Ha! You don't look like you've been poisoned, but rather like you've been beaten up. The fat girl suddenly looked very pale. You're talking nonsense. Zhao Dayang sensed her obvious guilt in her eyes, immediately confirming his suspicions, and he could no longer tolerate the fat girl. You fat cow. You got beaten up yourself, and you're accusing me of poisoning the leeks? I'm taking you to the police today. I'll sue you for slander. With that, Zhao Dayang grabbed the fat girl's hand. As soon as Zhao Dayang grabbed the fat girl's hand, she felt like it had been seized by a pair of iron pincers. No matter how hard she tried, she seemed to be unable to get free. You. Let go of me. The fat girl was desperate and, in a panic, said to Zhao Dayang. If it weren't for the issues with your leeks, why would I be unable to walk after eating them and seeing a man? What? Zhao Dayang stopped and looked at the fat girl, unable to decide whether to laugh or cry. You ate my leeks and now you can't walk because you saw a man? The fat girl's face was now as red as a ripe apple, and she stammered. It's just that. If it weren't for your leeks, I wouldn't have been slapped for touching the male staff of the store a little too much. My face wouldn't be swollen like this either. Puff. Zhao Dayang was even more unable to laugh or cry when he heard the fat girl's words. He probably understood that the fat girl had eaten his leeks and her body had reacted, just as Sister Yuru had the other day. His leeks were originally intended to strengthen the emotional bond between boyfriends and girlfriends and husbands and wives. They were delicious and had a remarkable effect. But after the fat girl had eaten the leeks, she couldn't stand it when no one satisfied her, so she provoked the male waiter in the shop, and he slapped her. Now her face is swollen? When you came to buy the leeks, I told you that my leeks are cultivated with an exclusive secret recipe and have special healing effects. Otherwise, why do my leeks sell for 10 yuan a pound? After you ate my leeks and had a reaction, you shouldn't harass men recklessly. You've corrupted yourself, so don't blame it on me. Zhao Dayang's leeks actually don't have a big effect on women. Their most important aphrodisiac effect is more obvious in men. It's not as if the fat girl got grabby with the man after eating them. It's obvious that she was just being unseemly herself, and then took advantage of the male waiter under the guise of leeks, which is why she got slapped. You. In the end, you still admit that your stuff had an effect on me? So I'm not wrong to make you pay compensation, right? The fat girl still held out her little fat hand, planning to get compensation from Zhao Dayang. Zhao Dayang, of course, would not be the fool. He looked at the long-legged beauty and teased. Beauty, you also ate my leeks that day, didn't you? Bai Feifei thought about it and nodded with a blush. Yes. Zhao Dayang asked again, then did you harass the waiter like your friend did? Of course not. Bai Feifei blurted out in almost shameful indignation. Zhao Dayang spread his hands and mocked the fat girl. See? So many people ate my leeks, and you're the only one with an issue. Even your friend said that eating it was fine, so are you saying that you're deliberately blackmailing me? I'm warning you, blackmailing people is illegal. The fat girl was now anxious, shaking Bai Feifei's arm and scolding her. Feifei. Why are you like this? When we came here, we agreed that we would get even with this stupid farmer. But you've come here and said the opposite to me? If it wasn't for him, would all the waiters in our restaurant have left? Now the restaurant is in chaos, and we don't have enough staff, so all our customers have left. Bai Feifei's face turned red. This was something that was hard to talk about, and Nyo had to say it so loudly? Seeing that the two were arguing more and more fiercely, Bai Feifei quickly pulled her and signaled for them to leave. Okay Nyo, let's go. This really has nothing to do with anyone else. After listening to the conversation between the two, Zhao Dayang had a clear picture of what had happened. He said with a meaningful smile. Oh, I see, because you were groping the male staff, you scared all the men in the store away, right? Ha 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 ha, you're killing me. I already said that your store is going to close down soon. If this trend continues, it may be time to put closure on the agenda. Nyo was furious when she heard Zhao Dayang say that their store was going to close down, and she immediately raised her sleeves and swung her arm, ready to hit Zhao Dayang. Stupid peasant. You're the one who's going to cause our store to close down. Phew. The moment her fist swung past, Zhao Dayang easily dodged it. Nyo was huge, and although she missed her target, the force of her swing caused her to lose her balance and she fell forward. Help! She cried out, expecting Zhao Dayang to catch her. But Zhao Dayang was even more startled than she was, and took a step back. Bang! Nyo fell flat on her face. She was motionless. Bai Feifei was horrified. Nyo, are you okay? Nyo. Bai Feifei was so shocked that she turned Nyo over to see if she was okay, but she couldn't because Nyo was so heavy. She had to turn to Zhao Dayang for help. What are you doing just standing there? It's all your fault. If you had caught Nyo, she wouldn't have fallen. Zhao Dayang looked innocent. Beauty, you have to speak from the heart. If I don't move out of the way when this fat cow tries to hit me, I'll be the one on the ground now. Bai Feifei felt that she was in the wrong, but now she had no other choice. Nyo was so heavy that she couldn't carry her back alone. After a moment of helplessness, she turned to Zhao Dayang and said, Nyo was in the wrong just now, and I apologize to you for her. I'll arrange compensation. Zhao Dayang knew after these two encounters that this long-legged beauty didn't have any bad intentions and was relatively simple, but it was this fat cow who was being a nuisance. So, he nodded in the interest of the long legs, or rather, the character of Bai Feifei. Fine. I'll just admit defeat and go with you to take her back. After saying this, Zhao Dayang reached out and scooped up Nyo, who was on the ground. Holy cow, she's heavy. Even Zhao Dayang, who had already cultivated the Chaos Heart Sutra, frowned at the weight of Nyo. And when Bai Feifei saw that Zhao Dayang could actually lift Nyo without breaking a sweat, her beautiful eyes also widened. My God! Zhao Dayang is so strong. No one knows how much Nyo weighs, but Bai Feifei knows very well that Nyo weighs more than 200 pounds. Can an average man even lift her? Even if someone gives it a little push, it's likely to fall over. For a moment, the way she looked at Zhao Dayang gave her an inexplicable sense of reliability and security. Chapter 29, Making Bai Feifei Cry. Zhao Dayang didn't expect Bai Feifei's Western restaurant to be located right across the street from his uncle Zhao Xingchuan's Shangxiang restaurant. When he went to Shangxiang restaurant to settle scores with Zhao Xingchuan before, he didn't even notice this restaurant? It can be seen that this restaurant has such a low sense of existence. Moreover, at this lunchtime, Bai Feifei's Western restaurant was actually empty, with hardly any customers, and business was dismal. In contrast, the Shangxiang restaurant across the street was bustling with customers, even at lunchtime. There were even quite a few people sitting outside waiting in line to eat. Even the attitude of the staff at Shangxiang restaurant was very bad, but even so, the people eating were still rushing to give money, asking the staff to give them a number in the queue. Especially those who are hosting wedding banquets and other important events, because the entire town of Chuanha only has this standard at the Shangxiang Hotel, so they can only queue here. Bai Feifei glanced at the Shangxiang Hotel before entering, and a flash of despondency passed through her eyes. Zhao Dayang could also understand her feelings. As someone who also owns a restaurant, this was a slap in the face, wasn't it? Okay, I've delivered the person, can I go now? Zhao Dayang let out a sigh of relief as he placed Nyo on the sofa in the Western restaurant. This woman is really heavy. Wait. Bai Feifei spoke up to stop him. It's this time of night, you must not have eaten yet, right? Why don't you stay and have some staff meals with us? Zhao Dayang's body froze. He didn't expect Bai Feifei to actually ask him to stay for dinner. No, I have someone cooking at home, I'll go back and eat. Gulu Gelu. However, as soon as Zhao Dayang finished speaking, his stomach uncharacteristically started rumbling. He quickly pressed his hand to cover it up. This scene made Bai Feifei laugh. She covered her mouth and smiled, her eyebrows and eyes curved like two crescents. That smile of hers with her strong features made all the flowers look pale. Okay, your stomach has betrayed you. Nyo has offended you twice, so just stay and have dinner with me as a way for me to apologize. Zhao Dayang looked at Bai Feifei's smile and momentarily lost in it. He had already thought that this long-legged beauty was stunning before, but that smile just now almost made his heart skip a beat. He couldn't help but wonder, a woman like this could be a movie star. Why did she have to come to such a small county to open a restaurant? Let me be clear, I don't have any money to eat your restaurant's food. Bai Feifei reached out and held him. You're joking, I'm treating you to dinner, of course I won't charge you. If you keep saying that, are you refusing to forgive me and Nyo? Zhao Dayang subconsciously looked down at Bai Feifei's hand holding his. It was white, delicate, slender, and the fingertips had a light pink nail polish, completely the level of a hand mask. Compared to his rough hands with some calluses, it was a world of difference. Bai Feifei pulled Zhao Dayang to a seat and then placed the menu in front of him. Just order what you like, I'll have the kitchen make it. That's perfect, you're a local from Chuanha town, so you can tell me what's wrong with our dishes. Zhao Dayang rubbed his hands together, still full of enthusiasm, and then opened the menu. As soon as he opened the first page, he was shocked by the prices. Holy cow! Steak 1,688. Lamb chop 6,888. So expensive. He flipped to the second page. A single French fry costs 288? Vegetable salad 488? Lemonade 199? And that's the cheapest thing on the menu. Zhao Dayang didn't bother to read any further and closed the menu book. He shook his head disappointedly towards Bai Feifei. I'm sorry, beautiful, but I can't order any of these dishes. They're just too expensive for a farmer like me. Bai Feifei immediately explained. It's okay. I said I'd treat you, so no matter how much you spend, it won't cost you a thing. Although Bai Feifei had already made it clear that Zhao Dayang would not have to pay a single penny, Zhao Dayang still resolutely refused. No, you asked me to taste the food and find out why your restaurant is failing, but I can tell you right now that your restaurant is definitely going to close. Because the issue is no longer whether your food is good or not, but your pricing. Even if your food is delicious, I still won't spend any money. Although I don't represent the entire consumer level of Chuanha town, I can still represent 80%. Especially for a farmer who works hard in the fields, if I eat here, it could be several months' income. The price I pay is far greater than my desire for food. After saying this, Zhao Dayang stood up and was about to leave. Bai Feifei didn't expect it to be so difficult to get someone to have dinner with her. Stop. She called out to Zhao Dayang again, this time her tone was clearly angry. Usually, people queue up to invite me, Bai Feifei, out to dinner, but I can't even spare the time. Now I've lowered myself to invite you to dinner, and you're trying to find excuses? You really don't give me any face. Zhao Dayang was at his wits' end. He didn't realize that this woman was so arrogant. He had previously thought that she was sensible. Compared to his gentle and virtuous sister-in-law, Yuru, she was a world apart. Your face is worth nothing. Don't come back to bother me. My time is precious. After saying this, Zhao Dayang gave her a cold stare and turned around and left. Bai Feifei froze in place. She felt cold all over. She had been brought up in the magical city with every comfort, and almost everyone around her had coddled and pampered her, treating her with kid gloves, and she had acted like a little princess. Even her grandmother, who was usually the harshest with her, had never scolded her like that. For a moment, she couldn't hold back any longer. Wow! Bai Feifei suddenly let out a howl. She squatted directly on the ground and burst into tears. What a shock! This had stunned Zhao Dayang, who had already walked to the door. He even wondered what he had said to make Bai Feifei cry like that. The surrounding shop assistants saw their boss crying so miserably. They quickly stopped Zhao Dayang. Don't go. You damned peasant, what did you say to our boss? Made her cry? A man making a woman cry like this? This is undoubtedly a failure. Since the male shop assistants in this shop have all been scared off by Nyonyo, the ones surrounding Zhao Dayang now are all a bunch of women. Zhao Dayang was embarrassed and aggrieved. He was at a loss for words. Could it be that he doesn't even have the qualification to refuse someone dinner? As Bai Feifei cried, large red spots suddenly appeared on her face. It itches. It itches. It itches. Suddenly, she reached out and scratched the red spots on her body. But her fingernails were long, and when she scratched like that, the skin on her body immediately broke. Zhao Dayang thought, I can't believe such good skin is actually scratched. What if a scar is left, wouldn't that be a waste? Hurry up and stop her. Don't scratch. Chapter 30, He Kissed Her. Bai Feifei was now itching so badly that she reached out to scratch even though Zhao Dayang had already grabbed her hand. But she still reached out desperately to scratch. Let go of me. Let go of me. I'm dying of itchiness. Bai Feifei's face was pale, and large, fine beads of sweat were dripping from her forehead. It was obvious that she was really suffering. What's going on? What's wrong with your body? Zhao Dayang was puzzled. The red spots on Bai Feifei's body were advancing with great momentum, increasing almost like a tide invisible to the naked eye. At this moment, a black silk female shop assistant walked over and explained to Zhao Dayang. Oh dear. You're in trouble now. Our boss is allergic to tears. The first tear will make her itch all over, and in severe cases, she will go into shock and her life will be in danger. You refused our boss's request to have lunch together and made her cry. If anything happens to our boss, you're a murderer. Zhao Dayang was shocked beyond words. He never thought he would meet a woman with such a strange body. He never expected that he would become a murderer just because he refused her request to have lunch together. Where is the restroom? I want to cure your boss. Zhao Dayang anxiously asked as he picked Bai Feifei up. The black silk female clerk scolded with a frown. Cure an illness? What illness could a stinking peasant like you cure? The most urgent task is to quickly take our boss to the hospital for emergency treatment. The others also accused Zhao Dayang one after another. You've already caused our boss to become like this, and you're still going to take her to the restroom? You're not up to something, are you? That's right. You country bumpkin must have never seen a woman as pretty as our boss before, and you want to take advantage of the situation. Zhao Dayang didn't realize that these women actually saw him like this. Seeing that Bai Feifei in his arms was about to pass away, Zhao Dayang didn't care about anything else. If something happens, I'll take one life for another. Get out of my way. After saying that, he directly rushed into a private room with Bai Feifei in his arms, and then directly locked the door. Clatter! He directly lifted the tablecloth on the table and placed Bai Feifei on it. At this moment, Bai Feifei's red spots on her body were increasing with the increase of her tears, and she had been struggling violently from the beginning. She had already become a little breathless and was dying. Zhao Dayang immediately flipped through the Linglong Medical Classic in his mind, trying to find out what exactly Bai Feifei's illness was. However, his current strength was limited, and he could only flip through the first page of the Linglong Medical Classic. And there was simply no record of Bai Feifei's illness. No. The Chaos Heart Sutra and the Linglong Medical Sutra are synchronized. I can only flip to the corresponding content at the back of the Medical Sutra after I have further advanced my Gong method and opened up the content at the back of the Heart Sutra. What should I do now? Zhao Dayang panicked for a moment. Bai Feifei's illness was advancing rapidly, and even if she had been sent to the hospital immediately, it was probably too late. But if Bai Feifei was not rescued now? Then Bai Feifei would undoubtedly be dead. He could only try it with the elixir. In a hurry. Zhao Dayang's mind moved. A drop of elixir appeared in the palm of his right hand. He carefully tried to put the drop of elixir in Bai Feifei's mouth. At this moment, Bai Feifei was almost about to go into shock. Her mouth and eyes had already closed, only the corners of her eyes were still streaming with tears. Zhao Dayang really didn't understand how much harm he had caused Bai Feifei. Could she be saddened to this state? Sorry, I'm rude. With no choice, Zhao Dayang had to force Bai Feifei's mouth open in order to feed her the spirit liquid. He then swallowed the spirit liquid and gently placed his mouth over Bai Feifei's delicate and soft lips. Boom! The sensation of this moment almost made Zhao Dayang's mind blank. Before he could feel the soft, fragrant, warm jade, Zhao Dayang closed his eyes and used his heart to drive the spiritual liquid into Bai Feifei's body. The effect of the spiritual liquid was astonishing. Bai Feifei, who had just come into contact with it, suddenly felt her breathing become much easier. Her chest also heaved violently as a large amount of air rushed in. Zhao Dayang's face turned red as he felt the turbulent waves beneath him. Even though he tried to remain calm, his heart was uncontrollably thinking about other things. After a while, Bai Feifei finally regained consciousness and slowly opened her eyes. However, she found that Zhao Dayang was pressing her against the table and was still kissing her. Ah! Bai Feifei suddenly used all her strength and pushed Zhao Dayang away. Pop! Then a slap was heavily slapped on Zhao Dayang's face. Stinking rascal! Zhao Dayang hurriedly covered his face, and his face was also a little pale at the moment. This was because his body could only produce 1 drop of spirit liquid per day. In the past, he would use the spirit liquid from the previous day to water his vegetable garden in the evening, while the spirit liquid that had condensed that morning would remain in his body. In this way, in fact, he had 1 to 2 drops of spirit liquid in his body every day. But today? In order to save Bai Feifei, he had sent the only spirit liquid in his body, which had caused his body to become very weak. He has only temporarily recovered to normal, and is not so weak as to collapse. Bai Feifei, I saved you, and you repay me with gratitude? Zhao Dayang looked at the woman angrily, thinking to himself that he should have just left a while ago. Why bother saving her? You saved me? Bai Feifei then looked at her body in a daze. All the red spots had disappeared. What's going on? She looked at her body in disbelief. In the past, whenever she cried, it almost always took half her life away. And as she grew older, a master in her family once said that in the year she turned 22, she must not cry for the whole year, otherwise, there was a 90% chance that a single cry would take her life. Even if she went to the hospital for resuscitation, it would be completely ineffective. Just now, she didn't hold back because she was emotionally agitated, and when the tears came down, she regretted it. She thought to herself that she was dead this time. But I didn't expect. Now she's actually better? You really saved me? You can cure my illness? Zhao Dayang rubbed his still painful face. I can't cure it. Your illness is too rare. I've only temporarily suppressed it. But don't get too excited. Your illness flared up too quickly. Next time it happens, I'm afraid even immortals can't save you. Zhao Dayang originally wanted to give this insensitive woman a good scolding. But then he thought about her strange illness. If he made her cry again, there would be no more elixir to save her. It would be fine if she died, but it would be too unfair to get himself involved. Bai Feifei then shyly touched her mouth and lowered her head. Thank you. Zhao Dayang's spirit bottle was now empty, and his feet felt a little unsteady. He planned to hurry home and rest. Since you're fine, I'll go back home. Just as Zhao Dayang was hurrying to leave. Hey! Wait! Bai Feifei actually stopped him again. Zhao Dayang's head suddenly ached, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. What's wrong now? Eat with me. Or else. I'll cry myself to death for you to see. Bai Feifei got off the table and grabbed Zhao Dayang's hand, refusing to let him go. Chapter 31 1 million each. Bai Feifei's strong self-esteem would not allow anyone to refuse her. This was almost bordering on the pathological. At the moment, she was clutching Zhao Dayang's arm, as if she was determined not to let him go. Zhao Dayang helplessly placed his hand on his forehead. Especially when he thought about what Bai Feifei had just said. "Eat with me, or else I'll cry myself to death." He instantly felt his head grow 2 sizes. Okay. At the table. Zhao Dayang, in order to vent his frustration, ordered a 1688 steak from Bai Feifei's restaurant, along with a 199 lemonade and a 398 spaghetti dish. Bai Feifei also personally opened a bottle of expensive red wine, which she said was worth tens of thousands of dollars. Although Zhao Dayang was heartbroken while eating, there was no denying that the taste of this restaurant was actually very good. However, such a taste was not exactly amazing. Zhao Dayang would never spend so much money on a meal like this. At the moment, the waitresses around him were pouring wine and serving food, carefully attending to Zhao Dayang. When they saw Zhao Dayang take the proprietress to the private room, they almost called the police. Unexpectedly, while they were still hesitating, Zhao Dayang quickly brought the proprietress out again. And the red spots on the proprietress's body were completely gone. Even the attitude towards Zhao Dayang had changed. Not only was he enthusiastic, but the way he looked at Zhao Dayang seemed to be different from before. When she went to the kitchen to serve food, the black female manager was still complaining to the head chef. "Humph. I think that smelly peasant is clearly a blind cat that has met a dead mouse." The waitress who served the side dishes said. "I think he's quite capable. Our boss's illness, I heard, even the best hospitals in Shanghai are at their wits' end, but Zhao Dayang actually cured it in just a few minutes?" At this moment, the chef thrust a cleaver into the cutting board, startling the side dish waitress. He said disdainfully, "It's just good luck, what's so amazing about it? You also ordered so many dishes. I was just finishing my meal and planning to go home and take a nap after work. If it wasn't for him, I would have left already." After he finished speaking, the pot-bellied chef yawned and patted his pot-bellied stomach, which resembled that of the Pigsy character in the Chinese animated film Monkey King. "After he finishes eating, you can clean up." After saying this, the head chef took a large piece of high-quality beef with longan from the refrigerator in a grand manner and left directly. When they saw this, the 2 women just quickly looked away, afraid to say anything. During the meal, Bai Feifei curiously asked Zhao Dayang, "You are so skilled in medicine, why didn't you just save Nyo when she fainted?" Zhao Dayang gave her a dirty look. "Her? Is she qualified?" Bai Feifei felt a little embarrassed and covered her mouth and laughed. "What do you mean? I'm qualified?" Zhao Dayang gave Bai Feifei a disdainful look. "Don't be narcissistic. I only saved you because you were in danger. Otherwise, if you died while I was in your shop, I would be responsible. Cut it out." Bai Feifei pouted in dissatisfaction. She didn't expect Zhao Dayang to save her because he didn't want to take responsibility. She asked curiously again, "Can you tell me how you saved me? My illness has been with me since birth, but it was not obvious when I was young. As I grew older, it became more and more serious. My parents took me to hospitals all over the country, and even invited many famous doctors from abroad to help me, but they were all at a loss. They said that my illness had no precedent in the world and was an incurable strange disease. They even threatened that if I had a relapse when I was 22, there would be no way to save me." Zhao Dayang could not explain the spirit liquid to Bai Feifei, so he just made things up. "I've gone to a lot of trouble to save you, but I've used my most precious medicine. You must cherish your life and not cry so easily. Otherwise, it'll be a waste of my medicine." As soon as Bai Feifei heard that there was actually medicine for her illness, her eyes shone with excitement. "Really? You actually have medicine that can cure my illness? That's great. How much of this medicine do you have left? How much do you want for 1 pill? I'll buy them all. In that case, I can cry without restraint, ha ha ha." At the thought of being able to cry freely, Bai Feifei actually laughed so brightly. Zhao Dayang looked at her in disbelief and couldn't help but ask, "No, are you sick? What's there to look forward to when you cry? Don't people live in the world hoping that they can always be happy and smiling?" Bai Feifei glanced at Zhao Dayang. "You don't understand, since I was little I have had to suppress my emotions. I can't cry when I'm sad, and I can't cry when I'm happy. Even if I go to the cinema and see a touching plot, I can't cry. The feeling of forcibly holding back tears is so difficult. I used to fantasize that if I could be cured of my illness one day, I would definitely cry my heart out. I would cry until I was done crying. Zhao Dayang looked into Bai Feifei's eyes and was momentarily lost in thought. He never imagined that there could be such an odd wish in the world, but at that moment, he seemed to read the longing in Bai Feifei's eyes. A thought flashed through his mind: if he cured Bai Feifei's illness, he would definitely take a good look at the sight of her crying her heart out. It must be very unrestrained? It must be very dashing, right? However, as soon as Zhao Dayang's thought had just appeared, he quickly shook his head and cast this ridiculous thought into the farthest reaches of the sky. It's laughable. Even if he had a way to cure a woman like Bai Feifei, why would he want to help her? Sorry, my medicine is not for sale. Kidding, his spirit liquid is his lifeblood, how could he easily sell it to others? It's priceless. After hearing Zhao Dayang's words, Bai Feifei thought he felt that she couldn't afford to pay. She raised her chin arrogantly. Name your price. I have plenty of money. Bai Feifei thought that a peasant like Zhao Dayang would definitely be dazzled by money. However, Zhao Dayang said coldly. Humph. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a few stinking bucks. My medicine is something that money can't buy. Bai Feifei was confused and asked with a pout. Why are you being so aggressive? I have the money, you have the medicine, we each get what we want, so why are you acting so high and mighty? Just name your price. Even if it's 1 million each, I can afford it. Puff. Zhao Dayang almost spat out the lemonade in his mouth. 1 million each. He had thought Bai Feifei was rich, but he had never imagined that Bai Feifei was this rich. Chapter 32, Fiancé. No. You're so rich, why would you come to Chunha town and open a restaurant? Oh, I get it, you rich second-generation kids must be bored out of your minds, so you want to start a business and have some fun, right? In fact, you don't even care if you lose money. Zhao Dayang asked with a puzzled expression. Bai Feifei suddenly let go of the wineglass with a loud noise. She was obviously a little angry. No way. I'm serious. Suit yourself. Zhao Dayang didn't want to waste any more words with this woman, and quickly ate the expensive food on the table. It would be a waste not to finish such expensive food. Seriously. Bai Feifei suddenly looked at Zhao Dayang with a solemn expression. What do you want in order to sell me the medicine you just took? That was my life-saving medicine. Whether you want money or something else, I can try to satisfy you. Zhao Dayang, who had now finished eating, looked up and said to Bai Feifei with a serious expression on his face. I'm sorry, Miss Bai, but my medicine is myself. As you saw just now, I used my saliva to save you. Unless you become my woman, you won't be able to buy the medicine I just used, no matter how much you pay. Bam! After Zhao Dayang finished speaking, Bai Feifei's face suddenly turned a deep red. She stared at him with her beautiful eyes, looking at him for a long time, her chest rising and falling violently, her heart about to jump out. At the moment, Zhao Dayang didn't pay any attention to Bai Feifei's reaction at all. After all, his words were just a joke. Okay, I'm done eating and it's time to go back. I don't think Miss Bai has anything else to ask, right? Zhao Dayang hoped that she could finish what she had to say at once and not keep him waiting. You. However, Bai Feifei was stammering and couldn't get a word out. Boss. Master Lei is here. Suddenly, with an excited shout from the black silk female manager, a pair of shiny black leather shoes entered the Western restaurant. Bai Feifei's face changed drastically when she heard the person coming. Zhao Dayang frowned. Does Bai Feifei not welcome this person? Otherwise, why did her face drop when she heard his name? He turned his head and subconsciously looked towards the man. Feifei. It's been a year since I last saw you, and it feels like 3 autumns. Have you missed me? The man was about 1.75 meters tall, wearing an expensive black suit, a Rolex worth hundreds of thousands of yuan on his wrist, and exuding a strong perfume smell. He looked like the son of a rich family. I don't miss you at all. Bai Feifei gave him a cold stare, making her attitude clear. However, Lei Yin didn't seem to understand, and went up to tease Bai Feifei by lifting her chin. Oh, so now you know how to flirt with me? Zhao Dayang was standing nearby. You call that flirting? Bai Feifei pushed Lei Yin's hand away with disgust. Who's flirting with you? Don't flatter yourself. Lei Yin's hand was pushed away, but he wasn't angry, as if he was used to Bai Feifei's attitude. Suddenly, he produced a green velvet box from behind him. I know. Girls just love to say the opposite. And, I know you were angry with me for not visiting yesterday, and I've got an apology gift for that. Open it, you'll like it. Bai Feifei said, without even looking at the box. I'm not looking. Take it back, and don't ever give me a gift again. In the meantime, Nyo on the sofa suddenly woke up. Ouch, my face, why did I faint just now? When Nyo fell to the ground, she fell onto the side of her face that wasn't swollen, so now both sides of her face were equally swollen. As soon as she woke up, she saw Bai Feifei refuse Lei Yun's gift, and quickly excitedly rushed up to grab the green box from Lei Yun's hands. Wow! Lei Xiao, you're here with another gift? Let me see what good thing you've brought this time. With that, Nyo unceremoniously opened the green box. Instantly, a dazzling flash of light appeared. If it weren't daytime, it would probably be brighter than the headlights above. Wow! What a beautiful diamond necklace! It's going to blind me. Nyo instantly excitedly embraced the necklace in her arms, and her entire body trembled with excitement. Then she asked again. Feifei, do you not like this necklace? Before Bai Feifei could answer, Nyo said to herself after a pause of 0.5 seconds. Then why don't you give it to me? I like it. Lei Yun was at a loss for words. He looked at Nyo with difficulty. Nyo, can you please stop picking up things that Feifei doesn't want? Besides, I gave this to Feifei. Even if Feifei doesn't want it, did you ask my opinion? Obviously, Lei Yun didn't want to give the diamond necklace to Nyo at all. But at the moment, the necklace had fallen into Nyo's arms, and it was like a meat bun hitting a dog, gone forever. No way. I've got it, so it's mine. You're so rich, Lei Yun, you won't fight with a frail girl over such a small thing, will you? You're frail? Lei Yun looked at Tian Nyo's 200+ pound body and was speechless. He never expected that this time, when he gave Feifei a gift, Tian Nyo would take advantage of the situation again. Bai Feifei looked at Tian Nyo helplessly, but she didn't say anything, instead impatiently turning to Lei Yun and saying, Okay, now that you've given her the present, can you go? Lei Yun looked at Bai Feifei, who was still so ruthless to him, and said shamelessly, Fei, how long are you going to keep fighting with me? You have to know that there are only 6 months left until the end of your bet with your grandmother. These words instantly made Bai Feifei's body stiffen in place. She seemed a little angry, but still clenched her fist stubbornly and said to Lei Yun, I know. There's no need for you to remind me. I will definitely succeed, don't I still have half a year? What's your hurry? Lei Yun smiled even more fondly as he watched Bai Feifei being stubborn. Feifei, you are going to marry me soon, how can I not be anxious? In 6 months, if you can't meet your grandmother's target, you will lose the bet and have to marry me. I should be anxious. I can even start preparing for our wedding. After all, it's such a big event, we have to prepare in advance, right? As soon as he mentioned this, Bai Feifei's anger made her tears well up in her eyes. I said I won't marry you. I won't lose. Zhao Dayang saw that Bai Feifei was about to cry again, and he, who had been standing next to her as a background, couldn't hold back any longer. Bai Feifei, you can't cry. Hold it together. Don't cry. He was afraid that if Bai Feifei started crying, she would be difficult to deal with, and by then, he wouldn't have any extra spiritual fluid to save her. When Lei Yun heard Zhao Dayang's voice, it seemed that he only noticed the man dressed in a country-style jacket at this time. Who are you? Zhao Dayang introduced himself. I'm just the vegetable seller at the door, but that's not important. What's important is that you can't make Bai Shui cry, otherwise, her life will be in danger when she cries. As soon as Lei Yun heard that Zhao Dayang was the vegetable seller at the door, he immediately mocked him. Ha! You're just a broken vegetable seller, so why do you care about Feifei so much? Could it be that you're a toad trying to eat swan meat? Chapter 33, He's my boyfriend. Zhao Dayang was annoyed when he heard this. He simply reminded Lei Yun not to make Bai Feifei cry, but how did that become a toad trying to eat swan meat? I'm warning you to be polite. I just don't want to see Bai Yu die from crying. Hearing this, Lei Yun laughed even louder. Ha 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 ha. This is absolutely hilarious. No man in the world can make Bai Feifei cry, but I can. Because only in front of me can Bai Feifei cry without restraint. Therefore, I was able to get the approval of Bai Feifei's entire family and become her fiancé. What? After hearing this, Zhao Dayang still didn't quite understand, and looked at Bai Feifei doubtfully. At this time, Tian Niu also looked at Zhao Dayang with contempt and said, "You stinking peasant, don't show your sense of existence in front of our young master Lei. Fei has a special constitution, and it is indeed life-threatening for her to shed tears. But as long as Lei Xiao stays within a 3-meter radius of Fei, she will have no issue shedding tears. Lei Xiao is the man destined for Fei, and no one else can steal him away from her." Lei Yun finally gave Tian Niu a side glance of approval. He thought to himself that this brat had finally said something from the heart. The diamond necklace was not given in vain. Zhao Dayang also looked at Lei Yun unexpectedly, while mobilizing the energy of the Chaos Heart Sutra within his body, slowly circling Lei Yun's body. But after this circle, he didn't sense any special aura from Lei Yun. Why was it that when he was by Bai Feifei's side, Bai Feifei was fine even when she was in tears? Could it be that his Chaos Heart Sutra could only test people with true energy within their bodies, and Lei Yun was not a martial artist at all? He just has a special constitution like Bai Feifei? Tian Niu said with increasing disdain as she saw Zhao Dayang still staring at Lei Yun. "Stinking peasant! What are you still looking at? Don't just stand there, get lost." Tian Niu didn't care who had just carried her back, and he had a bad impression of Zhao Dayang from the start. "Niu. Don't say that." Bai Feifei glared at Tian Niu angrily. Tian Niu pursed her lips, said no more, and looked down again to admire her diamond necklace. Lei Yun also gave Zhao Dayang the order to leave. "Poor boy, get out of here. You sell vegetables, and Feifei's restaurant is so high-end, you're not here to beg for food, are you?" "What did you say?" Zhao Dayang clenched his fists. This guy Lei Yun is really pushing it. How dare he say he's a beggar? Just as the two men were about to clash. "He's my boyfriend. Who are you to tell him to leave?" Bai Feifei suddenly took Zhao Dayang's arm and said these words in an ambiguous tone. What? What? At this, Lei Yun and Tian Niu both exclaimed at the same time, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. The waiters around them were also wide-mouthed with disbelief. Zhao Dayang was also momentarily stunned. His first reaction was, what madness has this Bai Feifei unleashed now? After a short period of shock, Lei Yun suddenly pointed at Zhao Dayang and angrily questioned Bai Feifei. "Feifei, how could this stinky vegetable seller be your boyfriend? Don't tell me such nonsense just to anger me." Bai Feifei felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction at Lei Yun's furious appearance. How did I say nonsense? Am I, Bai Feifei, the kind of person who would say nonsense? He is not some stinky vegetable seller, he is my boyfriend. His name is Zhao Dayang. Bai Feifei said Zhao Dayang's name with great pride, word by word. This time, Lei Yun was even more frightened, and his body took a step back. The black silk female manager quickly and nimbly stepped forward to hold Lei Yun. "Lei Xiao, are you okay? Get away." Lei Yun flung off the black silk female manager and angrily asked Bai Feifei. "You said he's your boyfriend? Okay. If you want me to believe it, dare you kiss the smelly vegetable seller now?" Zhao Dayang had 2 lines of sweat on his forehead, thinking to himself that the young couple were teasing him. Besides, how could Bai Feifei kiss him? Dare I not dare? However, just when Zhao Dayang felt that Bai Feifei would never kiss him. Boo! Bai Feifei suddenly put her feet up, brought her face closer, and kissed Zhao Dayang hard on the cheek. Stunned, Zhao Dayang was instantly frozen in place. To say that just now in the private room, he kissed Bai Feifei out of necessity to save her, but now? Why did Bai Feifei kiss him? Could it really just be to anger this Lei Yun? Then he has really suffered. You have to know that he is still a clean and innocent little virgin. Now he is not pure anymore. Zhao Dayang cursed Bai Feifei in his heart 1,000 times. However, Bai Feifei seemed to feel that it was not over yet, and asked Lei Yun proudly. "What do you think? Now can you prove my relationship with Zhao Dayang?" Lei Yun looked at Bai Feifei, his goddess, with a face full of pain. How could she kiss another man? Bai Feifei. Lei Yun was furious. He didn't know if he was testing his own bottom line or Bai Feifei's bottom line, and deliberately said to Bai Feifei, "I don't believe it. What's the big deal about kissing on the cheek? Unless you kiss him on the mouth." "Huh?" Zhao Dayang was surprised and squinted, feeling a little awkward. He wondered if Lei Yun had caught some serious illness. At the same time, he also felt that Bai Feifei might kiss him on the cheek for the sake of acting, but on the mouth? Unless it was someone very close, how could she kiss a strange man on the mouth? However, the next moment, Zhao Dayang's guess was once again shot down. What am I afraid of? After Bai Feifei finished speaking, she directly used both hands to hold up Zhao Dayang's face. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Zhao Dayang's mouth. Zhao Dayang's mind went blank instantly. He had already been kissed once, but he was actually kissed a second time. And this time, Bai Feifei stayed on his lips for such a long time. Although this feeling was indeed quite good, the thought that Bai Feifei had acted against his will made him feel very disrespected. So he reached out and pushed Bai Feifei away. Zhao Dayang looked at Bai Feifei discontentedly and was about to say something. But Bai Feifei spoke hastily, as if she was afraid of being found out. Okay, Dayang. I know it's broad daylight and you don't like me kissing you in public. After all, you're a person of high principles. But I was just trying to get rid of that annoying fly, wasn't I? Otherwise, that stinking fly would have kept harassing me endlessly. Zhao Dayang confirmed that he had been used as a tool. It's just that Lei Yun was annoying enough. If he really let Lei Yun think that he was Bai Feifei's boyfriend, he was probably going to make that Lei Yun angry enough. In this way, he also kept quiet, indicating his tacit approval. Just as he wanted to get back at himself. After hearing Bai Feifei's words, Lei Yun was really struck by lightning. He was so angry that his face turned red. He slammed his hands hard against the wall next to him. Why? 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 He asked 3 times, his hands swollen, but the wall remained unscathed. Bai Feifei enjoyed watching him look dejected. Is there any reason to like someone? In your eyes, Zhao Dayang is just an ordinary farmer, but in my heart, Dayang is the man I like the most. Finally, Bai Feifei gave him the final blow. Lei Yun, are you still here? Do you want me to do something shameful in front of you in order to make you give up? You! Lei Yun was so angry that he almost fainted. Before leaving, he glared at Zhao Dayang with hatred. Zhao Dayang, right? I'll remember you. We'll see what happens. After saying that, Lei Yun left angrily. When he reached the door, he tripped and fell on his face. This made Bai Feifei inside laugh so hard she could hardly breathe. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. You're killing me. I've never seen Lei Yun so angry before. Zhao Dayang was not happy to see Bai Feifei laughing so hard. Ms. Bai, you're happy, but have you considered my feelings? You kissed me, so what's the compensation? What? Bai Feifei's face turned pale, and she pouted, crossing her arms. You actually want compensation from me? What? Do you think you lost out by kissing Ms. Bai? Tian Niu also couldn't hold back any longer and shouted at Zhao Dayang. Zhao Dayang, you should take a good look at yourself. You're the one who deserves to be with Feifei. She kissed Lei Yun to get him to leave, and you're the one who deserves to be with her. Just as she finished speaking, Bai Feifei turned to Tian Niu and said, Who said I was acting to annoy Lei Yun? Niu, I'm serious, I want Zhao Dayang to be my boyfriend. Chapter 34, Increase in Spiritual Fluid Production. Tian Niu didn't take Bai Feifei's words to heart at all. Feifei, now that Lei Yun is gone, just stop acting. In her heart, Bai Feifei was noble like a white swan, while Zhao Dayang? He was just a speck of dust in the dirt. The two were simply worlds apart. How could her best friend Bai Feifei like Zhao Dayang? Niu, I'll tell you again in all seriousness, I'm not joking. I want Zhao Dayang to be my boyfriend. This time, Tian Niu was really confused. No, Feifei, don't scare me, okay? Are you possessed by a ghost? In her opinion, even if she heard it with her own ears, she would not dare to believe that these words came from Bai Feifei's mouth. Zhao Dayang also said to Bai Feifei in a somewhat angry manner. I'm sorry, Bai Feifei, I'm happy to help you get rid of the annoying flies, but if you continue to make fun of me like this, I'll be angry. Bai Feifei looked helpless. She didn't expect that neither of them would believe what she said. What do you want me to do to convince you that what I say is true? Tian Niu was so angry that she sat down on the ground. If you dare to get close to this bumpkin, I swear I'll bang my head against the wall. Obviously, this was too much of a shock for Tian Niu. Zhao Dayang couldn't understand it and asked Bai Feifei. White Bai, you have to give me a reason for teasing me, right? You said you want me to be your boyfriend, why? In Zhao Dayang's opinion, they are clearly people from two different worlds. Although he doesn't care for this arrogant and haughty woman, he really can't think of why this woman would like him. White Bai crossed her arms and looked at Zhao Dayang seriously and said, I said I chose you because of your indifferent attitude towards me, do you believe it or not? Ha? Zhao Dayang had 3 question marks above his head. No? Bai Xiaolei, you still have a tendency to be abused? Bai Feifei looked in high spirits and said cheerfully to Zhao Dayang, I'm not being abused, I want to exercise my ability to withstand blows. Since I was little, the men around me have all flattered me. Only you speak harshly to me, and you always look impatient. If you constantly provoke me, my psychological quality will definitely improve. Then I won't cry every time. And, if you really want to be my boyfriend, even if I cry accidentally, you can just kiss me and I'll be fine. As she spoke, Bai Feifei's voice grew smaller and smaller, and she couldn't help but blush. This intoxicating look was probably enough to make an ordinary person fall into a daze. But at the moment, Zhao Dayang just felt unbelievable. He deeply felt the malicious intentions of this woman who wanted to take advantage of him. I don't agree. Zhao Dayang cautiously covered his mouth, afraid that the next moment this woman, who had no sense of boundaries, would bring her forehead and mouth close again. Unexpectedly, Bai Feifei saw his reserved appearance and became even more aggressive. She even went so far as to take Zhao Dayang's arm. Ha ha! Zhao Dayang, I like the way you don't care about me. Zhao Dayang looked up at the sky in silence. Is there really such a brazen woman in the world? It's rare. In desperation, Zhao Dayang had to make up an excuse to Bai Feifei. I'm sorry, Bai Feifei, but the truth is that I already have someone I like, so I can't agree to your request. Bai Feifei's face flashed with disappointment when she heard the news that Zhao Dayang already had a girlfriend, but she immediately picked herself up and said, That's okay. You can like someone else, but it won't stop me from liking you. Anyway, I won't give up. I, Bai Feifei, am confident that I can win over any woman. Sooner or later, I will make you willingly be my boyfriend. Zhao Dayang did not expect that this woman's face was even thicker than a city wall. He shook her hand off. Unbelievable. After saying that, Zhao Dayang turned around and left. This time, Bai Feifei did not chase after him, but yelled behind him. Zhao Dayang. I will not give up. I will definitely make you fall in love with me. Asterisk. Zhao Dayang fled from the Western restaurant. He got on his bike and returned to Shiqiao village. All the way there, he was still in a state of shock, thinking back to Bai Feifei's terrifying face. It really is true that you can't know a person's heart just by looking at their face. Dayang, why are you so late today? Wang Mei was currently sunbathing some bacon in the courtyard and hurried over to her son as soon as she saw him. Zhao Dayang parked his bicycle in the courtyard and took the 2 buckets off the bicycle. Then he lied to Wang Mei. I had the runs today, so I was delayed for a while. Wang Mei immediately said with concern. What? The runs? Are you feeling better now? Come inside quickly and I'll get you some medicine. Zhao Dayang put down his things and walked towards the house. No need, Mom, I'm feeling better now and want to rest a bit. Wang Mei still chased after him. Dayang, you have diarrhea and haven't eaten all morning, so your stomach must be empty. Mom will make you some congee to nourish your stomach, okay? No need, Mom. I'll just sleep it off. With that, Zhao Dayang pulled the door shut, cutting Wang Mei off outside. Once inside, he sat cross-legged on the bed, adjusting his breathing. He flipped open the first page of the Chaos Heart Sutra in his mind and began meditating. A faint light of pale blue began to surround him. He also relaxed his entire body, as if entering a vast expanse of water. The fatigue in his body also disappeared little by little without him noticing. Ever since he obtained these 2 divine books and the spirit bottle from the ancestors, he has been enjoying the benefits of the inheritance brought by the divine books, but he has never seriously cultivated once. This time, because he wanted to save Bai Feifei, he used up all the spirit liquid in his body for the first time. This made him feel the exhaustion of being drained. That's why he let go of his pace and began to seriously study the Heart Sutra of Chaos. 3 hours passed. When Zhao Dayang opened his eyes again, he let out a long breath. Then he said excitedly, A drop of spirit liquid has appeared in my body again? That's great. I won't have to worry about not having enough to water my leeks at night. If I don't water the leeks with spirit liquid at night, then I won't be able to go to the market to sell them on time the next day. That would mean losing a day's income. You have to know that he now plans to sell 300 caddies of leeks a day, which is 3,000 yuan. That's almost 100,000 yuan a month. Although he is only a farmer, his income is better than most office workers. So he doesn't want to idle for a single day. Ha ha. So I can condense more spirit liquid through independent cultivation? Does that also mean that I can continue to expand production? Chapter 35, Yuzhen's Massage. But Zhao Dayang changed his mind again after just 3 seconds of excitement. No. I can't spend all the spiritual fluid I've stored up as soon as I get it. I don't want to feel drained again during the day. If there's a danger, I won't even be able to defend myself if I don't have a single drop of spiritual fluid in my body. Once my body has stored enough essence, I can worry about other things. Having made up his mind, Zhao Dayang felt happy again. After all, he was now very satisfied with the current situation. The rest, just take it one step at a time. Creak. Zhao Dayang pushed open the door and walked towards the courtyard feeling refreshed. This is what he said coquettishly to Wang Mei. Mom, I'm hungry now. Is there anything to eat? Wang Mei had been busy all day, salting and hanging up the bacon in the yard. She wiped her hands on her apron and said to Zhao Dayang with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Dayang, you want to eat now? It's not too early, but it's not too late either. Wait an hour, and then you can eat dinner. Okay. Zhao Dayang was in no hurry. Instead, he started looking at the bacon in the yard. Mom, you've cured so much bacon this time. Wang Mei laughed proudly. That's right. My son has become successful, earning so much money a day, and he even hands over 1,000 yuan a day for me to keep. How can I not buy some meat to reward my son? To be honest, it's been a long time since our family has been able to eat meat so freely. Not only have I cured this bacon, but I'm also going to have braised chicken for dinner. Braised chicken is a big dish that Zhao Dayang only gets to eat during the New Year's holidays. Hearing his mother say that there would be meat for dinner, Zhao Dayang couldn't contain his joy. At that moment, Zhao Xinghua also walked out of the house with the help of a walking stick. Zhao Dayang hurriedly went up to help him. Dad, your leg isn't even healed yet, how can you be walking around? Zhao Xinghua's face was flushed with joy as he said to Zhao Dayang. My son, the medicine you prescribed for me is really effective. It's only been 2 days, but I can already feel the strength returning to my legs. That's why I asked your mother to go buy a walking stick for me this morning. I know that my legs are still weak, and I can't be impatient, but I've been in a wheelchair for so many years, I really want to get up and walk. But I know that I can only walk for half an hour at a time. Zhao Dayang nodded. Dad, it's good that you know what you're doing. In a few days, when you run out of medicine, I'll go and get you a new prescription. After you've finished the 2 prescriptions, you shouldn't need to take any more medicine. By then, you'll only need to exercise for 3 months, and your leg will be as good as new. Zhao Xinghua immediately excitedly patted Zhao Dayang on the shoulder when he heard that his leg could be restored to as good as new, something he never dared to think possible. Dayang, you're truly my good son. Zhao Dayang glanced at his sister's window and saw that even though it was almost time for dinner, she was still studying hard with her previous textbooks. Zhao Dayang felt very relieved. He had already told Zhao Xiaodai that he would go pay her tuition in a few days so that she could go back to school. However, it had been a year and a half since she had stopped going to school, and she had fallen too far behind the other students in many courses. If she wanted to go back to school and catch up with her classmates, she would probably have to study for a while on her own first. Moreover, Zhao Dayang planned to go back to school. If she couldn't keep up with the other students, he would come back early and give her private lessons himself. Seeing that the family was developing in a positive direction, Zhao Dayang felt inexplicably relieved. He vowed, I will definitely bring my family to a better life. Asterisk. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Zhao Dayang patted his belly and, using the excuse of going for a post-meal walk, snuck over to Tian Yuru's house. What happened between him and Tian Yuru before had become common knowledge thanks to that son of a bitch Sunhu, and everyone was talking about it. Although no one in Shiqiao village would dare offend him now, once a rumor spreads, it's not easy to put out. Tian Yuru had been afraid to go out recently because of what had happened between her and him. Zhao Dayang felt a lot of self-blame. Sister Yuru? Are you home, Sister Yuru? Zhao Dayang went to Tian Yuru's door and knocked gently. Creak. The door opened quickly. Tian Yuru seemed to have run to open the door, and she was still a little out of breath. The afterglow of the setting sun faintly shone on Tian Yuru, as if dyeing her body with a soft halo, making her not only look better, but also more and more stunning. Zhao Dayang had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He happily smiled at Tian Yuru. Sister Yuru, I saw no smoke coming from the chimney, so I thought no one was home. Tian Yuru brushed a lock of hair out of her face and said flirtatiously. It was Yuzhen who insisted on making me some sushi, which is popular in the city, so we didn't light the stove, even though we only used leftover rice from this morning. At this time, Yuzhen, who was cooking inside, also heard Zhao Dayang's voice. She was still holding a rice ball in her hand, and hurriedly ran out of the kitchen, enthusiastically saying to Zhao Dayang, "Brother Dayang, you're here. You can't leave now. You have to try the sushi I made." Zhao Dayang couldn't help but laugh. He had just finished eating, so how could he possibly eat more? But seeing Tian Yuzhen's hopeful face, he couldn't refuse, so he just smiled and said, "Then I'll be honored. I'll follow your wishes." By the time Tian Yurong had finished fussing around and finally brought the sushi out, it was already dark. Tian Yurong lit a lantern in the courtyard, and the three of them gathered around the small table to start eating. Tian Yurong had only taken a bite when Tian Yurong couldn't wait to ask her, "Sister, what do you think? Is the sushi I made delicious?" Zhao Dayang observed that Tian Yuru slightly raised her eyebrows, her face a little between laughter and tears, but she still spoke encouragingly to Tian Yuzhen. It's delicious. Yuzhen, what kind of sushi is this? It really has a unique flavor." Tian Yuzhen immediately beamed like a child and urged Zhao Dayang to try it too. Zhao Dayang had just eaten at Bai Feifei's Western restaurant in the morning, and now he had eaten Yuzhen's sushi, and he could see the difference immediately. But he was embarrassed to hurt the girl's confidence, so he had to praise her with a thumbs up. "Not bad. Very good. I'll come again next time." Tian Yuzhen was even happier to hear this. She rolled 2 more for Zhao Dayang. The meal ended when Zhao Dayang was about to throw up. In the evening, when Zhao Dayang was about to discuss business with Tian Yuru, Tian Yuzhen suggested again, "Brother Dayang, I promised to repay you for the massage parlor, and now I finally have the chance. I don't have any other skills, so I can only give you a massage. Go lie down in my room, I'll wash my hands and come give you a massage." "A massage?" As soon as Zhao Dayang heard that Tian Yuzhen wanted to give him a massage, he subconsciously looked over at Tian Yuru. Sure enough, he received Tian Yuru's murderous glare. "No. No. It's not necessary." Zhao Dayang immediately rejected Yuzhen's kind offer. "Yuzhen, it's the least I can do. You're Yuru's younger sister, how could I not save you? I'm out in the fields all day, I don't need a massage. You go wash the dishes first, I'll go into your sister's room and talk to her about something." Chapter 36, Yuru's Provocation. After Zhao Dayang finished speaking, he fled, dragging Tian Yuru into her room. All one could hear was Tian Yuzhen outside, calling out, "If you want a massage next time, Brother Dayang, just come to me." Zhao Dayang didn't dare respond, just pretending not to hear. After closing the door, "What's wrong? My sister gave you a massage, and you're acting like you're in a war zone?" Zhao Dayang scratched his head apologetically. I have thick skin and can't enjoy that kind of thing." Tian Yuru smiled charmingly at Zhao Dayang and poked him lightly in the chest with her hand. "Okay, I know what you're thinking. Enough nonsense, what brings you here in the middle of the night?" Zhao Dayang let out a sigh of relief and quickly got down to business. "Sister Yuru, I came to discuss the matter that Brother Long mentioned. Didn't he ask you to be the sous chef at his daughter's restaurant? What are your thoughts?" Speaking of which, Tian Yuru, who had been flirtatiously chatting with Zhao Dayang, suddenly seemed like a different person and became a bit hesitant. "Dayang, actually, I am very happy that Brother Long has given me this opportunity to go to the town and become a chef. I am a woman, and I never dared to think about it before. But I also doubt my abilities. After all, I usually just cook casually at home, and I am not at all qualified to be a chef." Zhao Dayang, however, said to Tian Yuru with certainty, "Sister Yuru, then you are being too modest. You think when I was stupid in the past, it was because stupid people have more strength? Do you like coming to your house to work? It's not because you cook so well. I'm just a glutton who often comes to help out." Speaking of which, Tian Yuru covered her mouth and laughed again. "Good for you, Zhao Dayang. So you weren't attracted to me because you admired my beauty, and you were just a gluttonous cat." Zhao Dayang was tickled by the charm of his sister-in-law in that moment. It was as if he had turned into that shy fool again, scratching his head and smiling foolishly. Hey, sister-in-law, actually, it's not that I'm just greedy, I also look at you and it's pleasing to the eye. Tian Yuru was famous in the surrounding villages as a beautiful woman, and even Zhao Dayang, who is a fool, is captivated by her beauty. Tian Yuru listened to Zhao Dayang's words and puffed out her chest with confidence. Really? Of course it's true. Tian Yuru laughed even more happily upon hearing this. Okay Dayang, I'm not teasing you anymore. In fact, I've been looking forward to the opportunity to become a chef in the town, but I haven't been able to make up my mind. Now that I have your words, I have decided to give it a try. No matter if I succeed or fail, as long as I take this step, I will have done right by myself. Zhao Dayang was very pleased that Tian Yuru had this courage, and immediately encouraged her. That's what I think too. Tian Yuru, just go for it without any worries. It's okay to fail, I'm your strongest backing. With these words from Zhao Dayang, Tian Yuru felt even more at ease. Okay. You go tell Brother Long that I've agreed to it. It's just that. I'm not sure I can take a salary of more than 10,000 yuan a month. After all, I don't know how good I am yet. Can I do the job? You can just tell Brother Long to cover my food and accommodation. Of course, Zhao Dayang wouldn't let Yuru compromise herself like this, but since he couldn't make the decision himself, he had to agree to it for the time being. No problem. Sister Ru, leave the communication with Brother Long to me. Before Longfei left, he gave Zhao Dayang a business card and told him to call the number on it if he had any issues. Chives would send someone to collect the goods once a week. However, Zhao Dayang guessed that the next time, Brother Longfei would not come in person. Therefore, before Sister Ru agreed to be the sous chef, he still had to personally call Brother Longfei. But he doesn't even have a communication device in his hands right now. So he plans to buy a mobile phone when he goes to town tomorrow. By the way, Sister Yuru, what color mobile phone do you like? Tomorrow when I go to town, I'll buy 2 mobile phones, so that we can get in touch with each other then. Tian Yuru was shocked by Zhao Dayang's words. What? You want to buy me a mobile phone? Zhao Dayang nodded politely. Yes. That way, we can keep in touch more easily in the future and won't have to be sneaky about it. After saying this, Zhao Dayang felt a little strange. What was there to begin with between them? Using sneaky methods only served to make things worse. Tian Yuru also said shyly. No, Dayang, I haven't earned a single penny yet, and you've already helped my sister and me so much. I can't accept the phone you bought for me. Don't worry, when I earn some money in the future, I'll buy my own phone. There's no rush. Zhao Dayang thought about it for a while and didn't insist. Okay then. He looked up at the sky. It had completely darkened. And he hadn't even watered his leeks yet. In order not to affect tomorrow's harvest, Zhao Dayang hurriedly got up. Sister Tian Yuru, it's getting late, you should get some rest. Wait. Tian Yuru suddenly called out to Zhao Dayang. Zhao Dayang looked back, confused. Suddenly, a soft object lightly touched Zhao Dayang's lips. Zhao Dayang instantly blushed and his heart raced. He covered his mouth and looked at Tian Yuru shyly. Yuru, you. For some reason, being kissed by Yuru and being kissed by Feifei were completely different feelings. Yuru's kiss seemed to have some kind of magic, which made him instantly lose his reason and feel numb all over. And by Feifei's? Although it was also very good, he would never have such evil thoughts in his heart. Okay, you go back quickly. Tian Yuru didn't dare to look at Zhao Dayang again and turned around. Hey. Then I'll go to the city tomorrow and make a phone call, and then I'll let you know. After saying this, Zhao Dayang also hurriedly ran away. Asterisk. In the leek field. Zhao Dayang's mind was full of Yuru's soft lips and those affectionate eyes. Since his ex-girlfriend was snatched away by the rich second generation, he rarely feels like this anymore. He can't help but wonder if he's fallen in love with Sister Yuru. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Zhao Dayang immediately swung a dipper of water and poured it heavily over his head. Whoosh! No way! Zhao Dayang, you can't keep daydreaming like this. After giving himself a few dippers of water mixed with spiritual liquid, Zhao Dayang finally came to his senses. After watering the leeks, Zhao Dayang dragged his dripping wet body and planned to go home and sleep. While walking, he suddenly felt something slimy on his body, as if there was a layer of something dirty hanging on it. He lifted up his shirt and took a look. Oh my god! Why is it all dirty? He didn't expect that he, who was just now clean, would now have a layer of black dirt floating all over his body. Not only that, but after wiping off a piece of the mud, he noticed that his skin was even more delicate and fair. This is when he suddenly realized and slapped his head. Holy cow! Could it be that my elixir can nourish the human body? Ha ha! Yes! Why didn't I think of that before? The elixir can nourish all things, so naturally, in addition to vegetables, it can also nourish human skin and bones. An idea appeared in Zhao Dayang's mind. Chapter 37 Sun Miao's Disdain. It was completely dark when Zhao Dayang returned home. Looking at the electronic watch on his wrist, which he had bought for less than 10 yuan, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. It got dark early in the countryside, and there was not much entertainment, so basically everyone was asleep after 10 o'clock. At the moment, everything was quiet. Zhao Dayang was very eager to try what it would be like to take a bath with water mixed with the elixir. However, when he excitedly went to check the spirit bottle, he found that there was not a single drop of spirit liquid in it. There was half a drop at the mouth of the bottle, but it would not fall until 6 o'clock in the morning. This made Zhao Dayang very distressed. It seems that he still needs to practice for another 3 hours. So Zhao Dayang returned to the house and began to meditate and practice again. Finally, at 4 o'clock in the evening, just before dawn. Tick-tock. A drop of spirit liquid fell into the spirit-gathering bottle. Great! It really is true that every time you meditate for 3 hours, a drop of spirit liquid will be produced. And even though I stayed up all night, I didn't feel tired at all because I had plenty of spirit liquid. In the future, I won't need to sleep at all, I can meditate at night and sell vegetables during the day. Next, Zhao Dayang went out into the courtyard, looked at the large tank of clear water, raised his right hand slightly, and with a flick of his mind, a drop of crystal clear spirit liquid appeared in the palm of his hand. He couldn't wait to drop the drop of spirit liquid into the water tank. A fresh and extremely pleasant smell spread out. Unlike the perfume smell of girls, the smell exuding from this water tank was like a spring born from nature. This elixir can nourish all things, and it must be very beneficial to my body as well. After saying this, Zhao Dayang did not hesitate to strip naked and immerse himself in the water tank. Asterisk. When Wang Mei got up to make breakfast, Zhao Dayang had already gone to the field and cut all the leaks. Of course, he had also replaced the water in the tank in the yard. After soaking for half the night, he found that his body was becoming stronger and stronger. The scars from his childhood had completely healed and there was no trace of them left. Not only that, he found that even his eyesight had improved. This showed that the elixir really nourished the body. Dayang, why are you up so early today? Yes, Mum, starting today, I have to sell 300 caddies of leeks, which is a huge quantity, so I had no choice but to get up early to harvest them, otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to make the morning market. Wang Mei felt a little sad after hearing this. It's all because you didn't think about it, and I should have got up early and gone with you to cut the leeks. Zhao Dayang just smiled indifferently. No way. You've worked hard for decades, and in the past few years, you suffered so much at the Shangsheng Hotel because of me. It's been hard for you to come back, so you should just rest at home for a while. Besides, if you go to the fields with me, who's going to cook our meals? Wang Mei was relieved and smiled. Dayang, you really have grown up. Okay, then I won't hold back. I can see that you're quite energetic, and you won't have much to do after selling the leeks in the morning. Just get up early and come back in the afternoon to rest. Zhao Dayang nodded. Okay. He didn't dare tell his mother that he hadn't slept a wink since yesterday. And, from now on, he wouldn't need to rest, and could work day and night without stopping. Wang Mei quickly went to the kitchen and warmed up some buns, which she put in an aluminum square lunchbox for Zhao Dayang. Dayang. Here, I steamed these buns yesterday, thinking that if I steamed them again the next day, it would be too late. I prepared them in advance for you to take on the road. Zhao Dayang happily took them. Thanks, Mom. I'll go now. He got on his bike, loaded it with 300 kilograms of leeks, and was full of energy at the thought that these leeks would soon become 3,000 yuan in cash. When he arrived at the village entrance, Zhao Dayang saw a familiar figure. Sun Miaomia was wearing a modest French-style dress and red high heels. She had light makeup on her face and was carrying an expensive handbag. She was looking around the village entrance, as if she were waiting for someone. In the past, Zhao Dayang would definitely have greeted her, but ever since the incident with the prescription, he had kept his head down and pretended not to see Sun Miao Miao. However, although he pretended not to see her, she suddenly called out to him. "Hey, it's Dayang, isn't it? Where are you going so early in the morning?" Hearing the other person call his name, Zhao Dayang had no choice but to stop and smile weakly at Sun Miao Miao. "Yes, Miao Miao, I planted some leeks and I'm going to take them to town to sell." Upon hearing this, a flash of disdain crossed Sun Miao Miao's face. "Ha? Going to sell vegetables?" When it came to selling vegetables, the tone of Sun Miao Miao's voice clearly lengthened the endings. "What about you, Miao Miao? Are you waiting for someone early in the morning?" "Oh, it's just a colleague of mine, the son of the vice president of Rend Hospital. He says there's a really fancy new restaurant in town, and he absolutely has to take me there. So, here I am waiting for him." When it came to that fancy new restaurant, Zhao Dayang immediately thought of the one opened by Bai Fei Fei. After all, was there any other restaurant in Shuana town that could compare to the one opened by Bai Fei Fei? The 1688 steak and 6888 lamb chop immediately flashed through his mind, as well as the tens of thousands of dollars of wine. He couldn't help feeling a pang of pain for the person who was treating Sun Miao Miao to dinner. "Have a good time, I won't say much, I have to hurry to sell vegetables before the morning market ends." Sun Miao Miao saw that Zhao Dayang was only thinking about selling vegetables at the moment. She couldn't help but ask. "Dayang, you have always had good grades since you were young. I heard that you got into a key university, and you are a very promising student. Are you really willing to be a farmer in the countryside for the rest of your life?" Zhao Dayang thought that Sun Miao Miao was concerned about him and laughed. "There is nothing bad about being a farmer. Although I do miss campus life, our family's situation is not good, so it is better for me to get a job early. This way, my parents don't have to work so hard." Sun Miao Miao was a little disappointed after hearing this. "Work? You call selling vegetables work? What kind of future can you have selling vegetables for the rest of your life? If I were you, I would say that your family should sell the farm and continue to pay for your university education. Only by graduating from university can you find a good job, become successful, have a stable income, and finally live a decent life." Sun Miao Miao's series of lectures made Zhao Dayang feel a little unhappy. "Sun Miao Miao, what do you mean by a decent life? Is it not decent for me to sell vegetables like this? Is there anything wrong with earning a living with my own hands? Besides, when I graduated, I looked for a job and got a salary. Wasn't that also for the purpose of making money? I can make money just like buying leeks now, and I don't have to burden my family, isn't that great?" Sun Miao Miao shook her head disappointedly towards Zhao Dayang. At the moment, in her eyes, Zhao Dayang was an unhelpful idiot, and she felt that the distance between herself and Zhao Dayang was getting further and further. Even when she kindly tried to give him some advice, he didn't even appreciate it. So she said with some frustration, "Zhao Dayang, I think you really have been in the countryside for a long time, and your thinking has solidified. How much money can you make selling vegetables? It must be less than if you went out to work." Zhao Dayang blurted out. "At least 1,000 yuan a day." Chapter 38, The Wheel of Fortune Turns. Sun Miao Miao's body trembled at the sound. She was clearly shocked by the figure Zhao Dayang mentioned. Make at least 1,000 yuan a day? She works at a unit and only gets 6,000 yuan a month, and this salary is already considered high among people of the same age. But Zhao Dayang said he makes at least 1,000 yuan a day? Wouldn't that be 30,000 yuan a month? How is that possible for a farmer? After a brief moment of surprise, Sun Miao Miao came back to her senses and looked at Zhao Dayang with even more contempt. "Zhao Dayang, stop bragging. You can't even sell your pathetic leeks for 200 yuan, and you'd be lucky if you could. I know you're feeling inferior right now, but you can't make up for it by lying. Not only will this not make me look up to you, it will make me look down on you even more." Sun Miao Miao's words completely angered Zhao Dayang. He said helplessly to Sun Miao Miao, "Sun Miao Miao, I didn't lie. Whether you believe me or not is your business. I don't need you to look up to me, I just need to be upright and honest in everything I do. I'll stop here, I still need to go to the morning market." Zhao Dayang didn't want to waste any more words with this arrogant and rude woman. He rode off on his bike, minding his own business. Swish! But at this moment, a black Santana sped up. The wheelchair kicked up a cloud of dirt, which just happened to land on Zhao Dayang's trousers. The person in the car immediately got out. They glanced at Zhao Dayang and then at the speck of mud on his trousers, and spoke in an indifferent tone. "Oh, I'm sorry," Zhao Dayang said nonchalantly. "It's fine." The man asked Sun Miao Miao. "Miao Miao, you know this person?" Sun Miao Miao had just had a few words with Zhao Dayang, and now she spoke without any politeness. "We were just elementary school classmates, so why are you apologizing to him? He's just a vegetable seller, and he was already covered in mud, so it doesn't hurt to splash him with a few more drops." After she said this, the man looked at Zhao Dayang with even more contempt. "Oh, then it's fine, let's go, I'll treat you to a big meal." Sun Miao Miao looked back at Zhao Dayang with a smug smile. "Zhao Dayang, you're at marriageable age, aren't you? I advise you to change your mindset and go to school as soon as possible. That way, you can graduate and find a good job. With a bit of luck, you can save up for a few years and buy a decent car. A man without a car can't even woo a girl. With your old clunker, there'll never be a woman in the back seat." After saying that, Sun Miao Miao twisted her hips and got into the Santana. "Whoo!" The car let out a loud, raspy roar, and a plume of black smoke shot up into the sky. The man took Sun Miao Miao and rode off into the distance. The black smoke sprayed Zhao Dayang in the face, and Zhao Dayang reached out and brushed it away with disgust. "I curse you. Your tire will blow out halfway." Zhao Dayang cursed for a while. Although he was holding back a lot of anger, there was nothing he could do. He had to continue riding his old two-stroke motorcycle and rush to the morning market. However, the idea of buying a car had taken root in his heart. Not to get back at Sun Miao Miao, but he had originally planned to buy a car to make it easier for his parents to go to the city. Sun Miao Miao was sitting in Chen Hao's Santana, and suddenly felt a little stuffy. She subconsciously reached out to turn on the air conditioning. "Don't move!" Chen Hao suddenly stopped her with a shout. This startled Sun Miao Miao, who was enjoying herself, and she asked, "What's wrong, Hao?" Chen Hao then realized that he had spoken loudly, and said awkwardly, "Ha, ha, Miao Miao, you're turning on the air conditioning in the morning, and I'm afraid it'll make you sick." "Oh, I see. Brother Hao, I thought you were reluctant to let me turn on the air conditioning. So you do care about me." Sun Miao Miao gave a sweet smile, and the way she looked at Chen Hao was almost enough to make him melt. However, she still insisted. "Chen Hao, don't worry. I don't mind the heat, but I do mind the cold. It's only 9:30, but the sun is already high in the sky, and it's stuffy and hot in the car. I'll drive for a while." "No." Chen Hao frowned, and after a quick thought, he said, "Miao Miao, to be honest, when I arrived, the car wasn't full of gas, and I don't think it'll be enough to get us to the restaurant. If you turn on the air conditioning, it will increase fuel consumption, and I'm afraid we'll have to push the car halfway there." Sun Miao Miao was a little displeased, but when she looked at Chen Hao's gas tank, there really wasn't much left. She had to reluctantly nod her head. "Okay then." At that moment, swish! A domineering Mercedes-Benz G-Class roared down the path towards Shiqiao village. Since the mountain road was very narrow, when the cars met, they had to slow down and pass slowly. Chen Hao and Sun Miao Miao couldn't help but envy the luxury car when they saw it. Sun Miao Miao let out an exclamation. "Wow, this car is so cool. When will I be able to ride in a car like this?" In addition to observing the car, Chen Hao also saw the beautiful woman sitting inside. Her skin was as white as snow, her temperament was otherworldly. She exuded a high-class, beautiful aura. He glanced again at Sun Miao Miao beside him. In an instant, Sun Miao Miao, who was originally considered a pretty girl, was instantly downgraded to a common beauty. Chen Hao sighed in his heart, "Hey, when will it be my turn to get a girl like this?" The Mercedes-Benz disappeared in a flash. The two of them were unable to look at it for long. However, it was at the moment of passing by that Chen Hao, the driver, lost his concentration. He suddenly hit a piece of broken wood, and on top of that piece of wood was a sharp nail. Bang! A loud noise. The entire Santana gave a jolt, and then the body of the car tilted severely. It looked like it was about to go over the cliff next to the mountain road. Chen Hao immediately reacted and slammed on the brakes a few times. This prevented a tragedy. "Ah!" Sun Miao Miao was scared, and she covered her chest as she pointed an accusing finger at Chen Hao. "Chen Hao, how could you drive like that? You scared me to death." Chen Hao also wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still shaken. It seemed as if they had hit a nail and got a flat tire. Immediately, he got out of the car to check it out. Sun Miaomia suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Just now, Zhao Dayang cursed them for getting a flat tire, and I didn't think it would actually happen. She immediately exclaimed in a sweet voice. Humph. Zhao Dayang's mouth is like a hole. Chen Hao got out of the car and looked around before saying to Sun Miaomia in a frustrated voice. Miao Miao, it really is a flat tire. I'm afraid we'll have to wait here for the rescue car to arrive. What? Sun Miaomia's voice suddenly rose 8 octaves as she said in utter disappointment. Don't you have a spare tire? Chen Hao looked at his old car awkwardly. This was his father's old car, so where would there be a spare tire? No, I'm sorry, Miao Miao, I don't have a spare tire. Sun Miao Miao looked at her exquisite dress in dismay, thinking to herself, what is all this? So how long do we have to wait? Chen Hao looked at the message. I contacted the person who came to tow the car and said that Shiqiao village is so remote that it is now 9:30 and they don't expect to arrive until 12 o'clock. What? Sun Miaomia was even more frantic. It's not going to be here until 12 o'clock? Won't that delay our lunch? Chen Hao was also very apologetic. I'm sorry Miao Miao, we'll just have to eat a little later. Sun Miaomia looked at Chen Hao's apologetic face, and it suddenly occurred to her that he was the son of the vice president of Rent, and that she was lucky to have him. She shouldn't yell at Chen Hao over such a trivial matter as a flat tire. She quickly calmed down and spoke gently to Chen Hao. It's okay, Hao. We can eat later anyway. A flat tire is just a fluke, we'll be fine. Chen Hao was relieved to see that Sun Miaomia was so understanding. Miao Miao, don't worry, I'll order 2 extra dishes to treat you well. Sun Miaomia was delighted to hear this and quickly beamed. Just as the two of them were enjoying themselves for a short while, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind them. Hey! Sun Miaomia, why are you still here? Zhao Dayang suddenly rode up on his bicycle and stopped in front of Sun Miaomia. On the back of his bicycle, he was still carrying the girl who had just driven the Mercedes-Benz. Chapter 39, A Clingy Little Demon. Sun Miaomia and Chen Hao were both stunned when they saw Zhao Dayang. Especially when they saw that he was carrying a stunningly beautiful woman behind him, they both felt extremely unbalanced. Zhao Dayang looked down at their car and immediately understood. Oh, a flat tire? It seems that my mouth has been blessed. Ha ha. I said for you to get a flat tire and you got a flat tire? Zhao Dayang laughed even more proudly when he saw this. At this moment, Sun Miaomia felt Zhao Dayang's laughter was extremely harsh. A flat tire is a flat tire, it's just an accident. Zhao Dayang, I think you're just jealous that my brother Hao has a car and you only have that broken bike. Zhao Dayang didn't expect Sun Miaomia to still be so stubborn. What's wrong with the bike? Sun Miaomia, do you remember what you just said? Didn't you say that with a bike like this, there'll never be a woman on the back seat? You see, I'm now carrying a beautiful young lady like a flower. Gee, it's a shock to see the difference. You're like the ugly duckling compared to this beautiful woman. Zhao Dayang's words made Sun Miaomia feel ashamed and angry. Zhao Dayang. You. She pointed at Zhao Dayang, but she couldn't find anything to say in reply. After all, although she prides herself on being beautiful, when compared to this woman who looks like a fairy, she is still ashamed of herself. Bai Feifei is a smart person. At this moment, upon hearing Zhao Dayang's words, she knew about the feud between the two. Immediately, she unfolded her slender hands and gently wrapped them around Zhao Dayang's waist. Pretending to be intimate, she leaned against his back and beamed at Sun Miaomia with a spring in her step. Sun Miaomia, who cares about your boyfriend's old Santana? I have a Mercedes-Benz, and I don't want to ride in it. I'm happy to ride in my Big Yang's old motorcycle. Hey, I've been riding in luxury cars my whole life, but I've never tried riding in a motorcycle. I didn't expect it to be so comfortable. Especially leaning against my Big Yang, I'm so happy. Sun Miaomia's blood pressure spiked at the two of them singing in unison. She clenched her lower lip and racked her brains for a retort. Humph. Zhao Dayang, we all saw the woman driving over just now. With your status, there's no way you could have known the woman driving the Mercedes-Benz. Now that the 2 leaks in the back seat are gone, could it be that you swapped them with this woman just to spite me? Chen Hao agreed with Sun Miaomia. Exactly. How come I didn't notice Zhao Dayang's leaks were missing just now? It turns out that it was all about that pathetic pride of his, and he gave all the leaks to this beauty as bargaining chips for her performance. Zhao Dayang, you're a farmer, and your whole family makes a living from selling these leeks, right? I never thought you'd be so inconsiderate. For the sake of vanity, you'd rather let your whole family go hungry. You really are an unfilial son. Zhao Dayang saw that the two were getting more and more outrageous, and they actually dragged him into the matter of being an unfilial son? He helplessly laughed. Gentlemen, don't you have too much imagination? You both just said that the girl drives a luxury car, so how could she cooperate with me in acting just because of my peasant's vegetables? Besides, my leeks are only temporarily in the girl's car, otherwise, there would be no room for her to sit in the back seat. There was nothing I could do about it. She just liked me, and she wanted to sit in the back seat with me. In her eyes, no luxury car could compare to my back seat. Chen Hao was a little dazed when he heard this. That was a top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth more than 4 million yuan. How could someone who could afford such a car care about the vegetables of a mere vegetable farmer? Could it be? Does this beauty really like Zhao Dayang? Sun Miao was also incredulous. No, it's impossible. Zhao Dayang, even I don't like you, so how could that beauty like a farmer like you? Zhao Dayang said proudly. Sun Miao. You don't understand, do you? In ancient times, the seventh fairy even liked Dongyong. Why can't this beauty like me? Bai Feifei looked at Sun Miao with contempt, as if to confirm Zhao Dayang's words. She suddenly leaned over and kissed Zhao Dayang on the cheek. Boo! Then she looked proudly at Sun Miao and Chen Hao. Now you two don't need to squabble, do you? Shock! Sun Miao and Chen Hao were stunned. Only lovers would do something so intimate. Could it be that Zhao Dayang really had found such a beautiful girlfriend? Zhao Dayang was kissed again by Bai Feifei, although he didn't really want it. But now, in order to anger Chen Hao and Sun Miao, he had to pretend to be unmoved. Zhao Dayang released the brake and finally said a sarcastic sentence to Sun Miao. You just looked down on my bike, but now I'm going to get ahead of you. Your car with 4 wheels can't catch up to me. After saying that, Zhao Dayang drove Bai Feifei further and further away. The Mercedes-Benz slowly followed the two men driven by the driver. Sun Miao looked at this scene and was even more angry. No matter how good her restraint was, it had vanished at that moment. I'm so angry. Chen Hao. It's all your fault. Why did this tire burst when it was fine? If the tire hadn't burst, we wouldn't have been caught by Zhao Dayang. If we weren't caught by Zhao Dayang, we wouldn't have had to witness such an infuriating scene. Chen Hao was also very frustrated. If Sun Miao hadn't provoked Zhao Dayang, they wouldn't have been humiliated. Although he was full of anger, Chen Hao was still in the process of wooing Sun Miao. He definitely couldn't say anything too harsh, so he had to appease her first. Miao, it's all my fault. I wasn't careful enough when I was driving. Please calm down. Later, we can go have a big meal, and I'll make it up to you. Hearing about the big meal, Sun Miao's temper subsided a little. Asterisk. The bicycle moved a little further away, and Bai Feifei on the back seat couldn't help but laugh. Ah, Zhao Dayang, those two just now made me laugh to death, especially the woman, her face was so distorted from clenching her teeth. Just now Bai Feifei drove to find him, and even asked the driver to put all the leaks in her car, and she actually wanted to get out of the car and sit on the back seat of his bicycle? Although Zhao Dayang didn't understand why Bai Feifei wanted to do this, he couldn't resist her after all. He was afraid that if he made Bai Feifei unhappy in the slightest, she would start to cry. If she started to cry, her life would be in danger. If her life was in danger, she would forcefully kiss him. In fact, it would be fine if she kissed him forcibly, after all, he wouldn't lose out too much. But he would have to pay a drop of spirit liquid to stabilize Bai Feifei's condition. That was too uneconomical. After weighing up the pros and cons, Zhao Dayang had no choice but to give in to Bai Feifei. Zhao Dayang, who is that woman? Why is she picking on you? Zhao Dayang said helplessly. Does a dog need a reason to bite? Bai Feifei laughed even more happily when she heard this. Ah, Zhao Dayang, you're right. That woman is a crazy bitch. Zhao Dayang didn't expect Bai Feifei's mouth to be so poisonous. A crazy bitch? But when he thought about it, it was true. Half an hour later, the two finally arrived at the market in Xuanhe town. Bai Feifei asked the driver to unload his leeks from the car, and then stood next to him and wanted to sell leeks with him. Zhao Dayang stopped her, however. Okay, my young lady, you're all dressed in designer clothes and clean, but if you sell leeks with me later, I can't afford to pay for any dirty clothes. The more Bai Feifei looked at Zhao Dayang's impatient expression, the more she wanted to cling to him. I don't want you to compensate me. I don't care anyway. I just want to stick to you. You sell vegetables, I'll sell vegetables too. After we're done selling, I want you to go back to the hotel with me for dinner. In short, Bai Feifei is going to stick to you from today onwards. Chapter 40, Opening a Restaurant Together. Zhao Dayang really couldn't understand what was wrong with Bai Feifei. Why would she want to be with a small farmer like him when she could have a rich second generation like Lei Yun? However, at the moment, he couldn't think about it much because the people who wanted to buy his leeks had already flocked to the stall. Young man, you finally arrived, I've been waiting for you so long. I didn't get to buy your leeks yesterday, so I got up really early today. Give me a caddy. Tonight I'll show that little bitch what I'm made of. Zhao Dayang immediately took out a scale and plastic bags. Don't worry. Don't worry. I've got 300 caddies of leeks today. That's 3 times as much as yesterday. I'm sure anyone who lines up to buy leeks today will be able to get some. Everyone was even more excited when they heard that 300 caddies of leeks had been prepared for the day. Wow! There's so much leek today. That's great. I need to call my friends and tell them to come and queue up too. Yes. Yes. I need to tell my best friend to hurry over too. Everyone's enthusiasm for buying leeks only increased. Moreover, upon hearing Zhao Dayang say that there was plenty of leeks today, they even called their friends and asked them to come and buy leeks together. The 300 caddies of leeks looked like a lot, piled up on the ground like a small hill. But in the face of the enthusiasm of the crowd, it sold out in just half an hour. Even though more than 300 caddies were prepared, some people still didn't manage to buy any leeks. Bai Feifei, who had been busy with Zhao Dayang, was also wiping the sweat from her forehead in excitement as she said to Zhao Dayang. Wow! Zhao Dayang, I never thought that being so busy would feel like this. I've never felt like this before. I'm so excited. Since she opened the restaurant in Chuanha town, business has been dismal. At first, her father and friends would bring people to support her, but this kind of business without repeat customers simply cannot last long. It didn't last long. Soon, her restaurant became deserted, and now, she can hardly get a single customer a day. Now, although she is only selling leeks with Zhao Dayang at the entrance to the vegetable market, she has felt an unprecedented enthusiasm from consumers. Zhao Dayang said proudly to Bai Feifei. That's right. Although it's just a small business, the prices are not expensive, the results are good, and there will definitely be a large audience. Speaking of which, Bai Feifei sighed in frustration again. If only my restaurant could be this popular. Zhao Dayang gave her a disgusted look. Miss Bai, your restaurant is all sky-high prices. It's impossible for ordinary people like us to afford it, so you think the restaurant's business will be this good? No way. I'll say it again, if you keep running your restaurant like this, you'll go out of business. Bai Feifei pouted angrily. Humph. You never have anything nice to say. Zhao Dayang insisted. My dear, bitter medicine is good for the body, but it tastes bad. My words may not sound nice, but they're the truth. Do you want me to just tell you what you want to hear? Say that business will only get better and better? Sorry, I can't do that. Bai Feifei suddenly looked thoughtful. Zhao Dayang, to be honest, everyone around me, except you, has indeed told me that business will get better and better. Not just business. No matter what I do, they are always supportive and approving. No one has ever told me no. Zhao Dayang shook his head in great shock as he placed his palm on his forehead. Young lady, I finally understand why you have failed. You were born with a silver spoon in your mouth and grew up listening to flattery. I'm afraid no one around you tells you the truth. No wonder your Western restaurant is on the verge of closing. Forget the Western restaurant. If no one dares to give you any advice and tell you no. If you don't grow up, I'm afraid you'll lose money at everything you do. This time, Bai Feifei didn't get angry as usual when she heard Zhao Dayang's words, but nodded in strong agreement. Yes, Zhao Dayang. That's why I urgently need someone like you around me who dares to say no to me. How about this, Zhao Dayang, I'll listen to you. I won't open this Western restaurant. How about we work together to open a Chinese restaurant? Zhao Dayang was taken aback. What? We'll open a restaurant together? Zhao Dayang wondered how Bai Feifei knew that he wanted to open a restaurant after making money. All along, Zhao Dayang had hoped to have a decent business, especially after what happened to his mother at his uncle Zhao Xingchuan's. He wanted even more to open a restaurant and show Zhao Xingchuan up. Unexpectedly, Bai Feifei was now throwing him a bone? Bai Feifei excitedly went up to Zhao Dayang, took his arm, and smiled flattery. Yes. Let's open a restaurant together. You don't have to worry about anything, just leave the investment to me. I'll go back and redecorate my Western restaurant. I'll make it the most luxurious restaurant in Xuanhe town. Except that you will supply the leeks for our restaurant. And if someone wants to buy our leeks, they will either have to eat at our restaurant and order them from the menu, or they can only buy them from our restaurant by reservation. What do you think of this idea? Zhao Dayang looked at Bai Feifei carefully. He thought to himself, this girl doesn't seem as dumb and sweet as she appears to be. She actually wants to be the exclusive supplier of his leeks? In that case, people who want to eat his leeks will naturally take care of the business of her restaurant, right? It seems that she still has a business mind. It may seem like he is taking a huge advantage, but in fact, Bai Feifei and he have reached a win-win situation. It can even be said that without the promotion of his leeks, her restaurant may really be a pool of stagnant water. Good. I promise. After a little thought, Zhao Dayang agreed to the contract with Bai Feifei. That's great. Bai Feifei instantly pounced on Zhao Dayang in excitement. Hey! Wait! Zhao Dayang hurriedly pushed her away and looked at her like she was a thief. You're not thinking of staying by my side, seducing me and cheating on me by working with me, are you? Bai Feifei gave a shy smile. She gave Zhao Dayang a little pinch on his waist. You guessed it right. Zhao Dayang immediately looked up at the sky, speechless. Can I back out now? Bai Feifei quickly took his arm again and laughed triumphantly. No way. A gentleman's word is his bond. Zhao Dayang, you just promised me no backing out. Besides, don't look so aggrieved, when it comes down to it, you're not losing out. Zhao Dayang thought about it, and indeed, he wasn't losing out, but the thought of being harassed by this little beauty at any time made his head buzz. Hey! No one in the world can avoid suffering losses. I'm doomed to suffer losses. After saying that, the two of them smiled at each other. Asterisk. Finally, we're here. I was so uncomfortable being crammed in the trunk of the car. Sun Miao stood in front of the restaurant, patted the dirty dust on her skirt, and said with a gloomy face. Chen Hao also tidied up his suit. When the car came to pick him up, he asked the driver to give them a lift as well. After all, this would save the cost of a taxi. However, the front of the car had already been occupied, and the driver said that if they wanted to go for free, they would have to be content with the back of the car. Chen Hao finally persuaded Sun Miao to sit in the car with him. Seeing that Sun Miao looked unhappy, he knew that the beauty was angry, so he hurriedly coaxed her. Miao, don't be angry, we'll be having a big meal soon. I'll make it up to you. Sun Miao took a breath as she looked at the luxuriously decorated Western restaurant in front of her. Okay, let's go in. I'll order a lot of food today and treat myself well. Chen Hao glanced down at the 2,000 yuan voucher in his hand. His father had given it to him yesterday. He thought to himself, no matter what, 2,000 yuan should be enough, right? He was even worried that he and Sun Miao would not be able to eat all the food that cost 2,000 yuan, and that the coupons would be a loss. So, he said to Sun Miao in a generous manner. Miao, just order whatever you want. Order everything you want.